There's still spots that come up where I'll talk with my good friend on break who's one of the best players in the world or something, and we both are like, I think we
name drop.
I mean, maybe like Jason Kuhn or something, or just a
good.
lot of the guys.
He's pretty good.
Just a lot of the guys at Aria,
Right.
Sam or Ike, or just there's so many great players there, and it's always debatable. Like, oh well, we weigh the pros and cons. So it's just like there's never set answer. I mean, there are set answers, but everyone just doesn't know all the answers, which is kind of a cool thing. The game has been played probably like billions of hands, right? It's just cool. It's always.
I think that's my problem. See, like during break when I have a question about something, I'm asking Joe, the guy who just brought me coffee.
Yeah.
And Joe's like, yeah, I think the show was totally fine, Tuck. Cool, thanks, Joe.
Yeah, you might want to go to a better source.
Yeah, whatever. Joe's really good. Okay, he crushes. You talked about working hard. You talked about crunching the numbers. Besides talking to Jason Kuhn and Ike and the other crushers in the world, what do you do to work on your game? Do you study?
Yeah, I try to make myself watch. I just consume very little poker content in general, but I try to watch like the final tables and some of the live streams of the high rollers more and more than I used to. But then it's just like solver stuff and things like that. I think it's really important. Like a lot of people think solvers are ridiculous, but everyone at the top is nearly 90+% are all, looking at outputs, and even if you're going to deviate from those optimal strategies, it's like you need to know them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen King used to say, listen, break the rules for writing. Mm-hmm. But before you can break the rules, you got to know what the rules are.
Exactly. Fundamentals are just huge. I mean, I coach a lot of people, and it's just like they even look at solvers, but then I watch them play, and it's like their fundamentals are just lacking in so many different spots. Whereas if they just played solid, they would get a lot further in a lot of instances. So you need to mix it up, obviously, a little bit. But
I remember talking to Sean Dean about this even. He was like, even in this, he's like, even if I don't necessarily believe in, I don't want to say believe in solvers because they're there, but it's,
yeah.
He was talking about, even if I don't want to kind of incorporate that into my game as much, he's like, if I study them, I then know what my opponents are studying.
Yeah.
And that's valuable.
For sure, definitely. It's just to know the baseline optimal thing of what you should do I think it's very important,
You brought up coaching. How often do you do that? And when do you do that? When do you have time for that?
I mean, there's all these series I play, and most are like 10 days up for the smallest, and the World Series obviously 6 weeks now. So, and there's, I don't know, 10 of those a year maybe or something. Okay. And then I'll fit in some online here and there. And then, but then, yeah, because of my success the last few years, there's been a lot of interest in coaching. So I've been doing a fair amount of it, and it's I like it a lot. It's rewarding, and the money's good, and it's a win-win for both parties. I feel
right.
Like,
you wake up in the morning, you know how much you're going to make that day.
Yeah, as you get older, that's kind of attractive. Guaranteed money versus, especially when you play high-stakes tournaments for a living and have a family, the swings are just kind of ridiculous. So
I can only imagine. I mean, honestly, from my perspective, as a poker commentator there was a time when I was playing 30, 40 hours a week, and I do miss playing as much. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's something attractive about knowing I go to work and this is what I'm going to make.
Exactly. The 7-figure downswings, when you lose that much money over months or whatever, I mean, yeah, if you have 30 million, it's fine, but if you don't, which I don't, it's just the swings are huge, and it can go bigger and bigger and bigger.
4-figure downswings that are really, really painful. My wife's like, hey, can we get DoorDash? No, not tonight, hon, okay? Just lost $1,100.
Yeah. It's, the swings. It's all proportion, right? So.
Well, that's the important thing. I think a lot of people look at the numbers of that you play and they go, oh, wow. It is all relative.
It's all relative. Yeah, of course.
You'll have those down, you have the up, you have the all that kind of stuff. So when I first knew you, and when you were kind of coming up, you were a cash game player, and I remember reading that article, and it talked about your schedule. Like, I'm playing cash games at Bellagio, and now you are pretty much just a tournament player.
Yes.
How did that how did that evolution happen, and why?
Well, if you rewind 10 or 12 years ago, there were hardly any high stakes tournaments. There was 100K at the World Series here, like once a year. But outside of that, there weren't. You could play like some 10Ks and things like that, but maybe some 25s. But this whole phenomenon of the high stakes scene has kind of just, blossomed in the last 10 years, so or less. And cash, I used to play a lot of cash. Most of that's gone. I saw the writing on the wall of it going to private, so someone will organize the game, and then they decide who sits in the game.
Right.
And then they
you were pretty vocal about this.
I was very vocal about it.
You thought it was wrong.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys who were vocal with me ended up going and starting their own private games because you kind of have to. Like, if you're going to do, like, for me, I'm fortunate I'm able to play tournaments too. A lot of them probably wouldn't have had the success if they switched over, but some of those guys are running huge cash games and they're making more money than most. They're making all the money in poker, if I can be honest with you. The guys who are running these games, these private games, they're winning all the money because the game is filled with all recreational players for the most part, you know what I mean? And they're the best players in the game. Sometimes pros will come in. So they have a real stranglehold on like a lot of money in poker. So anyways, that whole what's involved with that, running a game and maybe schmoozing and networking, that's just not my thing whatsoever. I'm like,
you're such a social person, though. It's just,
I am, but I don't.
You're not a schmoozer.
I'm not a seeking out relationships to I guess to like take their money is what it feels like to me, right? I mean,
yeah.
it's win-win. Like, I'm probably just looking at it wrong, but
No, but I get it though. I can certainly see a side of it where it feels very manipulative, very vampire-ish in a way.
Yeah.
Like, hey, come on, I'll take you on a date. We'll do this, and then don't worry, later on I'm going to suck your blood.
That's what it feels like to me. So it's not.
I get it.
But I don't know. I've debated trying to start a game because I'm friends with so many people. Like you said, I'm pretty social, and I know tons of recreational players. And the thing is, it can be just a win-win also, right? Because you're setting them up to have a better game than they would have in a public casino where oftentimes you'll have players that are, unfriendly and taking shots and things like that. That's not going to happen in the private game. So they provide a more fun experience. Mm-hmm. But it's kind of a false hope that these guys can beat the game, most of them. Most of them are just going to lose just the same.
Which Twitch channel are we on? Broganaz? Are we on? Which Twitch channel are we on? Which Twitch are we on? You're on? Brogan or
Let's do it again! And yes, that is Ryan Fronda. Sighting C number 5. And Ian Simpson, sighting C number 4. Over 800,000, but that is Ryan Fronda. It's the first time I've seen him not clean shaven in 20 years. Well, 18 actually. So, chip count's on the way.
And usually the fun sort of 30 minutes to an hour, just after the money's gone back. New session. There are the full counts. Phil Gregg on our feature now, flying at the top of the shop.
1.5 million.
Look, we've got 7 stacks, 10 bigs or less, and then if you want to get to the top end, we have got about 18 stacks, 20 bigs or less. So it's could be some spins going on this session.
Indeed.
Things will slow down, but feel like the first 30 minutes to an hour, going to see a lot of all-in calls.
We are indeed. And actually, when we get to 27, there's going to be a 3-table redraw.
Oh, is there?
There is.
Yeah, it seems fine. Looking at the prize pool structure now, seems about right. Back in the day, only the top 3 got paid regardless of entries. 70%, 20%, 10%.
Back in the day, what's that, your house? 70%? I've never seen that ever.
70, 20, 10.
I've seen 50. I've seen 50% to the winner. I've never seen 70. That can't be right.
Yes.
Where did you play, Happy Ray?
Yeah, so Ben Miller stands up, all in blind on blind. King 10 shoves for only 9 bigs. Ken calling this off, sorry, less than 9 bigs because blinds are actually at the 25k level. So just a 7 big blind shove from Ben. Ken calls with the ace 10 suited. Not looking good for Ben Miller. Needs a king.
Needs help.
10 to chop, 7 to chop, king to win outright. Ace of diamonds. Going to send Ben Miller to the rail.
Unlucky Ben. Good to see the tables.
And similar time out of table, we lost David Dean.
Oh, Dix is gone, has he?
And Ryan Seary actually busted just before the break as well. So with the exit of Ben Miller and David Dean, it's going to be 27.
So a quick redraw.
Southampton in the early 90s, they used to do that payout structure, apparently.
70, 20, 10.
It's not just
bizarre.
that. If he gets 1,000 entries, fourth doesn't get anything. They only pay top 3, he said. Regardless.
That's ridiculous.
Imagine Goliath just paying the top 3.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
finish fourth.
That's bizarre, that is, Happy Ray. Bizarre. So the redraw is on. Quick time to run through the schedule, and if you want to play here in Portsmouth, this is going to be the 560s, so Portsmouth, Reading, Liverpool,
Newcastle.
Leeds, Newcastle, and...
That's it, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, Portsmouth, where we are.
Alright. Suppose we better include this, since we can still play Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
Yes, you
Sunday.
can.
You want to come down? Main event starting at 3 o'clock. The Turbo Dash is on at 6. And then tomorrow, I roll a day 2. That's what we're concentrating on. I roll a day 2. Starts at 12. Main event starting at 1. And then cash out satellites. Saturday for the Rumble. and then Sunday concentrating on the main event as a crown of champion. The seniors is on at 2 o'clock, and the big shot is on at 3 o'clock. There we go. And Eastie, and also, oh, has the music started?
Musical chairs.
It has, music started. Wonder what they're playing.
Are we keeping Ian Simpson? Well, it looks like we are. He's going to move 2 seats to the left. How you doing, Eastie? In the chat. We'll see you over the weekend.
Awesome.
We're on the roof, McDonald. Where are we doing commentary from in Portsmouth? You'll find us on the roof.
We're in the Spinnaker. We are actually just at the bottom of the pit on the right hand side as you're walking, left hand side as you're walking down, just outside where the old show bar was, where the feature table is, and just in front of the poker room. We're in the open.
Here we are.
You might be able to hear slot machines every now and again. You can hear somebody coming in, and we're on the bad beat count as well, because we've already had 3. So, because we're in the open air, people just stop and chat, which is nice. And I got handed a banana.
Have you eaten it yet?
Not yet, but I got
That will
handed a
be
banana. That'll be gone in a
Brown
bit.
by Sunday.
That'll be gone in a bit. That'll be gone in about 20 minutes.
So let's see who we are getting for this redraw.
I'm sitting next door.
Nick Eastwood said he's on the train here. Plenty for him and Jay to catch up on.
Can't wait.
Love it.
I know you probably haven't been tuned into the streams this year, Nick. We done commentary. We were in there for a couple of weeks, but I've actually stopped watching football. Don't follow it no more, and
Keeps his FPL team into touch.
my new sport is curling.
Curling.
So don't even mention football anymore. So anything you got to say for me, save it for someone else. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. McDonald, we don't even know where the broom cupboard is. Must admit.
So who have we got? Let's have a look. Nigel Milligan going to be in 1, Chris Guertin in 2, Paul Leach in 3, Cosmin Statue in 4, Scarlett Passway
Scarlett's in.
in 5, Daniel West in 6, Ian Simpson in 7, Dominic Kugada in 8,
Well done.
and JB in 9. Did I get that right?
Yeah, well done.
Lovely.
A lot of people don't.
All I'm going to say is, Steve, right, this isn't a bite, but all I'm going to say, let's take Van Dijk out of your team. Let's take Robertson out of your team. Let's take Trent out of your team.
They did last week when you played him.
Yeah, I know. But let's take Trent. So first choice right back. I know Shimitas played last week, but let's say first choice left back out. Your 2 best centre halves out. Your main forward outs. Let's take Gakpo out of the team as well. Your 2 starting midfielders. Let's take them out of the team as well. Let's take Szoboszlai out, shall we? Now have a look how Liverpool get on.
Why would you check him out?
Because Ange has got all 6 or 7 of his first team squad out. He has done for months.
Injured.
It's hard. Give the guy some slack.
Yeah.
He's had more injuries, and I think you struggle to find a manager that's had more injuries in a smaller space
Is he
of
doing
time.
too much in training? Is it down to training
Maybe
while
it
they're
could
injured?
be. It could be. You don't know.
Is
Do
he
you?
stretching him too
It's
far?
a lot of muscular injuries, Tao, so you never know.
Yeah. Good luck to Scarlett, sat in seat number 5.
Yeah, I've left Salah in because he's a right wing, ain't he? Brennan Johnson is fine, so I kept Salah in. But I mentioned the rest of the team that could be out, and Liverpool wouldn't be top. It's as simple as that.
It's tough. Just look at the Detroit Lions.
Everyone's hamstrings popping left, right, centre. Maybe he is working them too hard in training. You don't know behind the scenes. A lot of muscular injuries at the squad.
So we're on 27. Just about to start after the redraw. Everybody's just about ready.
It's all right. I'll just put some money in. It's all right.
So, redraw done.
New question here from Dragorus. Why are there 4 timers on the screen on the right? And that is just ongoing tournaments. There's 3 other tournaments running at the same time.
Yep.
The main event's running, the high roller's running, and the cash out satellite is running as well.
There we go. Every clock has a tournament somewhere in the building.
Yeah, well, you find you can actually work this stuff, can't you, if you feel better.
Thanks, sounds pretty obvious in hindsight. Don't mind asking any question you want.
Just in front of the cash desk, guys, there's a cupboard full of chocolate bars that they sell. Good to know.
Oh, okay. It's a good idea.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Where's the cash desk?
yeah.
I have no idea where anything is.
Me neither.
I don't know where anything
Not seen
is
it.
in this casino.
Don't frequent it very often. Dan West chip leader, 55 bigs, 27 left. Will the 6 PM Turbo Dash be streamed?
I'll tell you what, Tom. All the gear's here. The kit, the screen, the comms mic. If you want to come,
We'll still be here. No, we're just doing the Voyage till the champion, and then we come back tomorrow and do the high roller to
the-
crown the champion on that.
this will still be going past 6 anyway, Tom. This will finish between 7 and 9. Really hard to pinpoint on a half-hour clock, but I reckon between 7 and 9's the ballpark. Daniel. Ace Queen here. One that we can comfortably 3-bet call versus Cosmin's stack size, and does go for the 3-bet with the intention of calling off, like the choice of 5 BBs as well. Just scaling down size, accounting for the stack that Cosmin has opened off of here, 17 bigs, and depending on our opponent, like one that can actually play 4-bet rip here, one of the suited broadways, depends what we think of Dan. But he's going to take this option here, happy to peel out of position. Now SPR less than 1. Jack 3-3. The flop that rolls off. Ace of diamonds in the hand of Daniel here. Need to make a decision if we are going to continue small, which we will a lot on this one. We may actually just jam some of the time here as well. With the ace queen, don't really ever fold out better, do we? It's an interesting one for Dan, because if we bet, we have to bet call. But there are some stuff that, or some boards, when you work with less than a pot size bet, you can actually just play some shoves on the flop. I'm not sure on a Jack 3-3 awkward spot. It does take it down with a C bet anyhow. We'll see you at the weekend, Tom Hills. Be good to see you.
Absolutely. Be good to see you. Make sure you come in and say hi. I am Tom Hills.
It's not a bite, I'm just making a statement that you look at the injury Spurs have had, and then you look at any other team in the Prem, and you do well to find a team
Like either way,
who's lost most of their squad.
it doesn't matter.
I'm not buying.
You too.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have a letter
Why are mobiles not banned? Can they not use them on the official breaks? On our feature tables, we are on that delay. Always have allowed the players to use their mobiles when they're not in hands. If they're on their phone while they're in a hand, the dealer should be on it. And give them a warning. But
Very, very rare anything happens regarding phones. Most, like Jay says, most players and dealers know if you're in a hand, you don't use them.
yeah, what is Paul up to here? Nigel going to get the chance to 4-bet send, I assume. Ace 10 suited, happy to run it. Button versus big blind starting the hand with 20. I'd be shocked if Nigel got out of here. But I'm not sure what Paul's up to here in the big blind. And he's going to get some bad news. And there's the all in. Now what do we do, Paul? We're getting this ridiculous price pre-flop, and we're going to have to fold. Bit of a misstep from the man in seat 3. 3 bets the 7-8 off the 30 odd big blinds, or 20 odd big blinds, effective 30 of our stack. Bit of a misstep from Paul.
Yeah, but it will be fairly quickly. It'll be fairly quickly, yeah.
To be fair, JG Poker says, can you stream the Saturday after? If it was anything like yesterday's satellite,
Yes.
then yeah, we'd throw it on.
Was TJ in it by any chance?
TJ was in it, and I weren't even in it. I was there, I was just having a chat, I was enjoying myself, and Terry was at the desk. He goes, Jay, I'm playing the satellite. He goes, do you want to jump in with me? We'll both go all in first hand. So I thought, all right, Terry, for you, I'll jump in. So jump in. On Terry's table, it's just one table to start. 4-way all in, first hand blind. Well, 3 of us agreed.
Four-way.
3 of us agreed. And then someone woke up with ace king and obviously put it in as well, but the ace king didn't win. Queen 9-1 was up to 40k, and then while me and Terry was at the cash desk getting our second entry, the guy that had 40k knocked someone else out. He got a C in 2 hands. That has to be a record, because he come back to the desk and
is it 10 to 50?
And Dina was like, I've never seen anyone get a C that quick, 2 hands. Yeah, 10 to 50k. And then me and Terry jumped in again, all in blind again. Terry knocked me out again, so I jumped back in with Terry again, all in blind, and TJ was up to 40k, and that was my cash out satellite.
They've got another one, which is in the deck. Now, you've got 3 numbers in there. There may be 2. So they can actually take out. They can go in like a swap with a camera. You know, they do it on the screen. Yeah. And they can do that because they can put it through the rings. And if it's small enough to get out, they'll take it out. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. They've already said. No, they've already said they're already going to do it. They're going to take it once, and they're also going to take it out. They've already said. So, because they'll biopsy it while I'm under. Yeah, but they'll biopsy while I'm under. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I think it's a fair excuse with Spurs. I think it's fine. I know Brighton have had their players out, but no one even knows who Hinselwood and Igor is, and James Milner's nearly 40 anyway. I'm talking about.
Is he still playing?
I'm talking about your starters.
Is he still playing?
Who? Hinselwood and Igor for Brighton. 2 of
the
their
other
injuries. James Milner, yeah, but
James Milner.
He's out injured at the moment.
Wow. James Milner.
Different between 7 starters being out and 6 bench players being out. Huge difference. Pocket 7s for Dom. Raises to 50k. And Cosmin here, 9 bigs. In it goes. And Dom going to have to call this off for 9. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, Scarlett with the boots. Says I am all in. And Dom is going to get saved.
Yes, he is.
Unless they make it very large only, in which case it will be a little bit. It depends on what how they
Good foul from Dom. And Cosmin knows he's in rough shape.
It certainly does now. That is for sure. Five, king, four. Backdoor diamonds, slim pickings. Ah, slim pickings. There's a place around the corner called Slim Chickens. There is.
No chops for Cosmin. So we're going to lose Cosmin Scarlet up to 720. And I hate to break it, Tab, I think it's Slum Chickens, is it? Is it not Slim Chicken? Slum Chicken?
I don't know, Slim Chickens
That
it's
might
called.
be Slim Chicken. Okay, we
It's
got
called Slim Chickens.
Okay, I've never seen that.
Like Slim Pickings. Slim Chickens round the corner.
No reason why a club like Spurs shouldn't have adequate cover. Do people not realise you're only allowed to sign 26 players to play in the Premier League?
Is that all you can have?
And when you've got 10 of them out, you're not allowed to bring no one else in. You have to register who can play in the Premier League at the start of the season. We've had to bring the youth guns in. We've got a 15-year-old on the bench, 16-year-old on the bench. Slim Chickens is great, apparently.
Oh.
It doesn't matter who we get, Mike Leonard. We need to wait a year before we got a squad back and a squad depth. We'd struggle to stay up in the Championship at the moment just because we got no depth in squad. It's crazy. And when you went in, week out, you got different players playing with different people in different positions. They're not used to playing. It's tough at that level.
Four, 4-2 flop after a raise from Nigel and a call from Dan.
Potentially going to get to the turn here, depending on the size Nigel comes with. 60 into 155, so just south of 40%. Dan does have this wheel draw, can still be ahead of some holdings as well.
Queen of Hearts on the turn after a check call from Dan.
Nigel could go for another barrel here, Tal, but it's awkward because if we get jammed on, we just don't get to realise then. He's still going to choose the barrel here. That should lose the ace higher, Dan. Nicely done from Nigel. It's 25 players, says Mr. Tobias, registered for the Premier League, not 26.
So we're on 25 and a 324.
Yeah. Yeah, massive win, it says. Yeah, no, massive win is the close.
Easty, I said, I'm not doing those, so he started me off now. He's come in the chat, he started me off. No one's listening to me. I can't get my point to Josh. I can't get my point. He's not understanding.
Go, Dom. I'm guessing that's Lydia.
I'm guessing that is
Lidsey.
Lydia.
Oh, we had a cracking weekend last week, Lydia, for Tracy. And Mr. Skinner in the chat earlier saying you raised a lot of money, over £8,000. Fantastic. And Are you coming to Portsmouth yourself?
How's Blue doing? Oh, very nice.
Ian with a defend here. Generally suited, middling, suited ace-x. Does just want to play cool from the big.
Queen 8 Jack flop.
We're on a 20-minute delay, Tom.
Yep, we are indeed, Tom.
Yeah. That's cool.
And kind of awkward as Ian, but expect us to call once. No backdoor flush draw. I guess maybe with the ace 9, maybe one that does some folding because the times it rolls off the 10. Ace king, obviously pure in Nigel's range, and we never have that. But looks like Ian is going to go for the a bit of fruitiness from Ian Simpson.
Raises us to 180.
Much prefer this than call. If we are going to take an avenue to continue in this pot, I think this is much more viable route. Does get the ace high out of there.
Awesome, Liddy's coming down on Saturday. Good to see you. And we're giving away 10 $22 tickets, and we'll do another keyword in about 30 minutes at about 3:45 for a couple of tickets.
The point is, Spurs starting players out 7 past seasons. Even Villa last year, they had 2 or 3 starting players out, and then the rest were on the bench. I'm saying it's all our starters are gone. It could be worse though. We could be Arsenal. I'm glad we're not Arsenal. That is the main thing. So many friends, Arsenal fans, thought they were going to win the league this year. They'll do well to get top 4. Must be boring, always see set pieces go in. No goals from open play. Could be worse. I could be an Arsenal fan, to be fair. 8-9 suited for Ian. Should be an all-in.
Canadian Maple Leaf, that's Scarlett. I think she's local to here, is Scarlett. Pretty sure. Pretty sure she is. Doesn't travel too often. Travels a little. Saw it Goliath. $8-9 for Ian. As you flop the absolute world. Don't be good at with the 10 the second pair. King Josh says, "Oh, Rotherham."
Or Rotherham, yeah. But the thing is, this is the thing. You guys, you know, you're terrible.
Yeah.
You know you got a chance of going down. You know you got a chance of potentially being bottom of the table. You're prepared for it.
Indeed, it. Old folded dump. Thought he might have been enjoying there, but not. Ian Simpson flopping the absolute world. Absolute. So down West chip leader.
King Queen for Chris opens from +1. Going to be over to Joe in the big blind. King deuce off, likely to be dominated. Probably just going to get out of the way. There's something we can agree on, Joshy. We found something. We found some middle ground. Spurs need to get rid of Penny Pincher Levy. I agree. I couldn't agree more with you on that one. We found something. See, this is why I didn't want any mention. It's Eastie's fault, because they send me spinny, do the Spurs. Eastie, literally, he done it again. He threw the bait into the chat box. He's got me rambling and he's disappeared. He's not even watching anymore.
Well, there you go.
He does it all the time.
He'll say his connection's gone on the train.
Yeah, something like that. Scarlett now with a couple of cowboys. And she goes for a meaty old open. 110k, 4.5 exa.
Ian on 38 bigs, second in chips on the table, 24 players left.
Just as a change. Okay? I'm over in the corner where the four arms are. Dreams of Egypt. Mysteries of Egypt. Where they gold, clear patch of gold.
Welcome to the south side, says Katie Swift. You're not wrong. 200 yards away is the end of England.
Yes, it is. Should we swim the channel?
We didn't do get here. Hey, I tell you what.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting for Ian because we just saw Scarlett open 4.5x and now she wants to click it. So I feel like as Ian here, this is just going to get through a lot of the time. Like in Ian's head, he probably thinks that there could be a bit of a size and tell here. Scarlett opening 4.5x the hand before, now she wants to make it 2 bigs. So maybe in Ian's head here, thinking that Scarlett is going to be weighted towards more hands like this, some stills, some king queen, some suited ace-x, stuff that we can just flush out the pot here and now. But Chris is going to go for the 4-bet rip cold from the big. And to be fair, Tower, if Chris has picked up on what I've just picked up on, I think this could be really good because Chris expecting Ian to recognise that Scarlett has now made it 2 bigs after just making it 4.5 bigs. And that's a lovely little jam from Chris, just recognising the situation, a bit of exploit there. So we got an opponent that's open 4.5 bigs, now she wants to open 2 bigs. We got Ian, who we know is very clued up, very aware, and now he's free bet this open. So Chris now aware that Ian could be doing this light because he's picked up on the size like we have. So taking the ace-10 off as the cold 4-bet send. Love that from Chris there, getting the ace-jack out of there from Ian. Very nice indeed. Some good stuff in the Voyage. So now she keeps it at 50k. Nigel here. Could just jam as Nigel if we wanted to. Maybe 3-bet call fine because we have position. Maybe 3-bet call more viable, but starts the hand with 25. Like we can happily get in 10s for 25 here if we want to. So going to go for the 3-bet call option. And now Scarlet. Any 4-bet rips about? I do feel like the lower you go down the buy-ins, like here at £200 tournament, that people's 3-bets do tend to be more weighted towards value. That is a problem. Like if this was like a 1k 1500, I feel like we can fist pump send here. People are going to have more lighter 3-bets, more 3-bet folds, but maybe in a 200 that's not going to be the case, and we are going to see more 3-bets towards that top end. And Scarlet let the ace queen go there. Would have been flipping.
We're down to 23. Who's out in 24th? Let's have the watchers.
Oh, Fronda, Ryan Fronda. Out in 24th. We lost Tom C, Glenn Gaines from outer tables as well. So down to
Mr. Ryan
23.
Fronda. Doesn't play too often yesterday. Saw him last night. Said he doesn't play too often, but comes down here. He's near local, so good to see him. Joe in scene number 9. Big race from Joe. Scarlet out of the way again, down to 25 bigs is Scarlet. Lines 10, 25, 23 left out of 324.
Yeah. Is it clouding over again?
It's a white one to match his white hat.
Yeah.
I'm going to be going to another keyword in a few minutes' time as well, guys. Lime is ready. We are ready in the chat.
Let's do another one. 2 tickets for $22 tickets. You need an active 888 account, and you need to be able to play it, and they'll be credited into your account.
And I'm going to go for the old squeeze up here. After a limp from Nigel, Chris with the ISO, and Daniel gets that through. Would be 3-bet call in there with the Queen King suited. Dan playing some nice stuff. Don't know too much about Daniel West, but he is definitely no stranger to a poker table. Just some of the hands he's 3-betting, some of the sizes he's choosing. Definitely been around in these parts before.
Both, oh, there's new. This is new. Both Twitch and 888 YouTube users can now play this contest. We have activated the 888 YouTube as well as Twitch.
Okay.
So if you are actually on YouTube on 888 Poker. I'm guessing it's still the same, isn't it, Lime? On YouTube, 888poker.com, I'm guessing.
Sorry, not this contest, says Lime.
Oh,
So just Twitch for this keyword.
who's giving us misinformation here, Lime? Come on.
Stream Elements, whoever that
Stream
is.
Elements. This contest is now only available to viewers on Twitch. So forget that, YouTubers. Apologies. You have to get back onto Twitch.
What is going on here?
Only works on Twitch. Cheers, Lime Ricky. Thank you very much. You don't have to tune into YouTube to text us. You can carry on using Twitch. We have them all collated. So the giveaways and the keywords are on Twitch. On 888 Poker TV. If you do want to get involved, that's where you need to be. 888 Poker TV on Twitch. If not, just carry on watching the stream, but you won't get the chance of winning $22 tokens for a keyword.
Shall we do it?
Shall we do it?
Shall we do another keyword?
Go on then.
I'm not sure if this is for one or two. We'll see after everyone's put the keyword in the box how Lime's feeling. But it might be for one, it might be for two. We will find out shortly. The next keyword is
Banana.
Champ Ian. Not champion. Champ Ian, no space. So Champ Ian. This is Ian Simpson.
Yeah.
No space. Champ Ian.
Off
That
you
is,
go.
that is the next keyword.
Got about 2 minutes.
Good luck.
Champ Ian. Like it. Play on words.
Because Ian is the champ. Yeah.
Get you.
Not my first rodeo.
So all the 888 Poker TVs on Twitch getting involved. That's the only way you can win it. You can just watch the live stream. You just can't win the tokens if you're on other channels.
Should be all in here for Dom. And Ian with the King 10. Going to go for the complete call.
He's going to run it. Taps the table. Well, Jack 9-2.
Yeah,
The
so
diamonds are now playing for Dom.
kind of an interesting one. Paid in Kings, Queens and Tens off suit. Oh,
The offsuit king, man.
the man's on form.
Offsuit king. Now Dom needs to hit one of the diamonds.
Or a Barry.
yes.
Or a Barry.
Yes.
There we have it. Dom with the ace on the river survives. Up to 630, Ian down to 480. And are you ready, guys?
Are you ready?
There should be a count coming shortly from Lime in the chat box. And we are just going to do one ticket for this one. Like if we get to the final, we've got 5 left, then we still got 8 tokens. We
Yeah.
can just quickly do loads of keywords.
We
So
will. The countdown is on. Apparently the 3 network is down at RGE. What does that mean?
RGE,
Gary Clark tells us that 3 network is down.
I don't know.
I have no idea. Here we go. Here we go for the keywords. Who's got an active 888 poker account that wants a token? Champ Ian. Just a little bit too late for Con Martino Nunononi. Congrats. New Tremanda. Or is it Newtia Amanda? Newt Amanda.
Yeah, probably that. Newt R. Amanda, I'm going to go
There
with.
we go. 1 ticket. There we go. Congratulations. Oh, yes. Congrats, Newt Amanda.
Oh my word, would you look at this. Very next hand for Dom, fresh off his double, he finds the Cowboys.
We're near chip leader.
And Nigel sat there with the ace king suited. So as Dom here, It's kind of awkward. Like, I wouldn't fault him for just jamming, but definitely one that would prefer this, what he's going for, the free bet not all in. But I feel like if we got 17 or less, we have no option but to jam. But with 20, just got that wiggle room to find a little free bet not all in here, as he does. And Nigel should just be 4-bet sending with the big slick suited. And there is the all in from Nigel.
And there's the snap call from Dom. Could be nigh on chip leader.
And what a couple of hands this could be for Dom.
I bet it comes in the chat box. Hold! But it does.
So, let's see if Nigel can get lucky, or is this going to be a huge pot going for Dom? What a couple of hands it could be.
Yeah, could be up to 1.3 million. He hit the ace on the river to survive last time, doesn't want to see one this time.
Yeah, looking good, looking clean. 10-7-6, 2 hots. So just the run in Broadway. Other than that, an ace directly.
Only needs to fade the ace. Does Dom hold and become like nigh on chip leader? Yes, he does. Easy game, this. Sit there and sit there and sit there. Get 2 hands on the trot, become chip leader. Bingo.
Dragoria says, when is a call with ace king better than a 4-bet jam? Question mark. Deeper stacks? Question mark. Basically, yeah. When we get deeper, and also positions you need to take into account. So, for example, if we're 100 plus deep, gun opens and we're +1. Ace king's not a pure free bet. It will mix in some flats. It will do some flat and some free betting. Another good time that we would flat ace king and not choose to free bet it might be if there's an open and there's 3 or 4 reshove stacks behind us, then we're more inclined to just flat, hoping they shove it in, and then we get to reshove when it's back round to us. So mainly that, yes. There's also some flatting going on the button as well when there's a late position open. It doesn't pure free bet, same as ace queen, and this simply is to keep dominated hands in. So cut-off's going to open like all the ace-x are going to open like king 8 suited, king 10 off plus. So sometimes at a small frequency we might mix in a flat to keep in some dominated stuff, and then still got the stronger ace and king x on the ace high boards. But it's just such a complex game. It's most of the time, rule of thumb, I will say, if we are 40 bigs or less, even 50 bigs or less, if we open and we get free bet, don't muck about, just 4-bet jam, unless someone is new to the game and you've got live tells galore that they're just super nutted, and maybe we can find the hero call and take a flop. But general rule of thumb, up to 50, we open, free bet, fine to just 4-bet send it into the middle. But once we get 100 plus deep, if there's an open, a free bet, like we're not pure 4-bet and ace king, we'll mix in some flats once again. Difficult old game we play. But here we go again.
There we go. Last 3 hands. Ace king, kings, ace queen. This is unfair.
Is it the Dom show?
Ace king wins, kings wins. Very next hand, ace queen got Nigel all in. Nigel Milligan needs to see spades. Ace king 3.
You don't mind a 3.
Yeah.
Or just a 9.
3 to chop. Obviously a jack to chop. 9 to win it outright. And out he goes. Nice Milligan busting out in 23rd. Kaguda is dominating.
Like it. See what you've done there.
Yeah, like that. Just shows you. 3 hands on the trot. Gone from shorty up to chip leader. Ace king, kings, ace queen.
Good afternoon to you, Finbar.
Yeah.
The birthday list has been written as we speak, and it's getting longer by every hand.
I'll take a picture. All right. Okay, darling. Love you lots. Catch you later. Love you. Bye.
There's an alchemist next door. He could celebrate with plenty of cocktails. Some great bars on this. I like the Giggling Squid. It's just a great name.
Giggling Squid.
It's just a great. I've never heard it before. Never seen it before. And they do a fish platter.
Oh,
I've no idea how much it is. No idea what the prices are like down here. But it looked great on a picture that I saw when I was googling it.
fish platter, eh? Sounds like the place.
Oh, we're on form today.
Ace 3 suited for Daniel. And Dom, is he feeling all
What
right?
is happening here?
Doubles up with Ace
This is
6
just a
suited.
fix.
Kings against Ace King. Ace Queen versus Ace 9, and he finds Ace Queen again. He is just a rack at the moment. Up to a 1.5 mil.
Just share them about the table. Not just the same player all the time. But this will get a bit spicy with two big stacks.
I don't think. Well, the size that Dom's gone here, Daniel may actually continue. Does just get out of the way, but at 40 effective there, I think we can just go for like the 6 BBs as Dom went slightly smaller, same result. If the Ace 3 suited isn't calling the smaller 3 bet, they would not be calling the larger one.
Everybody just knows it's Ace Queen or bigger. That's all they know.
It's crazy how this game can turn. You're one river from being out the door. 10 minutes later, you're sitting there with chip lead. It's just a crazy game. What clock are we, Tower?
What clock? We're top left.
Top left. Thank you.
Newcastle next for the 888 festivals. 1st to the 6th of April for the smaller festivals. And don't forget the 888 live. Before that, the big one in Glasgow.
Just ace jack now for Dom. Little downgrade, just top 15% hand. No ace queens, no kings. We'll take ace jack though, see what the flop brings, and brings the best of it for Paul. So Paul with the 8-9 here should be checking. King 9 board. Shouldn't really have any leads, so check over to Dom, see what he wants to do. And I think c-bet small is the best avenue to take on the King 9, and small Dom goes 30. K, good for 20%. Paul with a check call off to the turn. Seven of clubs here. We're likely to see check here, Tower. Just Dom doesn't really fold out a king or a 9 in with a second barrel. And we're ahead of Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10. So once Paul check calls flop, his range is going to be King X, 9X, and then the Queen 10, the Jack 10, the Queen Jack. So taking all these factors into account, feel like this one just always wants to check now. Like, we're not dislodging a 9, we're definitely not dislodging a king, and we're ahead of all this Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10 stuff. So really seems like a viable check on the turn. Dom agrees.
9 of clubs on the river. Pairs it up. Paul gets a check mark. See, ace jack, no good, you see.
Yep, no good.
Just I bet Dan can't believe it every time he looks down.
Tom may have to, Dom may have to hero here though. This is actually a really grim river, because we beat all this Queen Jack, Jack 10 stuff. King X probably not going to raise flop actually. 100k half pot. It's a really tough one for Dom, because some straight combos in there that we are ahead of, but our opponent from the big does have this catalogue of 9x. He's going to defend King Deuce suited upwards, he's going to defend King 8 off, upwards. And a really important factor as well, Tower. Paul shouldn't have counterfeited pocket pairs if he's got 8s through deuces. These should all move all in pre at sub 20. So when Dom opens late position, if we have deuces through 8s, these should all be all in pre. So it's not a situation that there's some counterfeited pocket pairs here, because we eradicate those from range with the pre-flop action. So we beat Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10. We have a Jack in our hand, so only 12 combos of Jack 10, 12 combos of Queen Jack, and then you got the 16 combos of Jack 10. And then he's got all the King X, all the 9X. Tough old river spot for Dom, but he is going to pay. Sees the full house of Paul and loses some chips back.
Right down to 1.4 million, still chip leader on the table. 22 left as Nigel went out. Enjoy your afternoon out, Morris. He's off on the walk around Tenerife, and he might come back and catch up later. Dire Straits missed the ones have said 3:45. Maybe you should be tuning in not just for the giveaways. We did it a little bit early. We didn't mean to. We just did. You must be playing this event, Brad. It's only about 20 minutes away from where you are, isn't it? Southend to Portsmouth, can't be that far. Two and a half hours? What? Is it? 2.5 hours? I thought it was next door. What do I know about the South Coast? What do we know? The geography down south. Tell you, all I know is there's water and no more land about 200 yards away. That's all I know.
Scarlet with a Queen 8. Gonna complete. Daniel checks option with a 10 deuce of clubs to the flop. Wood for Scarlet. Dan catches bottom. Interesting component in these spots, although at 18, not all, but some ace-X will start being aggressive at this stack depth. Happy to get it all in pre-blind on blind, so not a brick, but a lot of ace-X that aren't in there in range of both players that would potentially just happily get it all in pre at 18 effective, blind on blind. So Dan going to go for the stab for 60k, Scarlet with the fold.
Into the night.
Ace 5 for Paul in the cut-off. Going to open once folded 2. Looks like he was taking chips from Chris's stack there. He's dropped a few chips. They've landed over by Chris. He just grabs them and puts them over the line. I didn't see him drop the chips. I would have thought he was opening from someone else's stack, but raise and take for Paul Leach. Yeah, we had to cutting off the tower singing. That was me, guys. Thought I had to keep the viewers in, so cut him off air. Told him to go and take 5 minutes. He's gone to the bathroom. He's going to have a sing-a-song in the mirror, get it out of the system, and he'll be back. No one wants to hear that. And Joseph here. Pocket Kings. Would like to see him open. We have 13 bigs. We really want action from this hand. The open shove, potentially lose some customers that would get involved against the 2 big blind open. Surprised Tower didn't cut Jay off on the Spurs chat. To be fair, he hit a nerve, did old Easter. He did get me rambling. Hope he's not in the chat still and hears me say that, but he did catch me off guard. You're back. Everyone was annoyed that I cut your singing off.
This is a great tune. Top tune, this. Bit of Matthew Wilder. Wilder. Muted mid-song. Down to 21 in the Voyage. You're a star, thank you very much. They're amazing, I tell you what. Top notch valleys down here. Ask you what you want. She said, I was going to ask you what you were talking. Great staff down here. Love it. Let me coming back.
Yeah, nice shove here from Ian. Shoving for 13 bigs with the ace deuce suited. Puts Dom in a real awkward spot here with the pocket 5s, but fold probably in order. I feel like 7s we probably have to go with, maybe even 6s. Just because Ian should shove all these pocket pairs we dominate, I just feel like 5s don't dominate enough as Dom. No pun intended. And Daniel should be getting out of the way too.
Indeed he does. Pulls his chips back.
Lime, I've got a question.
Yes.
She says, Tower, I used to go jogging to this song when I was 19 with my Walkman on.
Awesome.
How on earth would you jog with a Walkman? Because they were like round this, weren't they? They
were big square
they were
things.
like-
They originally started as a big square
You have
thing.
to hold it in your hand like a frisbee, like you're jogging with a
The
discus.
worst thing about the Walkmans is that the headphones
Yeah.
were really tiny, really thin strip of steel around the top, and they were just like little foamy things on your ears. How did they stay on?
I want to know how you'd go on a run with a Walkman, because surely it would fall off, or it's just too heavy.
Surely you should just walk, man.
Jeez. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about him.
You used to have a Velcro belt strap around your waist. I love it. It's just that the headphones were like, wow, so thin.
A9 suited. For Daniel in the hijack, opens to 70k, and Joseph here with an ace in the small blind, but not much to work with. We have fold equity for sure with 13 bigs, and he is going to take the a6 off. Ace in hand, some removal, and that will flush out the heap of equity that the 8-9 suited would have had versus our holding. Daniel can't call this off for 14 bigs, just shy of. Just preserve them chips out the way. What's the difference between a Walkman and a Discman? Because I remember
the Walkman was cassettes.
It was like a mini
Cassette
PlayStation.
Yeah, but it was a cassette tape.
No, I'm talking about the disc one. Like
Oh, that was a compact disc.
Yeah, but we always used to call them Walkmans when I was a kid because we definitely
That's
called them
like
Walkmans.
saying my mini's a Porsche.
No, because they were like mini PlayStation 1s. You'd press the button, it would flip up.
Yeah.
You'd take the disc out, put the disc in, and then you put your earphones in, you walk around with it like you're holding a plate because it was that big. You'd walk around with it in your hands because it wouldn't fit in your pocket anywhere. So you had to literally
But that
walk
was
around.
a disc.
No, I thought those were Walkmans.
The original Walkman was a cassette tape.
Right, okay. I never knew that. I thought it was what I was thinking with a CD in it.
Ah.
That's what I thought Lime was running with. That's why I was confused.
Got you. Yeah, the cassette tapes. And Atoff has just typed in Champ Ian. I think Atoff might be watching on delay.
Oh, here is Ian and Dom. Ace Queen again. I'm going to go for 3-bet call. I doubt Ian's going to do much here though with the Jack 9 suited. Does get out of the way. It's been a terrific session for Dom so far. The blinds just going up to 40k.
I looked at it as 40, so. Yes,
70k from gun from Daniel Raise and Take. Yes, Noodaloo. 3 tables left. Another redraw at 18 players. And then another redraw at the final.
Love it. Atoff says, sorry, chat paused. Well, you can carry on watching live, but you can pause the chat.
I don't know. I'm not really too clued up when it comes to Twitch.
Snap.
I learned how to use whispers last year.
Line Ricky. No, you can pause chat. There you go.
Ace-9 for Dom. With the big stack, probably would have opened there as Dom. They're going to have a handoff with 7 max as well. So just less players to get through. Paul going to take initiative on button. King 9 off. Seems fine to open once folded too. And Daniel with the 8-5 off here. Probably one that wants to fold. I feel like 8-6 off, kind of close. 8-7 off would definitely defend. 8-5 off, just slightly too raggedy.
Down to 20 players. There'll be a 2-table redraw at 18.
What happened to all Ian's chips? I had to go out, says Jeff Crow. To be honest, Jeff, it was a bit of a misleading chip stack, let's say, because it looked like he had a third of the chips in play when we saw him on the out table, but he just had all the small denomination chips.
10 stacks of the 1Ks, didn't he?
Yeah, so he actually started this session with around 800k, still plenty on the feature, but was a lot less than what we all thought he had.
Yeah.
And then just dwindled away so far this session, not really had many spots. Going to have a spot here though, because Daniel with the ace 10, one that probably wants to raise call or complete call. Seems way too strong blind on blind to just set Ian in. Yeah, I really like this from Dan. A lot of players in this spot, they see the ace 10 and they're like, right, a 10 big blinds, easy jam. But theoretically, when our hand's this strong, blind on blind, we want to induce from our opponent. Like, we want Ian to shove something like a 10-8 suited, an ace deuce off, hands like that over our complete. And also it is kind of nice to have some coverage on ace high boards, because in Ian's head, he probably expects us to just jam most, if not all, the ace X at 10 effective. So 4 on the turn. Ian Simpson not catching a piece, good for him. And where we might see Daniel try and hunt out some value. Perhaps some turn 4x, perhaps some 5-3, some 5-6, double gutted or up and down. But against the 40k here from Ian Simpson. Oh, sorry, the 40k from Daniel, as Ian Simpson just going to have to get out of here, I think. I feel like Ian would call king highs, but some of them would shove pre. But Ian actually genuinely pondering jack high call here, Tower, but I feel like maybe the king high is where we want to start. It does let the jack 3 go.
He's done 10 bigs, 4 players under 15 bigs. Lord Grim, the stream's already on, so early. Where are you? It's 4 PM here. It's 4 PM GMT. Because I know that, so I've checked.
GMT.
Aye. We're a GMT +1 in March.
Are we?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know why?
Because the clocks go back. Forward.
Yes.
The clocks go forward. I don't know which one's back, which one's forward. I'm 50-50 every time. I'm just not flipping well at the moment.
Spring forward.
Spring forward. And winter back.
It's 3 AM where Yap is.
Yapper snap.
Yapper snap, it's 3 AM. That's 3 AM.
Oh, I like it. Spring forward, fall back.
Because of fall.
Yeah,
October is fall in America.
I know that. I do know that. 8-9 off at Ian, shoves blind on blind, gets it through the big.
Why is it 3? That's got to be Australia.
Yeah, probably Australia.
11 hours in front, that's Sydney.
New Zealand. Actually, I reckon it's Vanuatu. Could be there.
That's got to be Sydney. The 11 hours in front. That's got to be Sydney.
And Ace Nomad has just woke up. It's 8 AM currently. Where are you?
8 AM.
Vegas?
That's 8 hours behind. That could be America. That could be Vegas.
Chile?
San Francisco. Los Angeles.
Oh, trouble here brewing for Ian Simpson. There's the jam. Didn't even take more than the second.
King, Queen. And then Mr. Paul. Joe's getting out of the way.
Cool against Ian. 12.5 bigs, ace 10 suited. it's for a decent percentage of our stack, 60% of our stack as Paul, but against someone like Ian, who will reshove King 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, some stuff that we dominate, some suited ace-x, the pocket pairs we flip against. I always say in these spots, when you're not sure, think of the first hand at the bottom that you'd call with, go for the next pickup. So like here, for example, was Paul, ace jack suited, when we have 2 bigs invested, and we've only got 10 more to call, like we're happy, ace jack suited, we're always getting in. And when we're really happy to get the next pip up in, then it can never be too bad to get the next pip down in, like is ace 10 suited here, for example. One thing that is still there, even at 3 tables out, small bit of ICM, but I feel against Ian specifically, who will shove some of the combos we just mentioned, ace 10 suited probably does get in the form of a call for 12 bigs when we have 2 invested.
Oh, you know what's happening now? It's one of them things called a 2-table redraw.
2-table redraw. Who have we lost? Gareth Wright,
Oh,
still in.
yeah.
Desmond McCulloch, gone. Desmond McCulloch, and who else have we lost? Let's have a look. Kieran McCulloch still in. There we are. Manley out in 20th. FJ out in 21st. David Johnson out in 22nd. And Desmond McCulloch out in 19th, leaving us 18 2 tables of 9.
There we go. 2 tables of 9. Josh Posh. It still should be Posh Josh. On his way tomorrow, Josh Manley. 2-table redraw gives us a chance to pull up what's happening, all things with the schedule. Jay's just quickly gone for a quick stretch. Tomorrow, Friday, it's the High Roller Day 2. That is when we're streaming from 12 o'clock. The main event Day 1B will be on. The Cash Out Satellites Day 1C. Saturday's Day 1D, that's what we're streaming. And Sunday, we are streaming Day 2, which is the final day of this main event with the seniors going on and the big shot. Plenty coming up regarding everything regarding Grosvenor Poker related and 888. There's the weeks of the 888 festivals. All the schedules are exactly the same as what Portsmouth is, which is the one I've just shown you. So Newcastle next for the 560, then Reading, then Edinburgh, Liverpool, and then Coventry. That is when that is on. So yeah, it's going to be a decent year. Bit of headline festivals regarding Glasgow. Hope to get the schedule for Glasgow up this week. If we don't get it, we'll definitely have it for Manchester when we're streaming next. After we leave Portsmouth, we've got about 10 days. About 10 days off, and then it's Manchester for the GUKPT festival, 30th of Jan to the 9th of Feb. So that is that. You been outside?
Yeah, it's a bit nippy.
You went outside?
Yeah, I went outside.
Is it still clear?
It's clear, but it's
Looks lovely.
temperature is
I hope it
dropping.
stays like that. I might go for a walk tonight. So big festivals coming up this year. Yeah, still, he's in Australia. Like it. Friday already here. Yeah, we don't want any spoilers in the chat, please. Yapper snap. Only on a 20-minute delay, so it won't be too long if you do know somebody at the table. Look, Sydney. Are you having bad weather in Sydney? I thought I saw a video. I don't know whether it was a live video of somebody getting the boat over to Manly from Sydney Harbour, and it looked like they were going through a storm. It looks horrendous. I don't know if that's actually the weather in Sydney at this moment in time, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw a video that was with the boat going over to Manly, and it was horrendous weather. Oh, you're in Melbourne. Sorry, Yappersnap. Oh, you said you're in Yelman. Don't insult you about saying Sydney. Apologies. That's where the tennis is. 15, love. Oh, you hate Sydney, that's why. They can keep the weather. I see. I see, I see, I see. Not been to Melbourne. And then they stopped doing the Australian Open, the Aussie Millions. That stopped. I might have eventually made the trip.
I'd love that to get up and start it again. I'd
Yeah.
love to play Aussie Millions, but
Yeah. I don't know if it's ever coming back or whatever it is, but we're down to the final 18. Who we got on the table, Mr. J?
So, from 1 all the way round to 9. In 1 is Gianfranco Pernicone. In 2, Andrew Miles. In 3, Paul Leach. In 4 is Gareth White. In 6, Ian Simpson.
That's Gareth who fetched in my banana.
Oh, is it? Okay, sorry. In 5 is Ian Simpson. In 6 is Alakos Onosoforu. In 7, Stephen Ricketts. 8, Chris Guertin. And in 9 is Adam Deary. 2 tables to go.
Who's that fishing C5? The man on form at the minute, Mr. Ian Simpson.
Yeah, just a quick note as well, Tower. 2 tables left. We've actually got a couple still in.
A couple?
Partner and partner. Dean Hemmings and
Yep.
Scarlett Passway.
Oh, right, okay.
Both still in.
Missing out on not going to Melbourne. The Melbourne Cup, the F1, the GP, the Aussie Open, the Crown Casino.
Who is in seat 6? You missed that. Seat 6 is Alakos Onosoforu.
And Ray Gunn. Is that the lady? Is it Rachel Gunn? Was she the one that did the hip hop dancing at the Olympics?
Why would you look at me?
Because
anything mainstream, anything
No.
big or trends or social media, all
They
this
had-
stuff, I've got no idea.
they had a Olympic Games. Back to this, I'm coming back to that because that is just.
So ace-4 suited for Gareth. Shoves, which seems good. 13 bigs over the open from Stephen, assuming that Stephen's opening correctly. Does find a 4, but going to need to find some more help. Looking for aces and 4s.
Ten of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, not a good card. Robs us of the ace of clubs as one of our outs. Down to 4 outs now for Gareth. And it's the king of hearts. So Stephen up to 2.6 million. That is good for half the chips in play. We lose Gareth Wright
Lucky Gareth.
out in
My banana
18th
man.
for £650.
I need you to Google and I need you to watch Ray Gunn at the Olympics in the breakdancing championships. I don't even know. I'm not going to spoil it.
Okay.
But how did she get picked for Australia to do it? Don't know how she got into the breakdancing championships But was it a contest and she was the best in Australia? So she went to go to the Olympics to do breakdancing for Australia? I don't know, it's just one of those things. Was there a contest to actually watch it? To actually get involved in it? I'm not sure. But it made me smile.
The only ray gun I know is from Call of Duty Zombies, but I'll have a little watch.
Don't forget breakdancing championships. Hello, the 888 community. No money player. Have fun. Lines 20,000, 40,000. So we're down to 17 as we just lost Gareth. Her husband was picking the her husband was picking the competitors. That's how she got in.
Well, do you know what? I did not even. Where was the Olympics? I didn't even not know there was an Olympics last year. Where was it held last year?
It might have been Commonwealth Games. I'm not too sure. But
No, it's just-
either Olympics or Commonwealth Games.
King Queen for Andrew. Going to be getting called Alakos with the ace-8 in the small here.
Yeah, you got Paris Olympics.
7 big blind shove from a hijack. He's going to shove ace, all the ace-X we dominate. Should shove 8-9 suited, 8-10 suited, 7-8 suited, Jack 8 suited, Queen 8 suited, King 8 suited. A lot of stuff there that we dominate. We'll see what Alakos is going to go with. But I most certainly would be taking this opportunity with the ace-8. Oh, of course, it was in Paris, wasn't it?
I say it like you shouldn't, like you knew.
No. I do recall Paris Olympics. Someone mentioning it somewhere or another. Oh, Alakos letting the ace-8 go. Feel like we're going to be in a great opportunity there versus range that wants to shove of Andrew for that amount of BBs. Last Olympics I watched was the 2012, I think. That's the last
In
time.
London?
Yeah, the last time I watched the Olympics, 2012.
Was that because it was just in London?
No, I was actually like Bolt. Like, remember Bolt and Blake, weren't it? Like the two Jamaicans going at it in the 100 metres and 200 metres. Also, Mo Farah, I remember him.
Yeah.
Jess Ennis was the other one. Remember her, but since then, I don't think I've watched a single bit of athletics in nearly 15 years. Or anything Olympic based.
Gianfranco in one with 2 million.
10 big blinds tomorrow, would you? Something like that, more? 20.
Where's the move?
I'll get to fold. There's Alakos going to wait for a spot. Does have an orbit to find a better spot than that, but I don't think we're going to get many better than ace-8 for that amount of bigs tower, I'll be honest with you. All in here for Stephen. I would like to see as the big stack. Not going to take it. We got Chris only working with 8. Like we potentially could fold out something like this. I feel like King 6 Chris would call it off, but some players may choose to fold, like the King highs that should be calling, not taking the 7-8 off shove. That is true. I do watch England every 4 years in the World Cup. But saying that, in Vegas...
Normally in Vegas.
Yeah, like I only actually started watching the England games in the quarters this year, when we got to the quarters. in the old Euros. I remember we were all in that bar when was it Watkins that scored against Holland? Was it?
Yes, the
Yeah,
last
in the
minute,
semis, and we were all going mental in that bar.
Blondies.
And the funniest thing about that was at the start, the national anthem come on, the English, and it was a bar full of so many Englishmen, and then the Dutch national anthem, there was 2 Dutch people, weren't there, in the bar. Everyone started booing and cheering and all of that. They come to the wrong bar, but there was some scenes in Vegas.
It was.
Would have been great if we could have closed it out, but you never know. 2 years' time, team we got coming
So
through.
if you fail as a manager,
Yeah,
and you get knighted and become Sir,
yeah.
whatever his name is, Gareth Southgate,
Yeah.
Sir Gareth, what happens if somebody wins it? What do they do? Do they become king?
I don't know.
You can't get much higher.
I don't think like Southgate, like with the team. No offence to Southgate or yourself, Tower, but if I gave you that England squad over the period of time Southgate had it, you probably would have won
I
something,
would have won it.
or you would have made a few finals. Anyone could have. Look at the bloody team we've got.
Yeah. Alekos, all in with the King 8, with his final 5 in the middle.
Yeah, he may have a bit of regret when watching this back. The ace-8 off seemed like the gin spot to get it in. Didn't take it, and now he's got to try and get there versus the ace-10.
8 on the flop, but unfortunately a 10 as well for Chris. So Alekos needing an 8 or a king as it was before. Still the same. Does he find it? No. So Alekos busting out in 16th for £710. Well played, Alekos. I'll do the first name, you pronounce the surname. Alekos.
Onisiforu.
There you go.
There you go.
Where's he moving to?
But back to that, before that all in, I really feel like he underachieved. I know he's like, yeah,
Me too.
He's got England
That's what
to
I'm
2
saying.
finals.
Why has he
but
become Sir
but
Gareth Southgate?
he's just underachieved. You give anyone that squad, they're going to probably do better than what Southgate done. It's the squad you got.
One year at the AFL Grand Final, they made 100,000 people stand up for the national anthem when the bloke pushed the wrong button and played Highway to Hell by AC/DC.
That's great money.
I love it. Hey, happy Australia Day, by the way, for the weekend. I've been there for a couple of Australia Days. Loved it. By heck, they can party.
Pocket 9s for Paul, makes it 90k. Steve in a beautiful spot at this stage. A6 off though, probably wants to go into if this was FT, like potential to go for a free bet here with 9 left, extreme ICM, but at this stage I feel like we'd just be overdoing it as Steve, but thought about it, into the muck. Ace-5 off for Gianfranco here, and one that potentially could get to work with at a small frequency. The offsuit high-low in the big blind does just land on defend and heads up between these two. Not the best looking board for Paul, but is one that we will continue heavily in terms of range. The Queen 10-4, going to have lots of bets on. Bet he does, and the hand.
There we go. The C4 also has to have one better, doesn't it? If I've been to Tenerife, he's been to 11 and
Yep.
You know,
That's it.
I've been to 3 Aussie days, he says.
If you've got a 4 head, he's got a 5 head. He's one of them, ain't he? He's
Absolutely.
just.
All the time. AC/DC live in April, very nice indeed. Enjoy. I think AC/DC should do the half time at the Super Bowl. It's about time they did before they retired. There's not long left in Brian Johnson and Angus, even though they could go on forever for me.
I don't think I know a single AC/DC song. I've heard of them, but I actually could not name you one song other than the one someone just wrote in the chat.
Highway to hell. I'm on a
Highway to hell.
I'm sure you've nodded your head to it. Highway to hell. Gianfranco C1, small and big coup. Just out of the way. Andy Miles getting one, free one with 10 bigs. So down to 6 minutes on the clock and then one more level. Could be on an FT before we get to the break. If not, definitely next session.
They're going to go really close. 35 minutes until we head out on break. We'll squeeze another keyword in at some point.
Yeah. How long we got? 35 minutes. We'll do it just before we leave for the next break.
5 o'clock,
Sounds perfect to me.
5 p.m. Lime at the ready for the next keyword just before we go on break. If we hit the final before, which is unlikely because we need to lose 5, but if it happens, we'll just go to the keyword at the start of the FT. But I would be shocked if we lost 5 players in 35 minutes, just 2 tables now.
Players left. Ooh. Busted out 15th. He was a chip leader, wasn't he?
Yeah, he had a lot of chips, did Daniel West.
He did.
I was singing his praises.
The keyword is for $22 tokens to use in the on 888 for the festival that is happening. Lionel recappers.
King 9 suited for Steve would certainly open here with the big chip lead. Steve not taking the approach we probably should be. 14 left now. We get to ask a lot of questions with our stack size, but choosing again straight into the muck. King 3 suited here. Paul probably wants to jam this, but he's actually found a well-timed flat. I feel like you'd see a lot of people shove a suited king here for 10. Ian with the 6s. Interesting one. He's just going to go for the jam. I feel like 8s and 7s maybe just too cuspy, but 8s definitely check this spot. 8s through aces. If you've ever looked at blind on blind, 10 big blind stuff in the solves, all this pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 10s actually check off of 10 big blinds against a small blind complete. How we doing, Ian Roberts? Hi, Tara and Jay. Just popped in to thank Jay. Get him barred, live. Get him barred.
I'll just finish the sentence.
No, you don't have to finish this.
No. Ian's a regular viewer. Hi, Tower and Jay just popped in to thank Jay for his team's 3 points. How are we doing, Ian? Things are on the up with Moisey.
Ace-10 suited for Adam. Should be opening. Way too much to jam. And he goes and jams. Of course he does. Makes it 6-4-5. Open rip 4-17. The problem with this is the perfect scenario here. If we open, Andrew jams his ace-9 off. Now that we shove for 17, we get no value from the worst ace-X. These all just head into the muck. We only get value from hands that have us crushed. And here's one right here for Paul. Ace-Jack on the button here, facing this jam from Adam. And even here, like you can see, the Ace-Jack not loving life. And it looks like it's going to go into the muck for Paul too. So, in the short term, this jam working an absolute treat for Adam. But over the long run, Tower, just want to open 17 bigs plus 1. Make it 2 big blinds. We want some worse ace-X to reshove. When we get called, we need to find a 3 outer unless we're up against 9s or 8s. And like even Steve here with King Jack in the big blind, thinking it, but against 17, doubt we're going to do anything. But for those that watch the streams regularly, you'll know early position. If you want to improve your game, just open anything less than 15. If you're sort of not comfortable opening 13, 12 bigs, like it's okay to play shove, but we're just going to eke out a bit more EV playing 2 big blinds rather than open shove. And then if you want to get really cute from under the gun, it's fine when we're this deep to open off of 10, to open off of 9 big blinds. It's a thing. Perfectly fine. We can do it. Just general rule of thumb, as soon as you start getting later position around the table, this is when we can start open shoving for more bigs. The later position, the less players to get through, this is when we can shove for more big blinds in the form of an open. But enough of that, because Paul going to get to open here with a King 3 suited, raises to 90. Chris 7-5 of diamonds will definitely want to have a look at 3. Nothing going on there for Chris. Probably hand over, check, queen high board. Lots of bets from Paul. Gets it through.
Steve Ricketts, 2.5 milli and 60 bigs.
Yapper snap. Not my area of expertise, mate. I'm not sure if Tower knows anything about it.
I've never been marlin fishing before in my life. That's it. My niece lives in Darwin, which is why I go over to Australia. I've been to Australia 3 times. I did Sydney for the New Year and what have you. But she loves going fishing. She gets the boat out for the weekend and hires a boat, and fella get off fishing and all that. Come back and eat what you catch and all that malarkey. She loves it. Loves fishing. Get out on the boat, few bottles. She loves it up there. Adam for the win, says James Toon. Stephen 7 says all of it on the button.
Yeah, really good shove. Effective stack. Behind is less than 15, so we just get to play open jam. Yep, this is poker.
This is poker. Portsmouth Casino, south of England.
Playing for just shy of £15,000, 14,830. Everyone's already locked up a bit of money, £780 in the bank. Don't get to open shove here now though, because of Gianfranco in the big blind. He has plenty, so should just open here as Steve. Open he does. And any resistance from the big blind. Do pick up and defend. I'm not sure where the cards have gone.
Yeah,
Just disappeared like magic.
just like magic.
I think we're having a restart of the hand, so action just firing through. Hands picked up, there we are. King 7 for Gianfranco, Ace 9 for Steve, Ace, Jack, Deuce, 2 clubs. And probably check bet fold. On to the next one. How are we doing, Sean Lewis? Good afternoon.
Well, you're in the best gate. Good to see you in Cov. I think he cashed as well. Life in the old dog gate, you know. The free roll password, please, says Kelly. Well, hello, free roll password, question mark.
UKPL 2025 for the 7 PM free roll.
There we go.
UKPL 2025. And Ian here from +1. 10 big blinds. See this is the difference between like an average player and a really good player. You see most people take this ace queen tower and just open shove 10 bigs.
Yeah.
But this is a much better option. We just eke out more EV. We get this, more importantly, we get the reshoves as we do here from Chris. We open shove as Ian. Chris doesn't take this king 10 suited. I know it's not the best hand to see. We don't have him dominated, but we're out in front, that's for sure. And now we just get to call as Ian. And we're out in front. If we open shove, Chris folds the king 10 suited. We just pick up blinds and ante. Now we have the opportunity to double up.
And the ace queen is in front for Ian Simpson. Just done exactly what Jay has just said. Opening to call at all times. Already got the plan in his head. And we're playing for real money. We're playing £40,000 first prize.
Well, that's a sweaty one. Chris has just got equity favourite. Any king, any jack, any 10, any 6.
Oh,
That's a great card to see for Ian, though.
knocks us out the 6 of spades.
And the 10 of spades, and the king of spades.
And the lot of spades. That king of spades.
That king of spades right there.
That king of spades right there. And the king of spades, he says.
Nut flush for Ian Simpson up to 1.15 milli. That's going to leave Chris with a crumb, a big and a half to work with. We are playing for this. There's the real money that we're playing for at the bottom of your screen. Top right of your screen is how many remain. 14 players left in. So £780 locked up for everybody. Dire Straight says, Ian feeling flush after that river.
Up to 23 bigs now, just over a milli.
Now we have full chip counts for you guys when we return after the break. Still got 22 minutes till we get there. If you want to see what's occurring on the outer table in terms of stacks, we'll have that when we return after the break. Couple more casualties, well, just the one. Daniel West Tower made you aware of, but we've also lost Dean Hemmings out in 14th.
Oh, Dino as well.
For £780. So Dean exits the field, leaves us with 13. King 4 suited for Steve. Like, I'd really like Steve with his stack to just take a foothold on the table, open hands like that, suited kings, open all the ace-x. We're at that stage where we get to now when we're overwhelming chip leader. But decides against it. Chris is going to get the opportunity to get the last of his chips in. And every spot now is a ladder. So does leave himself some chips back with the opportunity to tank and see if we get a bust out on the outer.
Who wins an arm wrestle between me and Jay? Jay.
I was going to say, I reckon I'd have him.
Definitely me. Definitely not me. my, and I've never had muscles. Never been strong. And Jay's 30 years younger than me. Nearly.
Yeah. I would go with this as Paul. Ace-9 off here. I would certainly go with it, but Paul finds a fantastic fold.
Good timing, sir.
It's only 6 bigs of the small blind, essentially. How on earth Ace-9 gets out of the way there, I have no idea. I feel like that always needs to go in.
So we're on 13.
Chris always calling, just looking for ladders. Would be worth an extra. Let's have a look what we're laddering for. It's worth an extra 120 quid. We can just outlast one more player, so having a little think. How about a fun war, says Yapper Snap. You know what, I've not had a fun war in about 15 years, I reckon. You have to go back to the school days. Sorry guys, got some hiccups. Hopefully they'll go soon, but...
What's a thumb war?
You must know a fun war. What? Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a fun war, and it's first one who can pin the other person's thumb down. Used to play it all the time at school.
Not me then.
You must have heard of a fun war.
Never done one. Never heard of it.
You must have heard of a fun war.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I declare a fun war.
With who?
Whoever you're holding hands with at the time. You put your hands together, and then whoever you've got it, you've got to pin their thumb down. First one to pin the other one's thumb down is the winner.
You just walk up to somebody and grab their hand?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a fun war.
What if they don't want to play?
That's it. You get taken away.
You get taken away. Oh, so using all his time banks is Chris with a 25k. Anybody out on the outer table? There's only 2 tables left. I don't think there's going to be any action, is there? But he might ladder the one spot and get the extra 100 quid.
It's 100 quid.
But yeah, this is.
There we go. Eventually.
In they go. In they go. Two and a half minutes, we'll never get back. But Chris has a chance to win and survive.
And there it is, finds the lady. That is needed. Still some fading to do. Aces and jacks working for Andrew now. So same scenario. Chris starting the spin, but not on the Jack of Diamonds river.
Wow, the Jack of Diamonds. That's a cruel, cruel river for Chris. Unlucky, sir.
Christopher Guertin out in 13th. £860 for him. He'll probably be jumping in the main event.
Hartster. No, you're not. You're not. We are 200 yards away from the end of the earth. There is no more land at all. How on earth do you drive up to Portsmouth?
Have you not seen Hartster's pedalo? Isle of Wight. He lives in the Isle of Wight on the pedalo. Up he comes. There he is.
You can't drive up to Portsmouth. 200 yards that way is the end of England. I've seen it. The parking situation is downstairs. There is a huge car park, but it's a NCP or whatever it is. And I think in the casino, it's 6 till 6 is complimentary. Anytime after that, I think it's paid. I'm not too sure about concessions because it's the first time I've been here since 2013.
ACDC, Fun Wars. Did you blokes grow up in Alaska? Next minute you will say you don't know a Gary. Is that a thing in Alaska? You don't know a Gary?
Gary. We know plenty of Garys.
Ian just defending. King 10 suited in the big. Steve opening from gun. Off to the 7-7 deuce. 2 hots. Three clubs on the turn. Maybe just looking for showdown now as Steve. Not really much we get to do as Ian, but check over here. May go for a small turn probe as Steve. Just make the assumption that Ian's going to start leading some better hands than us. Just flushing out 2 live cards could be the idea. Either or seems fine here from Steve. A little small turn probe, just like flushing out a hand. Ian has 2 live cards to the river, or that, and just try and get to showdown cheaply.
Ian with the option. He checks. To see the bad news, yeah, the parking is free 6 till 6, 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. And then if you stay there or before 6 p.m, then you pay. I'm guessing you pay for parking. It's like £9 for 6 hours. That's not bad. It's a tenner to park your car at a football match these days, and that's only 90 minutes.
He is driving up as he's coming from Cornwall.
I'd be driving across. That's what I'd say. There's Cornwall's there and that one's there.
Decisions for Ian Simpson, it seems, in the small blind. 20 bigs. Mystery hand.
Ah. Oh, what's happened? Have we gone off? Oh. Can you just check, please?
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, we're back.
We're back now.
Something's just
we were
happened.
off for about 5 seconds.
Ah, how bizarre. The 888 network on Twitch had a bit of a glitch. Okay, thank you very much, but you're now back. Glad about that.
Yeah, I probably would have called there against Ian. LP versus small blind, Gianfranco Ace-10 suited. Like, Ian's the type to get after it. He'll shove the suited wheel ace-X, he'll shove the suited broadways, and he probably doesn't shove ace king, so like this probably 3-bet calls. So it's only really ace jack, ace queen we're worried about, and then he's going to have the king 10 suited, queen 10 suited, ace 5 suited. He's the type to get after it, even deep in a comp, as Ian Simpson may have called that off as Gianfranco there. Once again, would have definitely called ace jack suited, so I feel like ace 10 suited gets in. Or maybe he just knows it how Ian runs on the feature table.
That's it. We did say that he should have been renting this out in the last 12 months. This table, so every time we turned up, we just kept winning on it. Hopefully the stream's back up line, Ricky. Yes, it went off for about 5 seconds apparently. Hopefully it's back up on everywhere. Facebook, YouTube on 888 and YouTube on Twitch. Twitch 888 Poker TV. Na 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 na. When you sing that song, that one line, people know what the song is.
Yeah, I know. It's great if you've got a Dutch footballer in your team as well, because it always works. As long as their last part of their Vander is one syllable, it always works. Van der Vaart, Van der Voort, you just... Van der Sar. Any Dutch footballer that has a one syllable last bit of their surname, you can sing this song to. All the football teams do. Van Nistelrooy is a bit of a problem, but most of the Vans...
What about the guy that plays for you now?
Van der Ven? Yeah, we can sing it.
What about Rube Gullit?
Yeah, he doesn't...
Does that not fit?
You need Van at the start of your surname, unfortunately. Ten of clubs turn. So Queen Eye, going to be good here for Steve. Does Adam fancy having a little stab with check 2?
Asked about the final table and the stream crashed. It is a 9-under final table whenever we get there. We're on 12 with 8 minutes to go, and in 6 minutes we're going to do the giveaway before the break.
Yes, we are.
So we might do it in 5 minutes just to make sure everybody gets it in.
5 minutes, keyword, 4:59.
Richard Burner's already won one. Who's Van der Howe?
Van der Howe. I remember he used to have it on his back. Was it I actually played for? The one Vanagor of Hesselink. You remember him? Vanagor,
Jimmy.
Vanagor of Hesselink.
Oh, Jimmy.
He used to have it on the back of his shirt. You always used to think, imagine if your kid loves him and he's his favourite player and you got to go put that on the back of a shirt.
Vanagor.
The Vanagor of Hesselink. You must remember him.
The Vanagor.
Vanagor of Hesselink was his, yeah. He was a footballer, a proper good footballer. Only about 10, 15 years ago as well.
What's his name?
Vanagor of Hesselink.
Wow, that's some name. He used to be £5 a letter.
Yeah. There he is, Jan Vanagor of Hesselink.
Oh, I remember him. He played for Celtic. You didn't have to buy all his letters.
Yeah, you did. You did. £3 a letter as well. He lived in Rotherham, apparently.
Did he? He could have bought Rotherham. 10 bigs for Adam and Andrew. 6 minutes to go until the end of this session. Three minutes to go until the keyword.
Final call, ladies in the opening voyage. You have 1 minute around the break. Please take your seats as opening voyage starts at 1 minute.
8's for Adam. All in for 10. action. Who won the main last year in Portsmouth?
We weren't here.
We've never done a main event in Portsmouth since 2013. First time in Portsmouth in 12 years. New stop. Quite a few new stops this year because we've got Newcastle and Liverpool as extras, as well as Portsmouth, and also the big one, the 888 Live in Glasgow. Not been there either. And somebody asked us where we're setting up. We just walk in, scan the place, and then leave it to PK.
And keyword is in, guys. I have got it from Lime after this hand, just before break. We are going to do another keyword, just one ticket up for grabs for 888 Poker, $22. All have the chance of winning that. And A7 off here. Not sure if stacks behind here for Gianfranco, but this could open send. Yeah, they're like, depends what big blind's got actually. Looks like closer to 1.2. Yeah, probably this is better to go. Gianfranco's just open. If Paul had like 17, 18 or less, could just open to jam. But Paul starts the hand with 25, so I feel like this is a much better avenue. Clicks it to 100, 8-3 suited. Did you expect such a professional setup here, JG?
I was expecting worse than this.
Oh, was you? Yeah, look at this.
I was expecting you. I didn't know where you were going to be, but I was expecting you in like the bar or something, just sat there. You'd love it in there, wouldn't you?
I did say we could be behind the bar.
Yeah,
Just leave everything on.
Well, I'm going to throw you back an hour, Tower. Paul Remery 3-bet 7-8 off versus the button open at like 20 effective, and he got it through, and now he's taking the 8-3 suited. And back over to Gianfranco here. There's not really much we can do off of that stack depth. Like, we have to 4-bet jam if we want to do anything, but 8-3 does the trick.
You know what time it is?
Keyword time.
Here we go.
Where are we? There we are. Got the keyword for you guys. I got a $22 888 ticket to give away to one of our lucky viewers. You need to be in the Twitch chat, so get yourself over to the Twitch chat if you're not, 888 Poker TV, and then you will need to write the word 2 tables, all as one. 2 tables. As we're down to the final 2 tables. 2 tables is the keyword.
Go, go, go. And unlucky Andy, Alfie, who is now watching on YouTube after bubbling this event. Unlucky Alfie Miles, bubbling. Unlucky. But 2 tables. If you want a chance, 888 on Twitch is where the answer has to be. Well, not even just the word, because it's a keyword. And the keyword is 2 tables. Are you related to Andrew in seat number 2, Alfie? So in they go from Mr. Andrew Miles. Ian Simpson with the ace 4. Ah, nice, Andy says. Spelling counts, so don't type in number 2. It has to be 2 tables. TWOTABLES, 2 tables. Ace needed for Ian. Well, Andrew is going to be doubling up. Down to the ace.
Any Barrys?
No. Andy Miles doubles.
And as Andy Miles doubles, we're going on break after this hand, guys. So we're going to count you down for the keyword.
We're in about 20 seconds. We'll count it down.
So you're about 20 seconds. If you've not guessed yet, make sure to write 2 tables in the chat. If you want a chance of winning a $22 ticket for 888 Poker.
Count them down. Lime from now, please. Count them down from 10.
Are we ready?
Are you ready? 10, 9, 8. It's on. Oh, 7, 7, 6, 6, 6. Go, go, go. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go with the giveaways. First time in Portsmouth in 12 years, yes.
And the winner is Bad Beat Jackpot. You are the winner of the giveaway. Well done to Bad Beat Jackpot.
How do you get that before me?
Because we don't get Nightbot come through on the Restream chat. So when Nightbot comes in the Twitch chat, it only shows on Twitch chat and not on our Restream.
Well done, the Bad Beat Jackpot. Ace King for Gianfranco. Razors, everybody's on their break.
We're likely to be on ours.
We are. Well done, Mr. Bad Beat Jackpot. You know what to do.
Let's see if Gianfranco finds a check here, Tower. Like, it's rare in these tournaments that people will. Like, you tend to see it as the buy-ins go higher, but we actually do a fair amount of checking here. Such a dry texture. We're out of position to button, but it just goes with bet. Loses Paul. Takes a small one. We're on a 15-minute break, guys. Should be hitting the FT next session. We will see you back here just before 20 past 5. 15 minutes. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
More fun along the way, but I think they get
Or
it.
maybe some of them don't care. I mean,
Yeah,
I guess
maybe they don't.
I go back and forth too because I do understand both sides of it, and I guess my thought process on it as well is, why are we parenting these men and women who are in most likelihood ridiculously successful at something else that they've done,
Sure.
and really, really smart,
Yes.
and they might be looking at it going, listen, I don't losing a couple $100,000 a year, but this is my outlet.
Yeah,
Like, I
exactly.
don't-
Yeah.
We all have our vices, and this is my vice, and I
it-
have a good time doing it. I don't care. I know what I'm doing. I'm not stupid.
Yes. Yeah. And it's
Yeah.
probably a lot more enjoyable than a lot of the public games. Like, I always thought our game was fine at Bellagio. Like I said, the private games now are ran by the same people who played the game. So
Right.
it's like they had to switch over if they were going to stay
If you
in.
can't beat them, you join them, right?
Yeah. So I get it. Whatever. It's just an evolution of poker. Maybe it's kind of, I should look at it more like, it's wild that we had open public games for that long whenever this was an obvious kind of other thing to be going on. And casinos are kind of incentivized to make it happen because then, like, they want their private game to do good because they're pulling in these whales into their casino more, right? So they don't have a problem.
Well, the casinos had no choice. I think also the same thing. I think the casinos, where it used to be, all these games are public, they realized they were losing those games to homes and whatever.
Maybe that's
and they were
some
like,
of
well,
it too.
I can't have, I can't have these whales at
Exactly.
not at my casino.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's part of it too. Where if you can pull in the whales to your place, it's very beneficial for the casino. So you can see how they would want it to happen. So, anyways, I'm kind of removed from the whole cash scene. I know all those guys. I could probably play their games sometimes if there's a seat. Maybe some of them are pretty cutthroat though. They won't let you play. But, anyways, that's why I veered towards tournaments because there's so many. It's like. It's really the promised land of, like, to play poker for a living and reach the top. Whereas cash, I feel like there always used to be a path of, like, starting at the bottom and reaching the top through hard work and getting good at poker.
Right.
And now in cash, that's broken. Like, that doesn't exist anymore. Like, you
No,
have to be.
I'd argue the best players definitely do not win the most money. It's just game selection, and this is something I've read about. It's like game selection is paramount if you want to be a good poker player.
Yes,
And
yes.
now
But-
probably truer than ever.
But what I'm saying, yes. But what I'm saying is there used to be a clear path from the low stakes to the high stakes.
Oh, okay.
And it was open to anyone. And that's gone now. And that like the purity of that I love the purity of the thought of that. Like any game, any sport you play, if you're the best,
High school, college, pro.
Exactly. If you're the best chess player, if you're the best football player, like you work your way up the system, and that's how it works. And in cash, it's broken, and I hate to see the system kind of for people who could maybe be the best. So, anyways, in tournaments, that exists still. You have that. You can start at $1 buy-ins online, and if you're good enough and you see people do this, every once in a while, like they come out of nowhere and they've been working their way up from the bottom the whole time, and then they can go play the biggest stakes because it's open to everyone.
One of our recent 8-8 rides earlier this year, we had Jesse Lonis on.
Yeah,
And I think he's kind of a perfect example
Yeah,
of a guy
yeah,
who was
exactly.
playing, I don't want to say he came from nowhere, but,
Yes.
upstate New York guy.
Yes.
Was playing lower stakes, and now he's crushing the highest.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a pretty cool story. He's crushed it. I like Jesse. He's a cool dude. But in cash, that you can play get up to the 510 area limits live, 510
Right.
no limit in Vegas anyways. Maybe there's some open 1020 here and there, but anything bigger than that, you have to do different things. You have to network. You have to bring in a fish that's going to lose a lot of money to get into the game, things like that. So anyways, that's my 2 cents. I'm just thankful there's other options, and like what Poker Go's doing with the PGT is amazing. They're giving away all this free money all the time, and so I just make that my bread and butter. And
You prefer online or live?
Live, yeah, I prefer live at this point. I do like online, and it helps keep you sharp. But I like live, and live poker is just kind of exploding, and live tournaments. So it's a good time to be a tournament pro, I think.
Besides money, why do you play? I mean, I noticed that, you won a bracelet, an online bracelet, in a relatively low buy-in tournament. I think you won, I don't know, $51,000, something along those lines. And listen, I'm not going to say anything like $51,000 is $51,000.
Yeah,
That's great,
Right.
But when I look at your lifetime earnings, $22 million, it almost feels like it's a satellite for you to another event in a weird way. But what drives you?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is, I guess I won a couple bracelets a couple years ago, so then I had 3. So then it's like, I wonder how many I could win. So I will try to win some bracelets. Like last night I jumped in the PLO online bracelet, but I'm not playing every single one of those. It's just like if it works out, I play some of them.
When you play online, how do you go to your office? Are you alone? Are you present in that, or are you sitting on the couch with your wife while you're watching TV and it's got a laptop in your lap?
No, I'm up in the office. I'm focused.
You're focused.
Yeah, because often I'll have I can't help myself from opening like some cash tables too and everything. So yeah, I'm pretty focused. At times, there's times like that where maybe we have something going on, so I like sneak in with my phone and play on that. Like if I made a day 2, but we have something important.
You didn't realize, you're like, oh man, I didn't know this was
Yeah. It's very rare though. Generally,
is your wife getting out of you?
Not really. She's pretty understanding. That doesn't happen that much. It's more, usually it's just up in the office and playing on that. But I guess I just love to compete and play, and also again, like the leaderboard system they have, like a PGT, and I like to compete for that, and I play all the games, and like you get 50K if you win it. I'm leading that right now, so that I like to see. I like a year-long competition type thing is kind of cool. That kind of motivates me a lot.
You're a competitive person.
Yeah, I'm pretty competitive, I guess. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I like to compete. Like I got really into chess for a while, and so
Are you good?
and no, not really. No. And
What's not good? What's your ranking? What's your rating?
It depends a lot on like the speed of the game. The fast ones, the minute ones, I'm beyond awful, and like the 10-minute plus ones, I'm like, I think I was 1,200 or 1,300 or something like that.
Okay. So you and I could have we could have a pretty good game, I think.
Yeah, maybe so, but only if we play bigger, the longer game, time controls.
I used to play like 10-minute, 30-minute ones, There's some people that only want to play like the 3-day ones, and I'm like, I'm too ADHD for that.
I kind of like those ones, the turn-based ones where you have a week or 3 days to make your turn. It's
too
just
long.
like, but you just make a move every couple days.
Right, but I made a move and I'm like setting something up and I'm like, oh my
Then you
God.
forget.
Did he fall for it? Right.
Yeah,
Did he forget?
yeah.
Is this game over?
That's why you just have to start like 5 of them, 6 or I used to just start like 10 of them and play them. But then I kind of realized like poker, I don't know, poker is that kind of, but for money, right? And I can always improve at poker, and so now and honestly, chess was tilting me so bad. Chess is so frustrating.
You ever throw your phone in chess?
No, I never throw my phone, but I just get annoyed because like you don't have anyone to blame in chess, or you can't justify it like, oh, maybe that was a good play. Like in poker, it's not so clear. In poker, you're like, oh, maybe that was okay. I called and lost, but he could have had these hands, maybe.
Right.
In chess, like when you just give your rook away, you're just a dummy, and it just annoys the hell out of me to do that. So I was just making too many blunders. So
Do you tilt though in general, poker, or no? Because you strike me as very Phil Galfond-esque.
Yeah, I'm naturally, luckily, just very, I guess, not too emotional with, and having it affect my decisions, I guess. So I don't tilt really, no. I think sometimes I used to play bad whenever, this is like pre-solvers, whenever, if I would like drink the night before or something, if there was a party or something and I would drink, the next day I would be much more impatient, I notice, and more likely to just like have a huge bluff and fire my sack off, like way more than I should.
Okay.
But now, like, I have so much foundation that I'm always thinking theory and things like that now, that's just way, I mean, I don't like party like I used to either, but
no,
sometimes.
Were you
sometimes
a
I
partier
do.
back in the day?
No, I'm not. I mean, I was like in college and stuff. Like we would go out a lot, and drink a lot. But now, like, I just have such a good foundation of theory that it even if I feel like that, I won't let myself do something because I know how bad it is or something. So it's kind of good. Yeah.
I want to talk Hall of Fame.
Okay.
I was commentating on the World Series of Poker this summer, and we've got hours and hours and hours to kill.
Yeah.
Besides the poker, and a lot of times one of the favorite topics we always talk about is, hey, who's this year's nominee?
Yeah.
We can get into whether they messed it up and whether there needs to be more nominees. But forget about that. I brought you up.
Okay.
I was
Thank
like,
you.
At what point, he's eligible. You're over 40.
Yeah.
And I was like, at what point does Jeremy Osmus get into the conversation? And it was funny. Somebody else on Twitter mentioned the same thing, and I was like, 6-time bracelet winner. He plays the highest stakes, $22 million in lifetime earnings. At what point is Jeremy in the conversation here?
Yeah.
Does that mean anything to you? I mean, is that something that's important to you?
Yeah, it would be cool to get in there.
It'd be cool.
I would like to get in. Definitely. I don't feel like it's really I feel like it's definitely tailored more towards live WSOP players, right? And that's kind of why I'm in the conversation, because there's people that have a lot more winnings than me that aren't in the conversation, maybe. I mean, maybe not a lot of people, but some people. So I feel like it's a little biased in that sense. Yeah, but so that's why I feel like I'm kind of...
I think it's biased toward Americans too. I mean, that is obvious as well.
For sure, yeah, American live, exactly. So, yeah, I would like to get in there. That'd be amazing. This year, the system they have, I don't know, you have to be publicly nominated, and I was nominated the year before, so I assumed I was more likely, because then I won a bracelet after that, and I've, done really well.
The year before, you were the flavor of the month. I mean, then it's like,
Yeah, but I thought
I've had coffee chip.
But I thought I still was, because I made 7 final tables, and
and
I won another bracelet, and like I did all these things. I'm like, oh, I'll be in there for sure this time.
surprisingly quickly. I just don't, it's just nervy when people just expect to know stuff and then it's like, oh shit. It used to just be like on screen, just like, oh, that's it, dude. Now it's just really easy.
Let's do it again.
Off we go again, guys. Should get to the FT at some point in this session.
Yeah, final 12.
Only got to lose 3.
I don't know if we got the chip counts or not. We did. Look at Dom. What is happening?
It's mad. That one card, that ace on the river, he was literally one card from being out, ace on the river, double, and now look at him, 3.2 million. Heaps to have at this stage. Actually good for a quarter of the chips in play for Dom. So
all just them that 10 minutes changed it completely.
Yes, it did, and a lot of short stacks out there, but we'll see how things play out. Let's get into things first hand of the sesh about to kick off. And it should be a shove from Steve. There we go. And is Adam working with anything he can run it with? No, he is not. Big blind now 60k as well. Stack's really starting to shallow.
Jay Wes, take yourself off pause. That was 20 minutes ago plus. In fact, it was 20 minutes ago. Don't pause the chat or pause the stream and then try and get into the keywords. It don't work like that.
Yeah, I'm probably going to hold off on the keywords for this session until we hit the FT, because with 3 players that we got to lose, could be 10 minutes to half hour. And then when we're at the final table, we'll do some more keywords for the chat box. Still got 7 to give away. No, got 6 to give away. 1 double, 2 singles, 6 more to throw at the chat box. Paul, ace queen of diamonds in the hijack. Goes for the 2.5 Xer. And I doubt that's going to interest Ian. Even with queen jack off here, feel like against this slightly larger opening size, he'll just send the queen jack into the mark. Gianfranco, that's covering stack in the big. Cuspy, but if we are confident in post flop abilities, think we're fine to get in. Having opponent covered as well, getting to defend a few pips tighter, defend a few pips wider. In with the 8-6. And it's a spicy looking flop for the 8-6.
9-7 deuce wrapped around it. Gianfranco.
Yeah, up and down here. And see if Paul is going to continue 2 clean overcards, backdoor, flush draw alongside it. We'll see how Gianfranco proceeds here, but is he going to get aggro with the 8-6? It's kind of hard, really. We don't want to raise and get jammed on against an overpair. Yes, we can fold out some ace-high, king-high stuff, but we're going to have a heap of equity against the ace-high, king-highs anyhow going to the turn. And king of spades turn, going to be a lot better for Paul's range than Gianfranco. Gianfranco shouldn't really have any king-x unless he's turned 2 pair. So Paul just going to pressure some 9x, 7x, perhaps some deuce-x here with the double barrel. 225 into 600. So between 35 and 40%. And now the 8-6 really going to shrivel and probably just wants to fold. Unless he wants to go for the check jam.
Well, he's thinking about it.
If he feels like this is an opponent, we'll barrel some ace high, we'll barrel some queen jack, jack 10, queen 10, we'll barrel some ace x of spades. even against this size, I'm not a fan of this out of position tower. Yes, we're probably getting direct price like 3.7 to 1.
You prefer the jam?
I prefer fold. I think fold's just the best option. As Gianfranco, just because on rivers we don't get to dictate the action, we just play check again, and then Paul will just check back a lot of hands. But to be fair, he's probably going to get the lot here. Gianfranco going to be a river that Paul gets to potentially jam on. Oh, he's going to lead. Yeah, not the avenue. Just play check. If Paul's got some stronger King X, he goes for value. If he's got a hand like he has, potentially get the bluff out of that.
Well, this might work.
Yeah, no, Paul never call in. But we potentially get some more value from checking here. Because like we just don't have any bluffs. Once we go check call, lead river, like where are we meant to get bluffs from? Like as Gianfranco there, we just check potential pull with queen in hand, sets us all in, we snap, we've then got a huge stack. But I feel like turn probably does just fold at this stage, even against that size, even against just north of third pot on the turn, and we're getting that price out of position. I feel like it's one that does want to mark the 8-6 off. I feel like fold's going to be better than jam, and jam's going to be better than call. I feel like call's probably the worst option on the turn there. In the short term, it's the best option. We just slam the 10 off on the river. I feel like in the long term, maybe the worst avenue to take with the 8-6. And then once we actually get there, just check river. Get our opponent to bluff. Get our opponent to value bet king.
Who we backing, guys? Here we go.
From this point out, who do I fancy? Is Kieran still in?
Yeah.
I fancy Kieran then. I don't even know how many chips he's got. You'll probably go for Dom. Okay, let me guess. Dom is your pick or Stephen? Who are you going with?
I'm with Scarlet.
You're going for Scarlet, okay?
I want to know what Ian's polishing off. That's what I want to know. That player can go straight back into the cupboard by the looks of this.
See in the background there, someone on the feet on the outer table as they walk past the telly. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
What's that?
Just lost one out of table.
Yeah.
Scarlet
What?
has gone.
Get away.
Good timing, Tower. Great timing.
Oh,
as
no.
always. Scarlet Passway. Great run from her. Out in 12th for £960. That leaves us with 11.
All of it, says Adam. Oh, sorry, Scarlet. How do I run that bad?
So this is only a 7 big blind jam, closer to 8, but still 7 bigs from Adam. Ace-9 off here, has to go in for Andrew. I keep saying has to, but these players aren't always taking the best avenue. It's a £200 com, it's what we expect. Maybe people not used to running 2 tables out, not recognising what hands they should be calling at what stack depth. But you think about Adam's shoving range in the cut-off, he's going to shove any ace when folded too. He's going to shove stuff like King 9, 9-10 suited, 8-9 suited. Oh wow, the ace-9 into the muck.
Into the muck.
7 big blinds, late position, all in. We've got ace-9. We're just going to dominate so much that wants to move all in. Chooses against it.
Afternoon, Mel. Poker Mel. Many congratulations, Millie Molly Mandy.
Well, I'm Millie Molly Mandy.
Well done to you for the closer win. Do you know if the Grosvenor Live vouchers will be able to be used for all 888 events? Yes, you can indeed. Any vouchers can be used for any NPL event, including 888s, Goston in Grosvenor casinos, and any GUKPT or NPL events outside of them. So yes, is the correct answer. Is that the same Mel that destroyed Mr. Teague heads up?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Popular winner you were, Mel.
Yes.
So Paul with a shove here. 11 bigs. Just under. Against Steve's gun open. Raise and take. Well, reshove and take. What are we doing about food today, Tal? No dinner break in the Voyage. We've got 15 minutes
break.
every couple of hours.
Well, we'll have to take 5 or 10 for a snack. But I've seen.
You've seen? Okay.
I've seen on a regular basis the fish and chips.
You want the fish
going
and
through
chips?
the casino, and I think I need to try it.
Okay.
I'm not
What, from
wandering
here?
out
Fish
anywhere.
and chips from here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not wandering out anywhere. I think I've seen it and I thought, I think I like the look of that. I might just try the fish and chips.
Okay. Let me know how it is.
I do like the sound of the giggling squid.
The giggling squid. Pocket sevens for Paul. Right, one that can go both ways. Seems kind of close on button specifically, but raise call for 15 fine. Open shove seems fine as well. I'm actually not sure. Maybe this is the one that ekes out most. And here we go. We got Ian with ducks. Here we go. Ian running right into it, and this is why raise call is going to work out a treat. If we just open shove, Ian never calls deuces, but the raise call getting deuces to shove over the top, and now Ian Simpson drawing to 2 outs.
Oh, we lose Mr. Ian. Deuces never loses when he needs to hit one. Well, as we know, running straight guards and malarkey.
I reckon 4 arts, 9 Ian.
4 arts. Well, none
not,
of that.
that's not even one in sight for him.
Not even a draw.
I was trying to talk it in for him. It needs a deuce now, and only a deuce.
Can he find the deuce? It is not. It's a 4. Unlucky, Mr. Ian Simpson. Eliminated in 11th for £1,080. So 1 bullet, profit.
That's what he does.
Straight from Madrid after profit.
More money for the backpack.
Absolutely.
So one more, guys. We're going to be at an FT because we have just come back from break. I don't think we're going to have a long break when we get there. We'll just be chip counts, players seated, off we go. I reckon 5-10 minutes tops. We'll hold off the keywords until we're at the final table. And here we go. Is this going to be it? Steve, all in. Blind on blind, ace and 9. Adam calls it off. 9 big blinds, ace jack. Bit of a cold deck, blind on blind.
And he holds about, says Adam. If he doesn't hold, we're on the FT. Yep, the diamonds are covered. Oof, next door.
Is it a 9 ball? Or will we continue?
Is it the corner pocket? And it is not. So we double.
And we play on. 5-handed on both tables.
He'll have done well to try and spend 65,000 euros in 3 days, coming back from Madrid.
Imagine the banana cases you could buy for that amount of money. So, Jim
You can
Frank.
see on the table though.
Yeah, we
Maybe
haven't
that's
seen
why.
we haven't seen the banana case come out. So defend from Gianfranco, as he should do with the 8-5 suited. Check from Gianfranco. Over to Paul. Bit of flop lag for us. Waiting to see the board.
A queen and an 8. We'll catch a piece.
Spot of bother, we call this. Middle pair going to have to check call once, as he does. Perhaps a saving turn for Gianfranco here. Feel like met with a second barrel of Paul. We are just going to let the 8 go here. We are ahead of some stuff, the ace king, the king 10, the ace 10, but as the opener, Paul's still going to have all strong queen X, aces, kings, pocket 8s, pocket deuces, 10-9 suited, a lot of value stuff out there, and I'd be surprised if this 8 didn't head into the muck for Gianfranco, faced with the double barrel, gets a bit more tricky, say if it's like a 7, a 4, giving a second pair still, but there's the fold, and we're heading straight on over to an outer table, guys, and it's Dom Kuguda against Ken, and Ken needing a king, queen or jack, does not find it on the river. 9 on the flop for Dom, so Ken is going to be our 10th place finisher, no FT for him, and we are going to have a short break, guys. We will be back about 5 minutes time. We're just getting the chip counts in, we're just going to get everything set, everyone in the right seat, and we will be back in 5 minutes time with the final table.
See you soon for the final.
how their public nomination thing is like, I don't know if someone has to on Twitter, formally say it. I don't really know. It seems a little unclear to me. So anyways, I don't really know, but I do think the current system allowing one in probably needs a change, and it's very hard to determine, like, industry people and players, like, how do you compare the two? But all that being said,
and you brought up some players. I mean, like Ike and Jason Kuhn. You got a whole bevy of players that are about to turn 40.
that's the thing. That's why if I wasn't going to get in this year, it's going to be tough because there's so many auto ins right away first year. Schulman and Ike, and there's lots of them that are just turning 40 that maybe Galfon. So, but I was happy to see Antonius when I saw he was nominated, which somehow he wasn't nominated. Maybe he just turned 40. He's like,
I think people just assumed because he's ridiculously gorgeous, they just assumed he was still 27.
Yeah, right. He does look very young. So maybe that was his first year. He clearly, I mean, I don't know about all the rest of us who should have got in, but he was the clear guy. Not comparing him to the industry people because that's tough, but as far as poker players, he's just a legend and he's crushed poker for how long, and so he clearly should have been the guy that got in. So
yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. I mean, I don't think they necessarily have gotten it wrong. I mean, Brian Rast the year before that.
Yeah.
This year, Antonius. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of, I think we need more. Otherwise,
yeah.
there are really deserving people out there that are never going to get in.
Right.
Which is kind of stark contrast to, like, other sports Hall of Fames where it feels like
everyone's in.
Everybody gets, you won a Super Bowl? Yeah, you're in.
Yeah,
it's
right.
like Oprah, you get in.
in. Well, it made sense, right? When I don't know how long it's been around, but since the 70s or 80s probably, it made sense one guy a year would get in maybe. But
right.
now poker is enormous, so to keep that same ratio is kind of silly.
Well, they probably thought in the 70s, they're like, okay, if we do this one thing, everybody gets in. I mean, even, listen, we can put Eskimo in it pretty soon. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's like, no, not all these great players are going to get in, so I don't know what they'll do.
I feel like back then there might have been a thought also of, hey, let's just put them in, make them feel good, because then I'll keep playing the cash games. Like, it was so manipulative back then.
I bet it was.
Right?
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, I know he sucks at poker, but who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
He loses. He's an all-star for us, right? He's a Hall of Famer. He's our Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to turn our attention, and then we'll pretty much be there. Your family. You met your wife in college, in Colorado. You moved to Vegas. You guys have long distance for a little bit. Then she's like, okay. I guess she figures out that you're the guy, and she moves to Vegas, and you guys have a life. Talk about her for a second. I checked out her Instagram, and just to add on to your, like, ridiculous life, beautiful family, gorgeous wife, and she's, like, super handy? Like, what is that? How does that work?
She has recently just started doing that as a hobby, and she's gotten
as a hobby. Okay, listen. A hobby is like, hey, I can build a chair.
No,
she builds homes.
Not quite, but almost. She can do like electrical stuff now, and because she's really into redoing a room or something, and so she started doing that and just teaching herself how to do it. Just it started small, and then she just kind of liked it and was like, okay, I'm gonna do this room. And now at this point she's redone like our whole house, like she's tiled, she'll build cabinets, everything. So I used to work at a cabinet shop, so I like to take some credit that
you're handy too.
Yeah, I worked I was a woodworker for years.
Of course you were. Why would I doubt that?
So I can help her with some of that stuff, or give her tips and advice, but a lot of the stuff, like, I have no clue, and she's figuring it out and doing it, and yeah, she's amazing. Like, she's always been very supportive of poker and been there, through the ups and downs, and
okay, listen, everybody in poker, by the way, hates you. You know this, right? I mean, no, I'm being serious, okay? You're like Tom Brady. You're good. You're obviously great at poker. You're a good-looking dude, okay? I'm secure enough with my sexuality. I have no problem saying that. You're a good-looking dude. You've got a gorgeous family. You've got a gorgeous wife. You've got a YouTube channel, and I know there's only 2 videos on it, but you play music. Yeah. And now you tell me that you're also, like, you're a craftsman. You're a woodworker. What are you bad at? Like, what are your faults?
We're just going to get a chip count from you as well, guys. So if you could make that slightly easy for Rich, that'd be great.
Sorry? You've already got this. Okay, what size? It's a 6 rate.
So, final table of 9, just about to start. So we said it was 5 minutes, and literally was 5 minutes.
We needed.
And yeah, Jack, very nice to see new faces on the table. Adam Deary in 1, Dominic Kaguda in seat number 2, Phil Gregg in seat number 3, Steve Ricketts in 4, Paul Leach in seat number 5, Gianfranco Pernicone in seat number 6. Joseph sat in seat number 7, Andy Miles in 8, and Kieran McCulloch in seat number 9. Every two, unity. Rich Steve turn the dance floor. Just about to start the final table of the Voyage. So here we go, final table. Who's gonna take it down from here?
And go.
I know. We literally said who's gonna win it, and I went Scarlett's gonna win it, and then Jay went next out Scarlett.
Yeah.
So my fault.
Blame him,
So
blame him.
apologies, but you'll win the main instead.
Tried a bit of squeeze play, didn't she? Walked into aces. Big blind by a couple of aces. What do you do?
What? Nothing. Just unlucky, but well done. Good cash.
Still proud of her.
Absolutely. Best in the house. That being number 3. Unlucky Scarlett.
The line on the back feet.
21 for the week.
Yeah, that's not looking the best. Actually, no, we're all right. We're right. The thing is, Friday, Saturday, it's going to be hectic. People walking past, busting the main. Never guess what just happened. Bust the main. Never guess what just happened. We're going to have it a lot over the course of the weekend. But we are off first hand of the FT. Here we go, guys, playing for just shy of £15,000. And our first trophy for the 888's going to be given away at some point this evening. And I'm going to get us started with the A6 of clubs. Makes it 125. Steve, any fruitfulness here with the big stack? We don't need to go large with our free bet size, as Adam has opened off at 20, but if we wanted to, Steve could go for a little 300k here. Really put the pressure on as one of the bigger chip stacks. Suited ace-X on the bun. Going to use a bank.
Into the bank. Yeah, 6 is he calling. We're going to see a flop. Looks like a raise. 3.5. 2.9.
Really good. Really nice from Steve. this is what we want to be doing, and sizing's a really nice choice as well, just accounting for the stack depth that Adam has opened from. Little free bet to 290, and now Adam just caged here with the ace-6 suited, can never play call. Most of the time should be folding. If we had the ace-5 suited here, maybe tempted to send ace-6 suited. Just let Steve have this one, I guess. Move on to the next hand.
On to the next. Coolman 76 says 2 tables. Just 47 minutes later.
Yeah, a lot of data delayed watchers today.
Yep. Coolman, make sure you've got us watching live. So the final 9. Who's going to win it? Lindsay says Dom, hopefully. Is the birthday list getting longer, Lydia? I love it. It's getting much longer. Sevens for Andrew all in. For 8. So good to see all these new faces on the. I knew we'd see a lot more new faces down in Portsmouth anyway, because there'll be a lot that don't travel to Pompey. There's plenty going on. Don't forget the 25-50 that's all around the country as well. You got Blackpool on this week. You got Stockton on. You got Walsall on. Plenty going on. Edinburgh's on. Loads going on. So it would be one of the stops that are full on locals and the surrounding places. It's great to have them on the feature. Queen high flop, Queen 8-7, Josh flops bottom. Unbeknown what Andrew's checked out the biggies, but it won't be too big a hand. So Dom's still cheap leading 60 bigs. Joseph gets up to 14. Andy Miles on 8.4. 8.4 bigs. Queen 8 for Steve. Out of the way. Andrew in seat number 8. So Andy Miles raises. Don't Alfio bubbled. We'll be watching. Kieran in 9 with a King 5 out of the big. $60 bigs for chip leader. So 9 out of 324. Final table underway in the Voyage. Ian Simpson busting out in 11th. Good run from him. Easty and Josh turning up tomorrow. They paid 38 places. And Dave Winslade was first out in the money, and as we mentioned, Alfie Miles was the bubble. And we have our first all in on the table. Ace King for Phil. Ace Jack, jump from Gianfranco again out of the way. Ace Jack suited. Perfect timing.
So it's not that bad, but it just needs to.
There, the old toolmaker watching on YouTube. It'd be nice for Joseph to win it. Most of the players local down here. Uh-oh. Red weather alert on your phone in Edinburgh. What's that, Cat? Red is serious. Red is not good. Adam with a 6-5 says no, can't do anything out of the small.
Your play flights are registered in the turbo dash. Receiving on screen, players who want to stop making way.
High winds over much of Scotland. Just a 70-mile-an-hour winds expected. Please stay safe, everybody, with the weather alert that's on, whoever it is. Storm Bertie or whoever it is. The free roll is on 888, Mr. Mark Wildman. 888 is where the free roll is on, because we are at 888 this week. It's on at 7 o'clock in an hour and 3 minutes time. The password is UKPL 2025. Storm Owen? I just said that. Is that a misspell? Eowyn. Owen. I used to have an old uncle Alwyn, but not Ewan. So back to the table. Jack and Paul raising up. Andy with the Jack says I'm all in. And Paul says, can I have an account, please? 77-mile-an-hour winds expected in Edinburgh tomorrow. Please stay safe. Phew.
You're in the final call, like the rest of the evening, so but actually make way for the common area, you can look down in one.
'So on to the next final table is with us of the Voyage, £250 entry. 14,000 to the winner. £14,830 to be precise. Four bigs as chip leader is our Dom, and we're playing for this 14,830. We've just locked up 1,420. A nice touch for a £250 buying 14,830 up top. Come on, Dom, says Aero. How are we doing, Karen? Karen will be happy. It's the rugby season starting next week. The Six Nations starts. Used to be 5. 6 Nations starting next week. Whoop whoop. She'll be like whoop whoop. Me and Mr. Aero be in pub. Kick off at 3. She'll be in pub at 11. Where is champion? Unfortunately, bust out 11th. The free roll starts at 7 and the password is UKPL 2025. 2025. Kieran from 9. Unbeknown to us what he does have. On to you, Adam, who's folding the Jack 3. No need to look at them, pal. They're in the bin. Green 6 for Steve. On the button. Raises to 175. Now the blinds are 80. You can see a jam. And a 30. But decides to raise it up. Looks like about 450. That'll do the same job. And indeed it does. Still on 9. Final table of the Voyage. £250 in, £14,830 up top. Adam, look at these, just what you need. Raising to 185. And a 10 bigs, 11 bigs, just shy off. Stevie with the 8s. Should be getting a customer. Might even get the lot in the middle. He might just say the words. Oh, it looks like, yeah, reaching for a lot of chips. So 3 bets to 425. In goes with the aces, and then it'll be a call, and we'll be off. Unless Joe does something with the ace queen. And 9 bigs probably won't be doing, even though he's on the big. He'll use the time. He's going to use the time bank. There's been a raise and a 3 bet in front of you. You've got ace queen off. I'm not calling with ace queen. Oh, did a bit of a dilemma for 9 bigs. A raise. Whoa, 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 he's not acted yet. Whoa, 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 he's not acted yet. The triangle there, Adam's got a bit giddy. So another time bank thrown in, and Adam thought it was the all-in triangle. It wasn't. It was a time bank. And ace queen eventually getting out of the way. He's got eights. You know what happens on an 8-8-8 stream when somebody's all in with pocket eights, don't you? You know what's happening, don't you? The festival nuts. You need to brick out the festival nuts. Oh no, it's happened as well. 8-5 jack. Oh, we need an ace and there's only one left. Wow, how many times have we seen it on stream? The festival nuts, 8-8-8. We see it so many times. Aces bust by the festival nuts, set of eights, 8-8-8. Adam Deary out for £1,420 in ninth. There is 8 players left. Ouch. Kate Swift could see Jud's tune back in and see Thomas chip lead. Look, Kate. I can play kings, I can play aces, I can play ace king. It's easy. This game is easy. Only kidding. Only kidding, you know that.
Please. Customers first, Jamie, you wait then.
Just 15 minutes, that's all you need. You need a cracking 15 minutes and then you just try and consolidate. There's a good lad, old Dom. But we all need that little 10 minutes spell. And he got it. Good luck to him. And he's now leading the way on the final table of the Voyager. The Voyage. Joe down at 8 bigs after just going through the blinds. 10 bigs for Andy Miles. Phil Gregg on 15. How was it?
It was really good. Really good shout.
I've seen it so many times.
I'd suggest it as well. I would suggest.
I've seen it so many times. The fishing just walking down here thinking, well, we've got to try that. So just lost Adam Deary. So you know what happened. Adam's all in for his 10. He clicked it. He got a 3-bet. Guy folded ace queen. He obviously moved all in with the aces. He's up against 8s. What happened?
8.
Festival nuts. Festival nuts straight in.
Bye back, everyone. Sorry, a little extended break.
No, I enjoyed the fish and chips. I'm glad it was good because it looked good.
It was terrific. It's a big old portion though, and you get your big pot curry sauce, you get your mushy peas, your pickled onions,
I think
everything.
I'm into it. I think you've come. I said that was what I was having, so I'm going on to it.
King 6 suited for Paul, makes it 180.
Queen 7-10, 3 diamonds.
Could find one big blind here if we wanted to as Paul. Don't need to go large on these mono boards. Goes for small though, which we like. 130. 130 going to get the job done.
So we're on 8 after Adam busting out.
Steve with the 6s. Gianfranco here, pocket 4 should be hitting the muck.
And does.
Ace Queen for Kieran. This is an interesting one for Kieran. I've just got back, not sure how stacks are situated, but it looks like Kieran is in a podium position. Top 3 stack, just covered by Dom and Steve, so could be just see cool here as Kieran for that reason. No free betting or not much going on if there is any. Oh my word. Oh my word.
I told you it was easy, Katie. I told you it was easy.
Dom. Saw him catch a couple of nice hands before we hit the final. King's here now. And what size are we going to see from Dom? Probably around 9-10 bigs here. What we're looking at, a 720, an 800.
About 5.5 fish. Bit bigger, 625.
Yeah, so 3 bets too, just shy of 8 bigs. I feel like we still want to go bigger here as Dom, but maybe it's a factor of trying to get maximum from our kings, wanting to keep some hands in that might fold to like 800k, but might come along against 625. Really trying to eke out as much action as possible. Steve now with the 6s should be getting out there, but this is going to be really interesting for Kieran because Dom is incentivised to play aggressive, squeeze more, have some like ace X in here as a bluff, some suited king X as a bluff, but then we always ask that question, although we know in theory they should be doing this, is this opponent the type to take like an ace 5 off here or suited king 6 and squeeze it up with the chip lead? Because if we land on the answer no, this is probably what we need to be doing as Kieran and just getting out of the way, because then their range just becomes so more top heavy. An ace queen off into the muck. Good fold from Kieran, loses min.
Dom on 48 bigs. 3.8 million. How many tickets we got left? 4?
2, 1, 1, 1. No, we should have 5 left, right?
5
I think it's fine. Line will let us know. We'll go to a keyword shortly now that I'm back.
Yeah.
And we'll do this one for 2 tickets. Should we say 6:30?
Yeah. Yeah. 6ish.
You better go and order some food first. You ain't eating today. You'll wither away.
I was up for breakfast at 9.
Oh, you've had breakfast, okay.
I was up for breakfast at 9 and it's good. It's nice.
I know you haven't eaten. If you want to go and order your food,
No, we're all
no
good.
dinner breaks or anything today for us. Just 15 minutes at the end of each sesh.
Well, the high roller's got 25 in it. That's not bad. The main event's got 31 in it. There's all sorts going on. The turbo dash is starting as well. That's got 20 in. There's 4 comps running. Done with the ace 830 to call. Just a click from. Oh, Dom moves all in.
Like it. I think it's really good when Andrew chooses to open. Because, like Andrew here, very, very well found raise call, but like in this scenario here, as Dom, we just expect Andrew to open shove most of his range tower that he wants to continue. If he's got ace 10, he shoves. Ace jack, he shoves. Ace 9, he shoves. Like all this type of stuff. King, queen, he shoves. So once he opens, he just becomes so polarised. We can't raise fold 9s, Andrew. We can't be raise folding 9s. But as soon as he opens off of this stack depth, he now becomes super polar. And he becomes super polar to like aces, kings, queens and this type of stuff, and then some bluffs. And when we have the ace, he's just going to have a lot more stills than he is hands that can raise call. And then the effective stack behind Dom is 13 in the big. So I actually really love this jam. It's not worked. We've run into 9s, but I'd probably take the same avenue. Just assume that Andrew's going to have a lot more stills here because we expect most of his range to open shove. We got the block up. Let's run it.
Randy Miles.
Oh, wow.
I tell you what.
Talk about getting there the hard way, Dom.
The festival nuts is a set of 8s, normally a pair of 8s with an 8 on the flop, but that's just as good.
Oh, well, looking good at the moment. Barry can have a day off, but we still have some fading to do. 9s and 10s going to be working for Andrew to stay alive.
He needs it. Oh, finds it!
There it is!
He finds it! The back door, basically, on a flop of 8-8 jack. When you're up against ace 8, he backdoors into it and doubles up to 1.7. How often do we see the 8-8-8? Here's 10 for Joe.
Just a jam here for Joseph. No messing about off of 8 from +2. Fine to open rip. And the Queen Jack suited now for Andrew. Like if we were in the big blind, definitely call this off. Still got 4 players behind us to worry about though. So it does let it go into the muck. Anything that Dom is working with. Phil in the small. Out the way too. Snap fold there from Phil. Ace 8 off. Thought we might at least have a tank up. Gets out the way correctly. Oh, we're going to have a misdeal here. Seat freeze full. Got a bit too giddy. Grabbed Dom's card. He goes, I want that one, I think. Must have been a good one. It's a whole load of napkins in late position. Anything Phil's working with on the button. Out the way, Steve. Oh, prime candidate in these ICM blind on blind spots. King deuce off. We love this one as a workup. Really nice one to raise up. Good block up, good unblock up. And Steve gets out of there. Nice little take. Paul gets out of there. Nice little take from Steve. Payouts at the bottom of your screen. Rolling across. Here we go.
£14,860 up top. How is Portsmouth? Very nice, actually. It's on a proper nice little estate, this, isn't it?
You know that building? The one that's like...
The Spinnaker.
It's like no windows, then there's just a few windows at the top.
What is at the top?
Does someone live there by themselves? And how do they get up there?
What is at the top?
I don't know what's
at the top of the Spinnaker, please?
Because there's literally just a few glass. I see just a few windows.
Imagine being window cleaner.
Yeah, I'm just like, how did they get up there? What's going on up there?
Imagine being window cleaner. Yes, it's very nice. It's on a lovely little shopping centre. Yes, we know the drive's a long way down, and we're literally at the end of England. But when we work in Blackpool, we've got 5 minutes. It's a 5-minute walk. So it is one of them. But no, really like it. I like the area. I'd like to explore it. I would like to explore it. I'd like to come back in the summer when the ferry's on to the Isle of Wight and get across there. I might even get to a Portsmouth match one day.
It's a viewing platform, says Happy Ray. How'd you get up there? I'm assuming there's a lift in the big white column. But I was outside earlier. I was just having a look at it. I was like, bloody hell, that'd be a lovely spot for a poker game, wouldn't it? Top of there. Just a little glass box at the top of a big white column. Nah, there's no chance. There's stairs only. I'm not falling for that. I'll go and have a look later in the week. No, only stairs, no lift. Went to a birthday party up one day, a long way for a smoke, lol. King Jack suited for Steve, going to open from cutoff. There's a restaurant and a viewing platform. How good would it be, JG, if we could get a poker table up there, all the kit, live stream the final from the sky. I'm probably going to go and have a look later in the week. And Joseph here, could be some bother. I'd personally shove this versus Chip Leader, who should be opening really wide. He is going to not even defend. I thought that was the last avenue he'd take. Fold. It's well timed. We were dominated as the blinds increase. That's a tight old fold from Joseph in the big there. When we are outright short stack, could have seen both avenues. Weren't expecting that one. That's where you thought the booth was going to be. I'd love it. I'm surprised Joseph didn't take that one. I would probably be out the door. But Joseph still sat there. Survives. Now Steve. 10-6 off. Thought about it for a second. Ah, this is why we fold the Queen Jack off. We wait for a better spot, and I say we wait for a better spot. We run straight into Big Slick in the big blind of Andy. This is cruel blind on blind. The fact that it folds to us, we have sub 9 in the small, and we look down at Ace Queen. We are doing handstands and cartwheels in our head. And next thing you know, we've got to find a 3 outer to save our tournament. Unfortunate here for Joseph, not much we can do. Has to go in blind on blind. Well, we got some chop opportunities.
We're gonna chop it up.
So Ace or Jack to chop this. Would love to see a Queen.
Would love to see a Queen. It's a 9. Same scenario. Joe is all in for his 9. And it's a 9 on the river as well. So in go the time banks. You know the players left the table already when the time banks flying to the middle.
Exactly that.
So Joseph finishing in 7th, sorry, in 8th for £1,660. Well done, sir. It's about time Ryan Frondra had a shave. I have never seen you with facial hair in years. Ever.
This is where it all happens, is it?
This is it. First
What do
time.
you do? You just commentate after the hands. How do you?
20-minute delay.
20-minute delay.
So obviously you can't text me.
No,
Oh my word, you got
I
Ace's
wouldn't speak.
phone.
You only put your number. You wouldn't even give it to me.
Thank you.
Do you want a drink as well?
I'd love one, please.
It's a good
Yeah,
setup,
perfect.
isn't it? It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's come on a lot. Come on a lot since the old days.
The old days,
Sat
you
upstairs blogging away.
Walking around with a Walkman attached
Yeah,
to your
yeah.
belt. That's good.
Nice to see you around.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm watching Andy on the final table.
Good lad.
Ace do suited. Steve, any ace as the chip lead up from any position seems fine. I wouldn't tangle with the chip leader with this holding as Gianfranco. 16 bigs, like the fold from him. Andrew should be doing the same. Over to Kieran in the big blind. Oh, well now Kieran's turn to find Big Slick, and I feel like with ICM there may just be some jamming going on when we're covered by Steve, and like we're sitting 4th in chips. Like one that could definitely 3-bet call, but I think maybe we play more jams when we're sat 4th in chips and Steve covers. And there you go, does play jam. Seems like a lot to jam for a hand as good as Ace King, but I feel like with ICM there, it does just want to jam and not play pots out of position. Like we 3-bet to 8 bigs, get called, non-ace high or king high board, going to be in a few tangles, but this should be working.
So Queen 6 for Steve, out of the way from 1.
And they've got a little bracelet. So it's like one out with like.
There's a smoking area out there. I thought it was out there on the right.
Oh yeah,
this
yeah.
is different.
King Jack suited for Andy Miles. So your sun bubbles
Yep.
You're on the FT. Do you give me his banging back?
No.
No? Oh, get you.
You've got to teach the kids to do it our way.
Get you, man.
I bet you're that type that if you're playing your nephew or let's say for you, your grandson at Mario Kart, I bet you let him win.
No, never.
Exactly, that's how it should be.
Absolutely
That's how it should
I love
be.
Mario Kart.
You got to make sure if you're playing someone, 6-year-old, whatever it may be, if you're playing them at a game, you wipe the floor with them. No, I'm being serious. I was like it with my nephews going on. Literally,
That's a bit tough.
They learn a hard lesson that day that they come round Uncle Jay's. I'll tell you that. They learn a hard lesson. Not all just letting them win like Mum does.
Oh dear. Oof. Ooh.
So Andy, yeah, don't give the lad his buy-in back. Let him learn the hard way. He shouldn't be bubbling.
Poor old Alfie.
And in all the commotion of the all-in and call, I actually forgot about the keyword.
Are we doing another?
We said past, so I'm waiting for Lime to let me know what the keyword's going to be, and then we will head to keyword shortly. And he says his son and him also final tabled the PLO. So no, he won't be getting his buy-in back.
Oh, fair enough.
Both on the FT and the PLO. This one's going to be for 2 tickets.
Whoosh.
Couple of ladies for Paul.
The Queens. He's played well, Paul. I like watching him play.
The free bets with the 8-3 and 7-8 from the big blind earlier were a bit out of line. I'd give him that, but
He got him through.
He did. He
can mix it up.
Can't do anything here. Phil 4-3 suited in the small. Got to hit the muck.
Ontario Poker says line ? Oof. Is that serious? Don't think there's going to be any action for out of the big.
And we're going to keyword after this hand, guys. We're all ready. Lime's ready in the chat box.
Yes.
Should be seeing some defence here from Steve. 4-5 of hearts. Oh, you can't fold that, sir. Not as the chip leader covering. I know it's 2.75x, but even still, 4-5 of hearts into the muck with the chip lead in the big blind. What's in the water in Portsmouth?
Keyword
time. I've got $22 for 888 Poker to give away to you guys. It's as simple as this. I am going to say the keyword. Lime will write the keyword in the chat, and then you type the keyword in the 888 Poker TV Twitch chat. And the next keyword, 2 $22 tickets up for grabs, is
banana.
FT hype. FT hype is the next keyword. FTHYPE for $22 on 888 Poker. Get your guesses in the chat box, and we got a raid as well.
FT hype.
Andre Icots with the raid on Twitch, so everyone else has a chance to play keyword.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Thank you, Andre.
Check out Andre Cos on Twitch.
Jack 10 to it for Steve, blind on blind. Gonna bump this up. Makes it 350. Size seems really nice. And Paul just out of there.
FT Hype. Love it. Phil Gregg on 8 bigs. Now in the danger zone. Living in the danger zone. The danger zone.
So this hand, and then we'll head over to Lime to close the giveaway with the countdown as always. A couple of minutes is all you guys need. Phil, A7, all in. Looking like getting through. Not looking like getting through. We can't fade the big blind, and it's a snap from Gianfranco. And Phil going to be looking for 7s to survive.
Ace 7 for Phil.
After this hand, we will roll to the key word. But Phil needs a 7 to roll off. Running aces is the only avenue out to chop. We need running aces to chop.
When you've got the arrow at the side of 99, that's not a good sign.
That is not a good sign, and that will seal the deal on the turn. A7 drawing dead.
Phil Gregg, £1,970.
So guys, are we ready? Lime will begin the countdown shortly. I got two $22 tickets to give away.
Oh, what's that telly, Simon? Oh, he can't be out, Phil. He didn't sling the time banks in at the dealer. Here, have them. FT Hype. 8. Oh, and on the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. We've got to. 4, 3, 2. Last chance. Literally. Done. Okay. Here we go.
Who's it gonna be? Congratulations, Lazy Poker Slop. You have won the giveaway. Great name.
Oh, drinking water at the wrong time then. Oh my word.
And the second one goes to Grundy 40.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Congratulations, both of you. Lime will be in touch in the chat box and let you know how to claim those tickets for 8 poker. But we get to concentrate on the final 6 for the final of the Voyage, playing for just shy of £15,000. What would you do?
No, John Walton says Pomp is a great place, but I expect you'll be too busy to have a good look around. Yeah, all stream starts at 12:20 this week, so unless I'm up really early and have a quick wander around, it all depends on the wind. Please stay safe wherever you are. Red weather warnings in Scotland.
Oh, we're miles from there.
Yeah, I know, but it's all over the country. It's 50-mile-an-hour winds tomorrow in Portsmouth. And that's a long way from Edinburgh.
It is.
That's a long way.
We're going to have some antics sat here all week, I'll tell you that.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll tell you what, Friday or Saturday night, we're going to get asked so many questions. Where's this? Where's
what
that?
What are you doing here?
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
CCTV?
That was an absolute
that I don't think I've laughed that much ever. That was one of the funniest things I've ever experienced. Lifetime. if you get the chance, check out Spice Island for a flavour of Old Portsmouth and some cracking pubs.
Spice Island. That sounds great. Might have to come down here. When are they going to 25.50?
We'll look after this hand.
Look on the list. Or any mini festivals.
Yeah, I'm going to open the ace-x here. We're six-handed. Don't mind it. Effective low jack. Need to be careful though when chip leader is on direct left. Do need to tighten up that opening range. If we were chip leader and we had everyone covered, mandatory open. But when we're covered by 2, feel like this does still fold. But when we're chip lead, just going to open relentlessly. Any clicks? It's going to be fold from Dom, I reckon. But this is one that could click. This is a candidate that we could potentially go for the clickety-click. We prefer a6 off. 4-bet not all in. LP versus blinds, but you can't be nitpicky all the time. Maybe we could find it here as Dom gun versus hijack. Like we literally would just click. We'd make it 920. Oh, he's not going to find it, is he? The longer he fought, the more I thought that it was coming in from Dom.
Red weather warning in Northern Ireland from 7 until 2 tomorrow. Threat to life. You've got the government warning on the phone.
What?
Oh, mad.
What?
Yep. Please stay safe.
I didn't realise it was that bad.
Yep, that's tomorrow. So, Portsmouth, 26th of March till the 30th of March, 25.50. We've got one in August and one in November. Well, I'm not coming back in November.
We're in Blackpool.
It's too bloody cold. Oh, well, all right, still t-shirt weather, but it's cold.
You're going to be in Blackpool anyway, and you said it's colder down here. It's 200 miles more south.
Yeah, it's a little bit cold, isn't it? Still t-shirt weather walking around today, but it was all right walking around in my t-shirt when I went to the Spinnaker. What did we find out?
We found out it's a restaurant at the top.
Okay.
It found out that there's no lift. You have to take the stairs.
Get away!
So if you want to go for a fag break, that you've got to go all the way down and back up the stairs. Apparently, I don't know if the chap was winding me up. This is the thing, because there has to be a lift for emergency, surely. Imagine emergency up the top of there, and everyone's got to run up the stairs.
I'm not being funny, but where would you put the lift shaft? It's a funny old building.
That is true, isn't it?
Yeah. Remember, there's a winch outside. Just hook it to your collar, and down you go.
So that's what I found out about the Spinnaker, and you can go and visit. Apparently, you can go and have a look. Me and you could pop in, go upstairs, have a little
look at the menu.
Yeah, look at the menu. Off we go.
Come right down here.
Yeah, don't forget either guys. Free roll starting very soon. Password for that UKPL 2025.
Dan West watching on YouTube. Well done for your cash today. Out in 15th. Well played, Daniel.
You're in the lead, players in the high roller. You have just had a 3 minutes on break. You're watching it very late. That high roller players,
Yeah, imagine being the workman for the restaurant, taking the tables and chairs up and the sofas and stuff like that.
Delivery man.
Yeah, God.
Delivery of chips are here. Imagine that. I bet you look on your daily spreadsheet in the morning and you've got the Spinnaker delivery on and you're like, oh my God, not again.
And a couple of ladies for Andrew. Delight to see at a final table. Should be opening from a cut-off.
It's going to be our treat when I win this. Me and you all know.
Grundy 40 says, how do I unblock my whispers? So, I don't know if you're there. Well, I know you're there, Lime Ricky. I don't know that's why you don't take a minute off. There you go. Grundy 40. Follow the instructions.
There could be some trouble here for Dom with the ace-9 off. Like, in general, we prefer this one with position like cut-off open, we're on the button, hijack open, we're on the cut-off button to use this as a free bet. From the small blind, I think we're less inclined to take. A little indication that he's going to free bet though. A little look down at the chips. Like I'd like the ace-5 through ace-deuce here as Dom to take one of these. Ace-9 just seems too middling. Like we want to be unblocking some of the the raise folds, the 9x. Like, but he's still going to take it. To be fair, I love that he's showing the aggression with the ace blocker. I just feel like if I being really nitpicky, we prefer using the lower down ace-x, the ace-5, the ace-3, the ace-4, just the better unblocker in there, because this 9 does actually have a lot of interaction with Andy's opening range. He's going to open like 9-7 suited, king 9, queen 9. Like he's got a lot more of that stuff in there. So like we want to be unblocking that stuff. The raise folds from Andrew. But as I say, as Dom's, good to see some aggression shown in the form of a bluff. But bad news going to be incoming. Size is really nice. Can always talk about size. Probably on the money here where we want to be at this stack depth. Going to just be met with a 4-bet rip.
All in snap fold. Dom already knew. Gary McBride's nailed it. He's told us the restaurant's at the bottom. And the viewing is at the top. And that makes a lot of sense for delivery drivers. And then when you get to the top, there's a glass floor so you can look down.
Not for me, that.
Ooh. The music's belting in here.
Maybe one of them wasn't reading right or whatever. Yeah, it's just they were immediately horrible. It's accurate. I was just like, what's that? I'm gonna go on.
So open from Gianfranco, defend from Paul. Check back call on the flop, and Paul turns a lovely sight. And Gianfranco does have the King of Hearts in here, but not really the card we're looking to barrel on. Like Queen of Hearts, Jack of Hearts, going to be much better barrels than the Five of Hearts, just because Paul going to have a lot more interaction with this card when he calls flop. 8-9, 8-4 suited, 5-8. Like, it's just going to have a lot more stuff that can call again when this card rolls off. 8 of clubs on the end. Now we're going to go for some value with our two pair as Paul. Not worried about 9x. Not too much out there for the gun opening range.
So we'll probably be in the muck from Gianfranco.
Yeah, jam or fold. And we shouldn't be jamming because Paul can definitely have some 9x that's never going to get out of the way here. Well, he's thinking about it. The fact that he's used a bank here, he has to be thinking about jamming because we don't beat anything with call. Once the straight draw is complete, once the flush draw completes, there's literally no hand that this King Jack high can be in front of. So maybe weighing up his options here in the form of a jam. We do have ace 9, king 9 suited that would open from gun. We have pocket 9s. We have perhaps some ace x of heart traps on the turn.
Does get out of the way. 2,500 next out. 14,830. Oi, oi, the Miliottis are in the building.
How are we doing, Gary?
Oh, you're well, sir. I'm guessing we'll see you next in Coventry for the big one. The UK Poker Open. If you've not been tuning in for the big ones, the UK Poker Open is the biggest. It is $1 million guarantee on the main event. There they are. There's all started on the 16th of February with the satellites, and then full schedule. It's all on the app. Check it all out. But the big one is $1 million guarantee. We're there from Tuesday the 25th, doing full 6 days of live streaming. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and it's $1 million guarantee. That's the big one. I'm guessing that's when we'll see the Miliot brothers. Yeah, we're the Miliots. You be careful. So that'll be the next big one. But it's great to be down here in Portsmouth for the 888. It really is. Max Alistair just got in from work. I don't know what's the biggest shock. Ian Simpson's not on the final table, or Spurs are actually winning.
Get him barred, Lime. Get him barred. Time out for Max Ali, please.
Spurs are winning.
We've got Hoffenheim. Queen 10-5. Dom as the opener here. Not choosing to continue. What a delight to see. Not many better feelings at a poker table than turning a set.
Absolutely. Especially when we've not had the bestest of sessions.
Now I'm going to come with delay. And that's probably going to be that.
Yep. I don't do timeouts for sports or sporting opinions. There'll be nobody left.
So blinds up 120k. I believe this is the final level of this session, so should be 15-minute break. In 20 odd minutes. let towel up, go and have some fish and chips.
Gianfranco 20 bigs, Kieran 24, so too was Dom. 39 Steve Ricketts, chip leader. Look, he's super cool. So there's 90-mile-an-hour winds forecast tomorrow in Scotland.
Yes.
If I was playing North Berwick with Tom Gill,
yep,
he'd be in his shorts because he's that kind of guy.
Yeah.
How far with the wind could I hit the ball?
What, with you?
Yeah. So if it's right in behind me head, it's blowing me air forwards.
You catch it
and I'm stood
in the
there,
sweet spot of the driver.
Yeah.
I'd say 380.
Is that all?
I reckon.
90 now,
I'd say about 380. Yeah.
Ooh, I would expect it more. I don't know how much the wind actually helps you. It does help you, obviously, because you're eating into the wind. It's about three.
Because they're quite dense golf balls, aren't they? It's not like a little airflow that would just go the whole way.
No, that's true. It's not like a ping pong ball.
Yeah. Well, that would just keep going, wouldn't it?
It's
just
a
keep
ping pong
going.
ball for 2.5 miles.
It'll end up in the Shetlands, wouldn't it? Pocket 7's for Dom, opens from gun. Blinds are now at 120.
Phil Gregg last out on the final table, taking home 1,970. We're down to 6.
A7 suited for Paul. Opens in the hijack, makes it 225.
So 25 minutes to go until the break of 15 minutes. Sleepy the old. Good evening. Love it.
What are we doing? It's the pits. Final table. 6 remain. That's what we're playing for. I think we got 3 more keyword tokens to give away next session. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lime, but I believe we have 3 more 22 tickets to give away for 888 poker. Kieran on the button opens. Say 7 suited here. King 8 suited for Dom in the small. Kind of awkward. He's had a lot of really close spots, Dom, that could go a number of different avenues. This time just with the fold, and Steve has to take this one. There's too prime of an opportunity in my opinion. With the big stack. Well, we'll see if Steve takes it here, Tab, but when Kieran gets to open pretty wide on the button, even off of just north of 20, just going to be a lot of hands in there. And good, best blocker, we have an ace. Good unblocker, a 4. Like, there's not many 4x that Kieran wants to open. King 4 suited, Queen 4 suited, Ace 4, and that's about it. So, like, it's a nice little unblocker to have as a side card with the nut blocker. I'd really love to see Steve find it, whether he does or not. As I always say, don't know what goes on in the player's head. And maybe thinking now he's taken too long as well. Sometimes that gets in people's heads. They think, I've taken too long now. I can't really bluff. It looks weak after taking this amount of time. But he is going to find Time Bank News. A quick count of the 100k denomination chips.
Yep, like it.
Very good.
Make it about 800.
Yeah, I might have just even gone for the lot here. Because we're playing 120k tower. This is the thing. We're not playing 100k here. So we've actually got 18 bigs effective. But has left himself some room to 3-bet fold, I guess. And I doubt Kieran's going to be doing too much about this.
No.
Doubt he's going to be playing back. Depends what Kieran thinks as well. If he hasn't seen anything like this from Steve, and every time he's 3-bet, he's had value. I think we can just wait for a better spot. We can see the cards. Obviously, jam would be great here and now, but try and look at this against our opponent and our opponent's range, what they're supposed to have. But he's giving him a good long stare here. Maybe some live stuff going on from Kieran, trying to pick up on something.
Done with the 5-3. Out of the way, as you should.
Steve putting the pressure on now with the big stack. Makes it 4x here. Blind on blind with the ace-5 off, and Paul dominates him with the ace-9. But now it's Paul's turn to be in the cage. Not really going to feel comfortable jamming here for 22, but I think we may have to. Is he just going to fold ace-9 off, blind on blind? Because the way he's posturing it, it looks like a man that doesn't really want to continue in the pot. Does let it go.
Can I see your cards?
Oh, that's not a good one to see. He's only gone and span over the 5, hasn't he? So Paul Leach could have potentially taken the spot less, slightly less ICM, 6-handed. Then a couple of bust outs ago, but it's still there. Like I feel like 4-handed, we're always taking that as Paul, but the pressure from the chip stack working.
Anyone having trouble logging in on 888 on the mobile? Any issues being reported, Lime Ricky? Lime, is there any issues? And if you release a normal balloon filled with helium from Bristol, 3 weeks later it's in the south of France.
That can't be true.
Was he on a bus route or something?
This,
it could go anywhere.
Yeah, the wind depends what direction the wind's going, right? Yeah. Surely. Unless there's like some sort of wind channel from Bristol to France I'm unaware of.
Here's Queen for Dom. Going to be raising up.
Is it me or has Dom had ace queen?
83 times.
Like, seems like 10% of the time he gets dealt ace queen. Makes it 250. Gianfranco 4-3 of spades here. Suited connected, fairly low down. I still think we're fine to have a double. Look at 3. Does defend.
Jack 10-10.
Yeah, generally a board that we actually play more checks than people think on, the 10-10 board, just against big blind. They're going to defend a lot more offsuit 10x than say 3x, 4x, the lower down stuff. Just don't mind the check back here. As Dom, it's not like an insta c-bet one that we can play some checks on. 5 on the turn. He's going to find a little delay now for third. Gianfranco.
Out of the way. Zuma says it actually happened the following year. We had a balloon return from Belgium in a children's balloon race. I hope it comes with some chocolate attached to the bottom from Belgium. It's the best chocolate in the world. And well, actually, Toblerone's the best.
Really?
I would swim in it.
You'd swim in it?
It's my favourite chocolate by a mile.
Nah.
It is.
Not for me. The white chocolate Toblerone's not a bad shout.
Which is not chocolate, but
it is white chocolate. The clue's in the name.
Yeah.
Anything white chocolate for me, really. I don't actually eat chocolate too much, but when I do,
Toblerone's my favourite chocolate.
The Milky Bar white chocolate Easter eggs are probably my favourite.
When do you get them?
Usually Easter time.
Oh, okay. The white chocolate
Milky Bar Easter egg, because it's a white Easter egg.
Of course it is. The Milky Bar kids are on me. How many Milky Bars you get in the middle?
How are we doing, the Crazy Scotsman?
Oi, oi.
A team, I'm steaming.
The Crazy Scotsman's had a couple after work. Yeah. He went to Bennett's and that was it. I'm in.
So, Steve raise and take. Andrew out the way. Chipping up nicely, quietly, Steve. Not winning big pots, but all these small ones do add up, and non-showdown is the way to go. Get that red line working.
No, we're not on chocolate like we were last week. That was a full list of every chocolate bar in the world. So we're heading towards a break. 12 minutes to go until the end of this session.
White chocolate is very Spurs. Unbelievable. I agree. Because it's the best of the best.
Grundy 40 says, Lime Ricky, it won't let me send a whisper.
Race, 275. Pass. Seconds.
Having none of it.
With tens here.
Having none of it. Andrew going for it and then just sent back in his face with the tens. Nice little pickup. It is Jason. We all know it can't be good for us, white chocolate, and it's better to have dark chocolate, but beer's no good for us. We all like a beer when we finish work.
Yeah. Chips.
Chips. Burgers.
Donuts.
Big donuts.
Chocolate. Pizza.
You brew your coffee with dark chocolate, says Boogie.
Yeah, it turns it into a mocha, doesn't it?
Does it? Is that how mocha's made?
Yeah, it's half chocolate, half coffee. So if you have a nice coffee and stick dark chocolate in it, it turns it into a mocha. But it's fresh, obviously, it's chocolate.
Rather than them little flakes you get on a cappuccino on top, all that chocolate. Ace 4 suited for Andrew. Shove is what I'd like to see. 16 bigs. Like this one can't raise call. Like if we are going to steal on the button, like we prefer using offsuit Ace X, offsuit King X, stuff that can't raise call. Like when we have the suited Ace 4, we're not going to be able to call a shove for 16 bigs effective if someone jams. However, when we jam, like we fold out potentially some Ace 5, some Ace 6, some Ace 7, a Queen Jack, a Jack 10, stuff that's going to have decent equity versus us. But does just go for the open. And now we got a navigate post against Dom. Not much.
Well, Queen of Hearts is playing for Dom.
I was about to say not much navigation needed, but spot on tower. We got the second nut flush draw for Dom. Andrew here could go really small. Could find one big blind. Could find check. Does check.
5 of diamonds turn. Still best for Andrew.
I'm not sure as Dom if we want to start leading here. Yes, we have this Queen of Hearts, but we pick up Showdown now. I guess we maybe get some value from some like King Queen, Queen Jack, King Jack with a heart, but like it's difficult to dislodge better here, isn't it? Maybe something like Black 7s, Black 8s. But other than these, I doubt we fold out many better holdings as Dom. Unless he is thinking about running a multiple street bluff to target like Jacks through Kings, 10x. This type of stuff. Well, river. It can come in. If that's a Jack, now I'd really like bluff as Dom.
That looks like the Jack of Hearts.
Oh, I wouldn't need to bluff if it's the Jack of Hearts.
Or not. You can't see the card, unfortunately. It's not reading on the table. We actually can't see, but the Jack of Hearts is live.
Oh,
that's a Jack of Clubs.
Dom had such a good opportunity to bluff on that river. Like I feel like if we are going to bet turn on that river, it's just a clean old bluff run, isn't it? Blocking King Queen with a heart, the stuff that potentially checks back, calls turn. Like Andrew's just going to be so capped towards one pair, maybe some River Jack 10, but other than that, I just feel like he's going to have one pair at best there a lot of the time once flop goes check check. And if we are going to barrel our 5 on turn, that's maybe one of the nut rivers to continue running the bluff, blocking king, queen, heart. And after the check back flop, we do expect Andrew to be capped at maybe 1 pair at best, like he had, but not unloading. We'll carry on. 6-handed for a while now. For Kieran on the button, not one we really want to go for. Does just quickly fold. Needs some stuff with removal. We're going to try and steal. Dom, I'm just going to give the chip leader a walk, I feel. Don't need a complete 100%, especially when covered. Fine to have a hand off, as he does.
You do that in Blackpool, Bugie. Fox's Biscuit Factory in Blackpool is in. You've never seen it. You've never been to it. It's inland, but when the wind's blowing right, you can smell it. So it's so good. Fox's Victory. It's near your North Shore Golf Club. And when the wind's blowing in the right direction and they're just coming out and producing, oh, it smells lovely.
Yeah, it's really strange, Kev, because we obviously run it off our PCs here, and I've got a separate stream running on my laptop, and no lag at all for me.
No, none at all.
Connection's been perfectly fine.
Yeah.
0 lags from Zayo. So we're fine here off my own device, Kev. Not sure if it's your internet or the wind where you are.
Yeah.
But we're going to jump back to it.
We've got 3 hands here, all in for Andrew with the ace, king, queens for Gianfranco. 2's out of the way. So Gianfranco at risk, but in front. Best race in town. Here we go. The ace for Andy, the queens for Gianfranco.
Yeah, no runners either, just fading a queen now.
Yep. Oh, the grimmest of turns for Andrew Miles.
Why like that? You just think, don't put an ace or a king on the flop. Just do me with a brick board. Don't let me get there and my opponent find a 2-outer.
You hit the flop and you're so far in front. It's like Usain Bolt racing me. And then all of a sudden, boom.
Boom.
Queen on the turn. Grim.
Grim as you like. Propels Gianfranco up to 3.4 million. Andrew just north of 9. Gonna need a spin.
That was a bit grim, but still on just under 10 bigs, so has a chance to get himself back in it. The password for the free roll is UKPL 2025 in numbers 2025. Wow. What can you say? What can you say? If you want to get into the free roll, you've got about 15 minutes. Because the late reds finishes at 7:40 p.m. local time.
And we've just been told as well, guys, the break is going to be 25 minutes when we hit that in 3 minutes time.
Yeah.
So we will be back at 10 to 8 with what I expect to be the last session of the Voyager.
Yeah.
Blinds are going to be coming back at 160k. Means there's about 80 bigs in play, so it should be thick and fast when we return.
Ace queen now for Andrew. Oh, what's happening here? Oh, 2 hands on the trot, you think you're going to get so many chips, and then all of a sudden we're all in and we're behind.
Yeah, one thing you learn about this game, the more you play, sometimes it's just your time.
Yep.
It's just your time to bust. The poker gods are up there.
Wow.
And they just have a way. And they're like, this guy's sitting third in chips. Let's send him out the door. 2 hands back to back for Andrew Miles.
Wow.
He is going to need to find here with the ace queen. Can he crack the kings of Kieran?
Oh dear.
Well, that's an okay flop. I guess we gain an out. We've gone from 3 aces to 4 jacks.
3 of hearts on the turn. We need a jack. And it's not. It's an 8. So in 2 hands, just like that. How grim was that for him? Andy Miles. God, dear.
It's a rough game sometimes, Tab, but it's just the way how it works.
Kieran's just sat there, and all of a sudden he's on 3 milli.
You always find in this game that you're never safe, even with a lot of chips. A couple of hands out the door.
Absolutely.
Always find online as well. I don't play as much online these days, but like you set up for your session for the night. You've got 8 to 12 tables.
Yeah.
You're playing. Things are going well. You're doing well over here, doing well over here, doing well over here, and then suddenly in 15 minutes you're just out of every comp. Like, I can't be the only one that can relate when you're playing online poker. Your session for the evening, you got loads of tables up.
15-minute
dance. Like literally everything's going well. You lose 1 all in on one table. You're like, oh, that's right. I've still got these other 4, and then you just get set up, and before you know it, you got 0 tables in front of you. It's a funny old game we play.
Last hand of the session. Here we go. We're down to 5. Last hand of the session back in 25 minutes, as Jay's just said. And in that time, you'll have a chance to get into the free roll for the last 15 minutes. Password UKPL 2025 2025. Get yourself in. Other than that, we're on a 25-minute break, and we'll see you straight after with the remaining 5. Steve gets out of the way. Paul says, let's open the button. And he's off for his 25.
Oh, we'll be off for our 25 because...
Well, this is a raised fold. Raised fold.
900 seems nice.
And that is it.
I'm just going to go for the jam. And that will be the end of pool. We're taking 25 minutes, guys. We'll be back at 10 to 8, what I believe will be the final session of the voyage. We will see you in 25.
See you soon.
Okay, give me a list of Jeremy's faults. And maybe she wouldn't be public about it, but what are you bad at? Come on.
Listening to her sometimes. Like, she needs to tell me things lots of times before I... like, when is the game Saturday? Oh, yeah. And then I can't remember. I don't know. I think that's a guy thing. Maybe. That's an excuse I'm going to
That's every husband thing.
Maybe I'm a little slow sometimes. Like, hey, go grab this for me. I'm not quite as peppy. You know, I'm nice and calm and relaxed. Those would probably be a couple of her things that I'm not.
Do you guys fight? Because I can't imagine you fighting.
Yeah, we fight a little bit.
Or does she? Is that one of her biggest gripes that you were like, will you fight with me?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we get along good for the most part. Very good, yeah. So it's good. But everyone has their little quarrels, you know. Sometimes.
I mean, yeah, you're married for a long time. You have kids.
And kids complicate things for sure.
Kids complicate things. Yes, remember that. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
What about you've got a WPT title now, right?
No, I wish.
What, the high stakes one? Oh, I guess doesn't count, does it?
The one I won at that series, the PLO. No, it's WPT's. It's got to be the one tournament, like the one. Yeah. I've won a couple of the side events before, but never. That's why it's really hard to win a WPT because they have like. I play like 5 WPTs a year. They do great things, by the way. It's just the buy-ins are a little smaller. You got to travel for most of them, so I just don't play a lot of them. But they have. I love to play the local ones there.
How do you determine traveling now that with your family and everything? It must be hard. I mean, I know obviously I referenced you, winning a bracelet, your first bracelet in France, and being able to travel with EPTs and WPTs. But now you're a little more choosy, and I guess having the Poker Studios in town makes it a lot easier.
Makes it a lot easier. Although back then I was doing so much cash, I would take maybe a couple poker trips a year. Now I probably take 3 to 5 a year. I just don't go overseas a lot. Like, I want to go to some of these Tritons, but oftentimes there's something here, and it's just so much easier. That overseas stuff, I don't know, it wears you out, man. So, as you get older, right? So, it's nice. There's so much at Aria I can play that's mainly kind of what I stick to.
What's next for Jeremy Osmus? I mean, obviously you're playing poker right now, you're a dad, you're a husband, and that's all seemingly going very well for you. But where are you in 10 years, say? Where are you in 15 years? If you had to kind of like look at a crystal ball.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty happy with where I'm at and the trajectory I'm on, I guess, as far as just playing more and more high stakes. Because there's always like some bigger tournaments to play. Like I said, the Tritons. If the stakes are just so big that I'm not there to just go play all those and have all myself. Like hardly anyone is, honestly. Those are just enormous tournaments. So I'm pretty happy with just like what I'm doing now. Like it's a good little gig.
Is that what you see though? I mean, do you see yourself like 10, 15 years from now still playing poker?
I think so. I enjoy it. Yeah, I don't plan on really getting into anything else. Like I've always kind of wanted to start a business or something, but it's like you kind of just need to stick with what you're good at, right? I'm like
stay in your lane.
Yeah, stay in your lane. Like I'm one of the best players out there, so it's like it'd be silly to not play, especially when high stakes tournaments are as prominent as they are. And
what makes you one of the best players out there? I mean, because it's kind of funny. I mean, you were always a good player, but it almost feels like your career has taken on like a Barry Bond-esque arc, where, or even Tom Brady. I brought him up before. Like you're getting better as you get older, and you're not old by any stretch at this point, but it's like a lot of people aren't getting better as they get older, and you seemingly are.
I think because I put the work in. I think I just like study and do things like that. I stay healthy. I'm healthier now than I was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I keep myself fit. I get good sleep. I don't drink as much. And then you kind of just learn about players and tendencies and more, even though you've played this long, you're still figuring things out, in that sense. So yeah. And like I said, I didn't play full-time tournaments before. Maybe who knows how I could have done if I did, and now I do, and that gets the main spotlight as tournaments. So that's where I'm at most of the time. So
if you were a poker commissioner, let's say this hypothetical world where the sky is purple, and there's a poker commissioner that can control everything, what would you change about the game? Is there anything?
Well, online poker I love online poker. There's gonna have to be some things going on to like, because it's a little scary, like how easy it can be to cheat these days. That's one of the biggest hurdles I see for online poker in that sense. As far as live poker, obviously I'm not a fan of the private stuff, but I don't see that ever changing probably. But that's something I guess I would change, is that. And tournaments.
I mean, if it did change, would you go back to cash games, you think?
I don't know, maybe, because you can arguably make more money depending on the stakes, and it's kind of nice. You pick your own schedule, things like that. There's definitely some big pros. Leave when you want, show up when you want. So, but tournaments I feel like are just doing great things. They're I wish there was a little less competition sometimes between some of the big. I mean, there's only just one, like in December.
Can't
the
we
overlap.
all just get along?
Exactly, it's ridiculous, and so that's annoying. But otherwise, I feel like everyone puts their schedule out and kind of works around each other a little bit for the better of everybody, which is cool. And I think there's been good progress as far as like big blind ante and shot clocks and things like that, and
Shot clock, yes.
Yeah, shot clock is amazing, and just poker production has come a long ways, and there's so much streaming poker now, which is cool. So I think the tournament side of things is going pretty nicely.
We're here, but I'll ask you last thing. You know, you talked about poker productions. Who's your favorite poker commentator, and why is it David Tuckman?
Oh yeah, because you're. By the way, you're so handsome, man. Look at this guy. Look at you. Come on, you're giving me all these compliments. Look at you, a hockey player.
Do you know how many people have told me that they hate you? and by the way, in full, like you're like, I hate him. Like you are, seriously. You're like the Tom Brady. You are a Tom Brady of poker.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. I didn't know there's so much
disgusting.
hate.
Today we are going to talk about overbets and no limit hold'em. They are a powerful tool that you can use to punish your opponents, both to get value and as a bluff. How and when to use them is an important skill to master if you want to be a great poker player. I'm Ian Simpson, and this video will help you apply overbetting at the tables. The scenario. In the following scenario, the button opens and the big blind calls. The flop is king of clubs, 5 of hearts, 4 of hearts. The big blind checks, the button bets, and the big blind calls. The turn is the jack of spades, and it's a blank card for our opponent because it doesn't really help the big blind's range all that much. The big blind therefore checks, and the button has a decision point. This exact scenario is one where the GTO line involves betting the turn with a sizing that is bigger than the pot. So let's take a look at the ranges here. Breaking down our range. This is where we need to break our range down into 3 categories. We have very strong hands like aces, ace-king, king-jack, pocket 5s. We have mid-strength hands with showdown value like pocket 7s, ace-5, 10-jack suited. Our mid-strength hands are happy to control the size of the pot. We don't want to bet again because a hand like pocket 7s is going to struggle to get a better hand to call because hands like 5-6 are often folding. Our opponent will rarely fold a better hand than pocket 7s here, so if betting doesn't get a worse hand to call or a better hand to fold, we don't bet. Now, here's where overbetting comes in. Our very strong hands want to go big for value. We know something about our opponent's range given the previous streets of action. When they call a flop bet, we narrow their range down to flush draws, straight draws, some ace-high hands, and pairs. They sometimes have 2 pair in sets, but they'll often check raise those on the flop. Against this range, our very strong hands can bet big for value. Pocket aces, pocket 5s, king 5 suited and the like are doing very well against this range, and they want to shovel money in. They'll have to continue with their draws and their top pairs because remember, we're going to be doing this with bluffs here too, and they'll even continue with some weaker holdings as well. Using an overbet with these hands maximizes the value we can get out of them. Now that leaves our last category of hands that are worse than 1 pair. Some of these we're going to use to bluff. A hand like 10-7 of diamonds can overbet bluff here. Our opponent will be forced to fold ace-high hands and many of their weak 4x and 5x hands. We can also use flush draws like ace-6 of hearts and straight draws like queen-10 offsuit. Using an overbet with these hands maximizes our fold equity versus their mid-strength hands. Don't overdo it. The trick is to not overdo it here, because if we bluffed all of our flush draws and all of our straight draws and all of our junk hands, there will be 2 consequences. First of all, our betting range would be too weak, letting our opponent's bluff catchers be very profitable. Secondly, our checking back range wouldn't have any flush draws or straight draws in it, so we couldn't have the nuts on a heart or a straightening river. Now when we bet, exactly what size should we use? Geometric sizing explained. You might have seen the phrase 2E or 3E in poker parlance before. The E stands for equal, and the number is how many bets are going to be made in order to be all in. In the example I just talked about, we're going to use 2E, or 2 equal bets, 1 on the turn and 1 on the river, so that we are all in with the last bet. In this exact example, the pot was 930 by the time we got to the turn. The exact maths to calculate 2E can be a little bit tricky to do on the fly, so don't worry too much about having used the exact right size. In game, I bet 1200, making the pot 3330 and leaving me an overbet of 3800 behind. If you can do the maths perfectly on the fly, then good for you, but estimating it is just fine. The river overbet jam. Our opponent called our turn overbet, and the river card is the jack of hearts. Our opponent checks, and we have another overbet opportunity left to us here, both for value and as a bluff. Our full houses, our flushes, and pocket aces make for great value bets, and having used 2E from the turn onwards allows us to get all the money in versus their weaker hands in 2 equal bets. Our bluffs are mainly going to come from hands like Queen 10 offsuit and Queen 9 offsuit with a heart. If we bluffed all of our hands that didn't improve and didn't have a heart blocker, we would end up bluffing too much again, making our opponent's bluff catchers very profitable. As you can see, overbetting is a very powerful tool. When used correctly, it can both help you get max value with your best hands and get maximum fold equity with your bluffs. What part of overbetting do you struggle with? Let us know in the comments below.
Should your cash game strategy be the same whether you're battling at the nosebleeds or dipping your toes in at the micros? Or are there things that you should be focusing on more when you're playing at low stakes? I'm Nick Eastwood, or Easty22, and today I'm going to give you 5 tips for low stakes cash game strategy. Simplify your strategy. If you're playing high stakes, a complex strategy makes a lot of sense. Players are better and more well studied the higher up you go, but at low stakes, this just isn't necessary. You should simplify your strategy to be as easy to understand and execute as possible. There's no need to mix frequencies or fall into the trap of fancy play syndrome. This is for 2 important reasons. Firstly, your opponents are significantly likely to be playing at a level that could exploit a simplified strategy. Remember, you only need to beat what's in front of you, and preparing a highly complex strategy for low-stakes opponents not only isn't necessary, it's also very difficult and may just be downright bad against the players you'll see on a daily basis. Secondly, and more importantly, an inferior strategy that's well executed is far better than an advanced strategy executed poorly, so keep things simple. Play exploitatively. This is similar to my previous tip, but it's more specific. The fact is that there is a much higher volume of weaker opponents at lower stakes than at high stakes, and they are all making far more errors that we can and should punish. For example, you might be playing against a player that just won't fold. You've seen them around a few times, tried a few bluffs, but they always seem to call you down with a weak hand. Well, the first thing to do is take a note, either with a label or by writing something about them to remind you of their tendencies. The next time you see them, even if you have a prime candidate to bluff, just don't, because we know it's going to be underfolded. However, when we have a good hand or even a mediocre hand, it's appropriate to value bet more aggressively. Bet huge with your big hands and extract value with hands that you may not be able to bet against other players. So, identify a weakness, take note, and push your edge to the limit. Play in position. At the lower stakes, a lot of players tend to hugely undervalue position. The player in position gets to act last on all streets, and this comes with significant advantages. You get to see what your opponent does before you act, meaning we often have more information that we might not have had if we had to act first. Having position makes it much easier to navigate almost every situation, so the more often we can play in position, the more profitable we are likely to be. What's more is that, as I already alluded to, players at low stakes tend to play a lot more hands out of position than they should. This gives us many more opportunities to play pots with the upper hand, so look to play as many pots as you can in position, and try to avoid marginal hands in situations where you'd be out of position. Consider the rake. Something that a lot of players at the low stakes may overlook is the rake and how it should influence their strategy. The rake is the percentage taken from each pot when a hand reaches the flop, and at lower stakes, these percentages tend to be higher. So how should this affect our strategy? Well, you're going to want to play a bit tighter, call a lot less pre-flop, and do more raising instead. This is because when you call, you're getting a worse price than a lower rake structure. Consider cutting out some of the more marginal hands, because they may no longer be profitable after the rake is accounted for. At the same time, try 3-betting more often rather than calling pre-flop. If you take down a hand pre-flop, you don't pay any rake at all, making a 3-bet or fold strategy very viable at lower stakes. Slow play less. My last tip for low stakes cash games is to slow play less, and I mean a lot less. It can feel really smart and tricky to slow play a big hand, but almost all the time at low stakes, it's just costing you money. This is because slow playing in part is reliant on your opponent. When we're slow playing, we need our opponents to put in the money for us, either by bluffing or value betting themselves. The reality is that a lot of players at low stakes don't bluff, or even value bet as often as they should. And if they don't reopen the action, we get no value from our strong hands. At the same time, players at low stakes probably call a little bit too much. When facing a river bet, they get to close the action by calling, which is a much more comfortable feeling than betting a hand they're not certain is good, or bluffing a hand that they know is definitely not good. On top of that, these players tend to be inelastic to bet sizes, meaning that they're not much more likely to fold to a large bet than they are to a small one. This means that by betting ourselves, we can get even more value by betting very large with our strong hands rather than slow playing. So those are my 5 tips on low stakes cash game strategy, and I hope there's at least one that you're able to incorporate into your own game. Let us know which one tip you think could be the most useful to you in the comments below, and good luck at the tables.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you'll likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability at the table. Understanding blockers. A blocker refers to having a card in your hand that makes it statistically less likely for your opponent to have a strong hand. For example, having a hand like pocket tens on Queen Jack 9-5-3 board would drastically reduce the number of combinations of straights our opponent could have, because we're holding 2 tens, and the only way they can make a straight is by holding one of the final 2 tens in the deck along with a king or an 8. Holding 1 10 would decrease your opponent's potential straights by 25%, and holding 2 would make that number 50%. With our opponent having 50% less straights, we then expect our full equity to go up considerably, and therefore could look to apply pressure. Be aware, our opponent could still have other strong hands, such as a set or 2 pair. Bankroll management. People ask me all the time about how many buy-ins are needed to be sure you won't need to reload. The exact answer to that question is fairly complex, not only because it relies on your edge, but because tournament poker can have so much variance, even over large samples. Let's look at an example of a 1,000-player tournament with a standard payout structure, $10 ABI, 10% ROI simulated for a 5,000 game sample. In that example, half the field would have been fine with a 2,000 bankroll or 200 buy-ins. But that means half the field was not. 15% needed a $5,000 bankroll or 500 buy-ins, 5% needed 7,700 bankroll, 770 buy-ins, and 1% needed 11,000 bankroll or 1,100 buy-ins. 22% of the field was down money, despite having a 10% ROI. So when some people tell you 200 buy-ins is enough, it might be, but it might not. The safest way is to be properly rolled for the games you play. Continue to work on your game. As the greater your edge, the less likely you'll be subjected to the more volatile swings, better ensuring you won't have to redeposit. But if that does happen, you can take solace in the fact that many of the best players in the world have suffered the same fate. Calculating your win rate and ROI. Outside of playing, math is important in helping you understand if you're a winning player or not. Determining your win rate requires knowing 3 things. How many games did you play? What's your average buy-in? And how much did you profit? Let's break it down with an example. Imagine you're a player with a $10 average buy-in and you've won 5,000 over 1,000 games. To find your win rate, divide your profit by the number of games. 5,000 divided by 1,000 equals 5. That means you made $5 per game. Now to find out your return on investment, or ROI, divide that profit per game by your average buy-in. $5 divided by 10 equals 50%. So in this case, you would have a 50% ROI. Understanding your win rate and ROI is crucial for evaluating your long-term success. As you can see, learning and applying these simple math calculations can not only increase your edge, but also help you get a better understanding of your overall game. What other poker math calculations do you want to learn? Let me know in the comments below.
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the A-State Poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, A-State Poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next A-State Poker Live champion. A-State Poker, made to play.
I'm taking 1.4. So I'm taking 900,000. 1, 2, 3, 4 plus 5 is 9. Agree? Confirm?
Yeah.
Nice, thank you. You're probably the only person in this entire world. It's quite sad, really. Oh, it's all negative today. 600k, sir. 5. 6. See, 1.4. Agree? Yeah, thanks.
So you should as well.
Agree? Yeah. So you bloody should. Thanks. Well, they're not going to fit in there, so. I'm just going to put this in here. I'll work it out as a team. Just like that. Kieran, I'm going to do your phone book. You don't got one.
So they're the players. Dom Kaguda in seat number 2, Steve Riggis in 3, Paul Leach, Gianfranco Perniconi and Andy Miles in... No, it's not Andrew Miles, it's Kieran in 8. He was Andy Miles in 8 before. It resets itself after the first hand, as it always does. Here's the teas and the waters. That looked hot.
Was hot. When you're walking through like a little path though and people are looking at you, you just got to pretend it's not hot. No matter how much it hurts.
Tough.
Yeah, you just got to...
live?
We are live, yes, we are live.
Those machines are completely used.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Top man, thank
Beautiful,
you very much.
thank you.
Life's over.
That's good news. And it's Spurs you won.
3-2.
1-3-2.
Yeah, against Hoffenheim.
Very nice. 1-3-2. So is this the final session?
Well, we'll play 160, then we play 200,
Yeah.
then we play 300, then we play 400. So if we don't get to the end of the session, we will be coming back at 500k big blind, which means there would be 24 bigs in play. So I'm going to say it finishes this session. If anyone's feeling brave, you can have next session.
So the blinds. $160,000. Andrew Miles just before the break. Jeez.
Just shows you.
Couple of brutal ones. So end his tournament.
King Deuce here for Dom. This may actually be one at 11 that like goes for a 2.5xer, 400k, something like that, attempting to steal. Only 11 bigs we're working with here now as Dom.
And then always call.
No. We make it 2.5 BBs to fold.
Okay.
Off of 11, like we can make it 2.5 and fold. It's perfectly fine. The suited may jam, but I feel like the offsuit is one that more often than not goes for raise, fold. But Dom is just going to go for jam anyway, and he's going to get it through Steve.
Good luck to all the free rolls still in. Lime. How many runners with the line? Hope it was a good turnout. If you're still in, let us know in the chat.
I reckon in the 888 one over 1,000. In the free roll usually.
Yeah, but free roll password has to be given out on stream.
But all these people go and share it with their mates, and they share it with their mate, then they share it with their sisters, uncles, dogs, cat.
That's true.
And then next thing you know, we got over 1,000 in. Kieran. Unfortunately, card's not picking up. Making it 320. It's just going to be a raise and take. Paul not defending the suited 10-4.
Oh wow. 3,062.
See, I was well off. Sorry.
3,000, that's amazing.
Ace-9 for Kieran. Like, definite attempt to steal. Never jamming, never folding, just leaves us with open. And Paul with an ace of his own, middle in the small blind here. Nice lay down, it's dominated. But Gianfranco going to get to send all the biscuits into the middle. Pocket nines here, even with 5 players being left, this will just be pure jam. 5-handed, 21 bigs. Gun is effective hijack. Should just be an all-in from Gianfranco. I'm almost 100% sure this is pure. And there's no other option that we can take. Like, becomes a bit different. If we're like 9-handed and ICM more extreme, then I feel like we're going to play flat. But now that we're 5-handed here and the stacks as shallow as they are, I feel like this is the only option we're going to have, as Gianfranco does send it all into the middle. And it will be working. Ace-9 off doubt. We're ever going to see raise call here from Kieran.
Snap fold. Snappity snap. So 5 left.
We got a few more keywords to do this session, guys.
Ooh, get you.
Have we got 3 left, Lime? Let me know if my counting isn't the best. But I feel like we have 3 left to give away. And we'll do them all this session. We'll go to the next one at 8:15. 3 tickets left, Jess. 8:15. We will do the next one.
Nice one.
So stay tuned for the keyword in 15 minutes.
Stay tuned. So the $22 tickets via the keywords. We've done 7, we've got 3 left for today. Thanks to 888 for all the giveaways.
Ace-4 suited for Steve. Do you know what? This actually might be one of these scenarios where we get to open jam. I feel like 20 bigs is the effective stack, so we do actually just get to play a lot of open rips with these type of hands as Steve. Well, Gianfranco actually in a spot 25 bigs that could be a disaster for us when we run into a big hand of his. So maybe this is the avenue to take as Steve. Apologies, thought he was chip leader. Gianfranco just got his nose in front after that all in with the 9s, putting him at the top of the shot.
I've seen the latest about Northern Ireland tomorrow.
You said when I was on stream,
it's all locked down.
Life threatening apparently.
Everything's closed, everything's shut down tomorrow. Stay safe, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, especially in the UK part where it's the winds apparently tomorrow are life threatening. So stay in, watch the 888 live stream.
Agree.
Win a few tokens.
Agree. Ace then suited for Gianfranco, opens on the button here. Effective stack of Kieran there, around 17. I still think this is the best avenue. Kind of close whether to open shove, but I feel like raise call probably going to be slightly more profitable in the long run. It does go for the raise call, raise and take. I feel like Kieran will fancy himself as well, Tower, in this field. Had a few good results last year, very good player from what I've seen over the last 12 months. So in these scenarios, not saying that he feels like this, but if he did feel like this, like when you feel like you're the best player or you're going to have an edge on the final 5, final 6, whatever it may be, like this is like when we start lowering the variance. So some shoves that we may usually take for 12 bigs, we now may decide to open off of 12 bigs instead, just because we feel like we're going to have the edge post and we are more comfortable than everyone else with these decisions off of these shallow stack depths. So I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing that from Kieran over the next sort of hour or so. Just lowering the variance, taking less shove spots, taking more 2BB open spots. But it's so cagey, like we get a double up as Dom through Gianfranco, we then basically become chip leader with Steve.
Yep. That's how close it is.
And we know how quick Dom can spin a stack up from what we saw a couple of hours ago.
Jamie.
Floor. Yeah.
Dom out of the way. Steve will do the small. Might want to see a flop, see if we can get a cheap flop.
Goes for complete. Maybe one we can dip into for the raises tower. Polar, we want to be here, 20 effective, blind on blind, cover and stack. Maybe 9-5 too high. Maybe we want to choose the 9-4 through 9 deuce. But now we get here.
Yeah, pick up a good shot. Pull with top pair.
And does seem like a really nice one to stab. We fold out 10 highs, we fold out some jack high, queen high, king high type stuff. Still with equity to get there when called. And see what Paul does with position. Just call in and off to the turn.
And the 9 on the turn. 2 pair for 4. Top pair. And a good shot for Stevie.
Yeah, and now maybe this is where we start checking as Steve. We catch top pair with the 5 kicker, seems like a nice candidate to mix in some checks. But Paul will not want to be checking. I probably want to size this for a river jam tower as well. When we got such a strong hand, blind on blind, we really want to try and play for all the chips by the river. So if I was Paul here, I probably would have chose a bigger size. Yes, it's full mono, but just sort of account sometimes for wanting to get stacks in by river and what size we need to choose. So it comes for 450 here into 800. Still fairly chunky, 55%-ish, but maybe we can go 2/3 so we get to shove the river for like pot or less.
Off to the river, 10 of diamonds.
Not a river that's going to create much action here. Probably just always check now. Steve never playing any leads on this card, and Paul probably doesn't think he's getting called by worse now that 4 to a straight both ways rolls off.
I'm just going to check. Paul over 4 mil. Kieran McCulloch 18 bigs, Don Kaguda down on 11.
And 9 minutes time, guys. Got another $22 token for 888 Poker to give away tickets. Sorry, so used to saying tokens from the UKPL stream. Lime will always correct me.
Yes.
Is Easter here yet? I've not seen him. He didn't even come and say hello. What? I'm surprised Easty hasn't come and said hello to us. He's here. He's playing. We're on break.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, I did hear his dulcet tones.
Ah.
I did. I did hear his dulcet tones. Maybe he's hiding away because Spurs have actually won one.
Even Rotherham probably give Hoffenheim a good game tower, I'll be honest with you. That's a walk. We love walks. Gianfranco.
Mine's 80, 160,000, Steve. Mr. Ricketts. So I just clicked it. I don't think 10 deuce is defendable. No. Which it is not. The free roll is in the money. Good luck, everybody who's still in the free roll.
Good luck. Got some good news as well. I'm not going to be hearing any background noise anymore.
Oh, what have you done?
On my break, I just went and sorted it, didn't I? No, how good
What do you
I am
mean
with
the
technology,
slots?
yeah. How good I am with technology.
Yeah. So you sorted the slots out. Okay. Well done, you.
Thank you. It wasn't me, it was a man with a lot of keys. That's the best way to describe
the
him.
slots technician.
Yeah, it could have been him. Is that a job, slots technician?
It is in every Grosvenor casino.
So they're just is that Mr. Clipboard in the back of Manchester that always sits with us?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So Dom, this should be Ray's call as well. It's only 9 bigs. Dom's got. Could see Ray's call here from Paul. There is the Ray's call. So Dom.
So Dom with the ace jack, Paul with the ace 5. Big chance to double and get back up to 3.2 milli, which is 20 bigs. Jack on the flop and a redraw to the flush will just about seal the deal.
2% equity for Paul. Well,
none.
Turn 0. 5 of spades, river. Dom with the double, and we're going to go to an early keyword because Lime is ready. I am ready.
Are you ready?
And this is for one $22 ticket for 8-8 poker. That will leave us 2 to give away this session. May do them both at the same time. And the keyword is
banana.
Dominator.
Dominator.
Fitting timing as he has just doubled up. Dominator is the keyword. If you don't know how to spell it, follow Lime's lead in the chat box.
The Dominator.
And this is for a $22 888 ticket. And then we'll do one more key thinks this session, and that will close up the giveaways for today.
I'd still be wondering how to spell it. D or M.
So imagine Dom, you know how to spell that?
Yes.
Imagine the end of alligator without the G. Yeah?
Gator.
Yeah, without the G, so ATA, and then you put in the middle. So Dom, in the middle, and then the end of alligator without the G at the end.
I remembered all that.
There you go.
Dominator. It's a dominator, but if you're in America, it's Dominator.
There's one word, though, that I'll never misspell, thanks to Matilda. Difficulty. Mrs. D, Mrs. I, Mrs. FFI, Mrs. C, Mrs. U, Mrs. LTY. And then Trunch will go, why are all these women married? She goes, why are all these women married? Just off tangent as we're getting the stacks counted for the big all-in, just making sure that stacks are correct. You must remember Matilda
I do,
Tower.
yeah. I remember singing that in the 1970s. It was taken. I used to do that at school when I was 6. Mrs. D, Mrs. I, Mrs. F, Mrs. C, Mrs. U, Mrs. L, T, Y.
And then Trunchbull just comes and goes, why are all these women married? It tickles you more when you're older, that line. Pocket 8s for Kieran on the button here. 15 bigs, probably wants to raise call. We just want smaller pairs in the big blind to start shoving. Stuff like deuces through 7s, all going to be shoves against the button open. But he is just going to go for the jam from the looks of things. Half stacking. Well.
Oh, Dom.
Either way, 7s seem way too strong. I'd probably be ISO in here as Dom. Kieran going to have 6s through deuces. He's going to have some ace X suited that we dominate. He could potentially even go for like a king X suited that we dominate. But this is just going to be way too strong 5-handed to be hitting the muck here for Dom. I don't see how we ever get to fold. Got to go with this one, Tower. We'll see if Dom finds a fold. It'll be some fold, but how can we? Love it. Really like the shove. We've run into 8s yet, but we don't take that into account, or we don't like to. Try and look at the play over the long run, and this is going to be a winning jam for Dom. But sometimes this will happen. We will run into it. But can we find that 7? Kieran needing to hold with the 8s.
9, 10, 2. No help for Dom. So Kieran heading towards a double.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn, not changing a thing, so just fading 2 7s. And it's going to be a big old double for Kieran. We'll shoot him to the chip lead. There you go it.
Over 5 milli.
There you have it. So go, guys. Last chance to get the guess in the chat box for Dominator. If you want to participate in the keyword. Lime's going to close it very shortly. 10-second countdown occurring.
On its way. 9, 8. Here we go. The Dominator. Just getting in.
And then the final keyword will be for 2 tickets. That will be in about half hour's time. As I said, I do expect this to be finished this session. I know we've come back from break. First 25 minutes, we've not lost one yet. But the way the blinds are, the stacks are, something we'll have to give. We are going to see an influx of all-ins.
We are indeed. So here we go. We've done it for a long time.
Congratulations, Winning Cafe. Clues in the name. Winning Cafe is the winner.
Winning Cafe. Well done, Kathy.
Well done, Kathy. OMG, she says.
First in the box as well. Well done, Kathy. Winning Kathy.
There you go.
$22 token on its way to you.
Easy as that.
No worry about the caps. It is. We're in the booth. We have a 10-second countdown. Well done.
King Queen for Kieran in the cuff. Opens to 2 bigs. And now Paul with the King 10 in the big blind. Don't think there's much need for jam here. Maybe just happy to call and see 3. Like suited, I think we're probably happy to run. Depends what we feel about Kieran's cut-off opening range. But look at that. King 10 into the mark, not even defending from the big blind.
Yeah, I'm defending there.
Maybe Dom stack, something to do with that for Paul. Just seeing here now, Dom only got 6 big, so maybe a lot of Paul's play is going to revolve around what happens to Dom stack, whether he doubles or whether he busts. Well done, Kathy. I hope you turn that ticket into fortunes.
Yes. I concur.
So it should be a defend from Gianfranco. 10-7 suited. How are we doing, Paul? Hiya, I'm here for a short while as I have to go and do some work.
No way. Work always gets in the way.
So probably just check bet fold. Not much Gianfranco can do here, facing the c-bet from Kieran. A board that we could potentially play some leads on, but never with this combo. If we had like 10-6 suited here, could be an option to donk. If we had something like King-3 suited that defended, could be an option to donk. But when we have 10-7, not even a gutter ball, just the 2 overcards into the muck. What about the Spurs today? Do you know what? We're going to win the treble. FA Cup, League Cup. Oi, what about your mob in the semi-final of the League Cup?
Are you really going to fuck up Hornfield? Really? I've never been less worried about any game in my life.
Yeah, you wait and see.
How we doing, Easty?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Good, lad. How was the train journey?
Yeah, good. Just took my leave in the high roller. Spent about five minutes longer than I thought I was going to last.
Okay.
But managed to get it in with ace king against ace 9. What can you do?
How'd you go on?
I'm out.
You're out, okay.
Did you not hear what I said? I got ace king in against ace 9 all in pre-flop.
Well, you should hold, right? 75%.
I walked out before I saw the flop, but Josh told me I lost.
Okay.
I said I already knew that, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Unlucky Easty. Easty's back, new year, same Easty, guys. In good.
It never changes.
And he's out.
Wasn't even on the feature table this time. It's not cursed.
You got all weekend, mate. You got plenty of time.
Lots more hands to lose.
Exactly.
I'm gonna go lose a bunch of cash.
There you go. Easty's off to the cash table. So if you're local and you want some free money,
get a taxi quick.
Get yourself to pumping.
They've never been so easy, these tables.
Easty on the cash tables. Ace king, less than ace 9, all in pre in the high roller.
Unlucky. Oh, we've seen his videos, don't worry about that. We know he never wins flips. He never wins 80-20s.
So pull on the button. Half stacking. Do you know what? Paul seems, other than them 2 fruity free bets we saw early on today with the 8 highs from the big blind, like, seems pretty clued up. Like, they're just half stacking. Not everyone does it. Just recognising that if it goes all in, we could potentially fold, ladder some money, still be alive. How much sway do you two have at getting Grosvenor Southend to start putting tourneys back on? Any influence, guys?
I'll just message the main man very shortly. To be fair, 0. Unfortunately, the big will. And the decision was made because Chef Brad never bakes cakes anymore for the team.
Exactly that.
Kieran onto the small blind, big blind coup. All in. We can't see the cards in the action just yet.
Yeah, Dom's only got 6 big, so
10 deuce.
Can fold this one?
We can fold this one. No. Oh no, he's going with a 10 deuce. Is it because we got the big blind invested with the ante invested? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I actually missed out. The blinds are at 200k now, so we actually only have 4 and a bit bigs.
Oh right, yeah, they have literally gone up this hand.
The blinds up. That's what we've missed. So Dom feels like okay to run it here with the 10 deuce. I still think it will be close, Tower. When the stacks are as shallow as they are, not looking good here on the King 4-5 for Dom.
Dom needing.
That's it.
That is it. King on the flop, ending Dom Kaguda out in 5th for Dom. The list will be a nice one for Lids, but not what she was hoping for with the trophy as well for Dom. But well played, Dom. Enjoy watching you on the final table, out in fifth for £3,460.
Yeah, still a decent payday, 17 buy-ins in the back pocket. I'm sure we'll see Dom later on in the week. Everyone's asking now, do you guys have any sway on getting a Grosvenor to open in Milton Keynes?
Building regulations now. Maybe we should get one.
Your Olympic final call, players remaining in the turbo dash. You have 1 minute remaining break.
GG Dom, says Lidsey.
Yeah. Be a nice birthday next week though, Lids. It would have been anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But great effort from Dom. And see you over the weekend.
So not really much wiggle room to work here with Steve. Like a combo that can free bet, but the problem is just stack depth here. Can't do much with the king free. Just have to let it go. Oh, does this count on our tally from Smudge? We said the bad beat stories we get this week. Does this count? Smudge says out the free roll with pocket queens to 8-4. Call and magically flop the straight on 5-6-7. Does that go on the bad beat list? Do we get to mark that one down, Smudge? Or is it just live?
No, just live. We'll stick to live, walking past and just stopping. Lid says, boy's done good. Great run for his first live game this year. Absolutely. 3 weeks in.
What a sight to see this deep in a comp.
Oh, Steve.
Curtains, I'm afraid, tower.
13 bigs with a big line now at 200.
Curtains tied shut. 'Cause how are we going to wangle our way out of this one? King Jack versus Kings. We have to go all in, as Steve. It would be a mistake not to. Too good a chance to take the reshove spot. Gianfranco with a snap call, and Steve going to see he's in a world of hurt.
Oh, he says, oh, jeez. King Jack suited. The card protector's in as well, and the time banks.
And that will basically do it. We've got running Queen 10 and running clubs, and that is dead on the turn.
Dead on the turn.
2 pair. Have 2 pair for your troubles. At least he's got the story. Sick caller, 2 pair overset. What can I do? Out in fourth. Great run from Steve.
Well done indeed. £5,010.
You got there, Phil. We did indeed.
We did. We did. Long way down, but we got there. Actually, not a bad drive, really. It's just all motorway, isn't it? All the way down, just about 5 of them. And got there before the storms as well, which are occurring from tomorrow. Please stay safe wherever you are tomorrow, because it's going to be a horrendous day out there tomorrow.
And 100,000 piece also.
reverse it, and then 200 for your big and banter. Perfection. On UK. Raise 400,000 for my fam.
So these two, Kieran and Gianfranco, two of the bigger stacks, hoping that they can both outlast Paul for a juicy old ladder in a £200 comp. Up and down for Gianfranco. Check calls the 275. And that is what you want to see.
It certainly is.
And there was a spot earlier where we rivered the straight with 8-6 and feel like we had to play check. This is completely different. Once turn does go check, check here. We want to be leading this river as Gianfranco and trying to get some value. We do have bluffs as well. We have some front door clubs that miss. We have some 6-3, some 3 deuce. This type of stuff. It's quick payment from Kieran. Juicy old pot going Gianfranco's way up to 8.5 milli.
That's the strangest request I've ever heard.
Can you commentate with a French accent for 3 minutes? I wish I could, but...
Oui.
Oh.
Hey dear.
So Paul on the button feels like needs to make a move sooner rather than later. 9 bigs here. And the Gianfranco has an ace, but the ace-3, not really what we're looking for. Like, something really interesting here as well. Now that, like, Kieran sat there with, like, 5 million after he just paid us on that hand. Like, it's actually okay for us to keep Paul in. Because while Paul sat there, Kieran is not going to want to tangle with us. So then we just have the initiative when it's folded to us in the small next orbit. We just get to raise relentlessly. Maybe there's some future game here and some ideas of Gianfranco keeping Paul alive when he's got sub 10 and just being able to pound on Kieran until he busts or doubles up. And generally, like the ace-3 off here, it will be ahead of some shoves, but it's not going to perform the best in terms of against range, because against the king high, queen high, 10 high, like 10-9 suited jams, we're flipping. Jack 10 suited jams, we're flipping. So yes, we're going to be ahead of some stuff, but the stuff we're ahead of, we're either flipping or we're just going to have a slight equity advantage. Might be like king 4 that we've got 58% against. And then the times that our opponent does have this ace-x, does have the pocket pair, we're going to be drawing to 3 out, so we're going to have just around 30%. It's not the best situation to be in, is it, when you weigh up all the range of hands that want to shove and how our specific hand fares versus that equity of range. And I kind of like the fold there with the ace-3. I don't know if he's thinking about it along the lines of future game, but I feel like future game could actually be a thing in that spot, because as long as Kieran is sat there, he should be playing really snug, waiting for Paul to bust. David Stevenson trying to get you to do a French accent, he struggles with an English accent.
We
You're just going to say that all weekend now. That's like, I can only count to 7 in French.
What?
I've got a wheat allergy.
Hey.
I'm not sure what it was. I forgot. It's such a long time ago.
Obviously, again, bro.
It was a long time.
I probably should call that.
Yeah, don't worry, that's the last of the jokes. I'll leave the jokes to Tower.
Me, I'm awful at jokes. Really, really poor.
Kieran on the button opens to 400. Gianfranco covers. So he's going to call, and maybe this could be what we were just talking about. Recognises we cover. We got Paul sitting there super short. We get to attack on certain textures. This is not going to be one of those, though, that we get to attack on. So probably just going to be a check bet fold. Don't know what Kieran's working with, but we'll have relentless C bets on this board.
Lovely, thank you very much.
10-9 suited for Paul. Should be a jam here. 9 bigs on the button. This is fine to send in. We fold out some better stuff like the Raggy Jack X, the Raggy Queen X, even some Raggy King X we get to fold 2. So it has to be a jam here for Paul. We're scratching his head. I don't feel like this is a head scratcher. I feel like something like 5. What?
Whoa,
What?
10-9?
No, Paul, we have to shove that.
We have to shove that. With 10-9 suited on the button with 10 bigs.
Oh.
Whoa, that is super tight.
I'm shocked. I am shocked. Like, with the range of free for us as well as Paul. It's not like there's any ladder in. We get to outlast X. Like, we just outright short stack. We need to make chips. And 10-9 suited on the button when the big blind's us next hand. And ante may I had free-handed. It's a full ante. Like, I don't feel like we're going to get a better opportunity to shove. I just don't. Will have his reasons. As I always say, you never know what's going in the player's head, what they're thinking, how they're assessing the situation, but I feel like a fair amount of you that are watching would have taken that spot with the 10-9 suited. But it is Paul that sat there. He's the man playing for 15k. We are sat as spectators. And his strategy, or however he has elected to attack this tournament, has got him here free-handed. And he's got 7.5k locked up. Yeah, pretty standard. Pretty standard for Paul.
What is it you always win at the casino? Like it actually irritates me.
Yes. So, 3 players left.
A6 for Paul. Once again, triangle into the middle here, and this is going to be a bit closer for Gianfranco. Like this one's a much better call than the ace 3, simply because Paul shoves queen 10, he shoves jack 10, jack 9 suited, queen 9 suited. There's hands in there that we dominate, and when he has the ace high stuff, like, we're still going to have 45% against that, as long as he's not got ace queen ace jack. So could have been more reason to call there, as Gianfranco with queen higher than with ace high. Alright guys, we're going to do another keyword in 4 minutes time. I've got 2 $22 AA poker tickets to give away.
You want to get rid so we can concentrate on the game, is that what you're saying?
I want to get rid so we can concentrate on the game, and Lime wants to get rid as well so she can concentrate on the game. So
yeah, and the chat box love keywords.
Who doesn't love keywords? We love keywords because we don't look silly. We like we do with Tower and Jay Finks. It's easy. You write it down, you answer in the chat box, you win money.
That's it. Not a bad gig.
It's not. So after this hand, that was a quickie, so we'll give them one more, and then we'll go to the final keyword of today. 2 tickets up for grabs, so twice the chance of winning one this time round. After this hand, should be a shove here from Paul. Not going to take it. And I feel like this is kind of like a big gap that you see from 200s to 1Ks. Like, players will recognise here that off of 10 bligs we get to shove these middling suited connectors and fold out better holdings, and when we're called by the ace higher stuff we're still going to have 40%, then we're not dominated. And I feel like that's one of the biggest gulfs I see, Tao, between like a 200 pounder and a high roller. Like, when they start getting shallow, not recognising reshove spots, not recognising open shove spots, and I feel like that's a big difference, especially at this stage.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we might even get that through. Queen 10 shouldn't fold for 10, but say Gianfranco does call for 35-40%, we win, we double up, off we go as Paul. So we will be going to the keyword. We'll see what happens this hand. King on the button, King 9 specifically as Paul. Is he going to jam or is he going to raise? Well, he's going to go for the 3xer. Anything Kieran working with in the big? Not the 10-3 off.
Not the 10-3 off.
So guys,
here we go.
You ready?
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Tower's ready. Lime is ready. The final keyword for the chat box today is Portsmouth. As we're in Portsmouth, how fitting, final of the day. Portsmouth is the final keyword. Get your guesses in the chat box. We will reveal the winners in a couple of minutes' time.
Portsmouth.
Boom, boom, boom.
Portsmouth. You should be Portsmouth nil. But they won yesterday.
Yeah, they did. 3-1.
Yeah. 3-1, big game.
Kieran here. Blind on blind. Going to complete the Queen 3. Oh, is he? He's not finding it, is he? Should like us? You should not jam this pot. I know it looks like okay, we got 8s, we got 11 bigs, but theoretically, we don't jam because Kieran shoves stuff like Jack 9, Queen Jack, King Queen, King Jack, like
all of it.
the Ace Queen and stuff can raise call as well. So I always say in these spots the hands that we flip against, Kieran sets us in anyway or raise calls. So when Kieran completes, he's going to be polar himself. If he's trapping us, like we're going to get it in anyway, and the rest of the time he's going to have 2 undercards or he's going to have 1 overcard. So equity wise, we just have range absolutely handcuffed to Kieran, and it seems really tricky. But when you actually break it down and understand it, you think, oh yeah, maybe we should check pocket 8s there in the big blind. It actually makes a lot of sense now. I feel like 7s jams, pocket 8s is actually the line around that stack depth where we start checking.
Interesting stuff from 11. Like it. I like it.
And to be fair, Tao, if you're not studied, even people that have played hours and hours of tournament poker, if they've never looked at that spot, 10 bigs, blind on blind, I'd naturally jam 8s there as well. Before looking at it in the solve a couple of years ago, I'd get 8s or 9s there in the big and I'd raise call or I'd jam. Now, I know to check back because it just makes so much more money over the long run. Always learning in this game, and that's
always
one of the keys.
Last chance for Portsmouth. Gilbo says, thanks for that. I thought I wanted to try and forget last night's result. I thought Mark Robbins was going to come in and be the absolute hero.
So, guys, last chance. Countdown's going to begin.
Chance to get in for the final tickets today. Yeah, guess what? We'll do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
With the tickets.
Countdown is no.
Geo Tramas cannot start the countdown.
Lime started the countdown. It's all good. 10 seconds to get your guesses in. 2 winners for this giveaway. 7, 6, 5, 4.
Well, that's 3's next.
3, 2, and 1. Close the comp.
Ready. Here we go.
Congratulations to Nitrous. You are the winner of the first ticket. I've got one more ticket coming in the chat box any second now.
He's spoiling it for me.
Yeah, because I have to read it out for you because
it comes in there eventually.
And Tior 009. Tior. I'm going to go with Tior 009. Congratulations to you too.
How do you spell it?
Tauer. Tower. Tower 009. Why don't you spell yours like that? Much more creative. Well done, guys. Tower 009 and Nitrous. You are the winner of 2 tokens for 8 poker. We'll get that to your account. Lime will be in touch in the chat box.
Well done, Tower 009. Does that mean he's better than James Bond?
009. Ace King here for Kieran. Can go either way. 3-bet call may seem a bit more dicey at this stage because we got Paul sat there that deep. Do we want to give Gianfranco a hand like he has perhaps? Pocket 5s could definitely go for the 4-bet send here as Gianfranco.
It's on Paul now. A big sigh from Paul. We can't see what he's got, but looks like he's got a bit of a holding here. Into the muck they go. Now then, pocket 5s.
4-bet send fine if he wants to as Gianfranco.
Yeah.
Against Kieran, feel like good competent player will find some 3-bet bluffs. Wouldn't be surprised if we took it here as Gianfranco. Only start the hand 22 effective. Very
All
nice.
in, and a call.
And we don't like this as Kieran. We really do not like this because, yes, we got ace-king, but we got to essentially win a flip now. Otherwise, Paul's just going to ladder. And this is the thing why it may actually do some just free bet send in and not free bet not all in. I'm actually not sure unless you look at it. But I think it's going to be really close for Kieran whether to free bet not all in or whether to just free bet send. But now we're here flipping versus the fives. Off to the races.
Ace, I flop, ace, 3, queen.
Not looking good for Gianfranco. Kieran set for the double, set for the chip lead. 2 outs to fade.
Needs to see a red 5. Or we get a full double for Kieran. And we do.
Of spades. Big old double up to 9.5 milli. And wouldn't it have been loving that tower? As I say, when we get a ladder just from outlasting Paul and he sat there with sub 10 BBs. Kind of a cagey affair. When we're up against the fives, like we like seeing the ace queen, ace jack, all this type of stuff. But when we see the little pair, got to win that flip as he does. And now in pole position to potentially take this one down. So huge swing. Proper swings it round into Kieran's favour. Good to see Calvert back, throwing him right in the deep end. Have a final table on your first live stream back, sir.
Back from Australia and Thailand. Been on his travels.
Swiftly done. Kieran with a juice up.
Mr. Gore can't believe he's not won. Damn. There's always tomorrow.
How long have we been with 888 with? 2-3 years?
Yeah.
Have we ever done a giveaway on YouTube?
No.
Have we ever done a giveaway on Facebook?
No.
So why would we change it?
Never.
If you've been here 2-3 years, you'd know. 888. When we started the streams, all the giveaways were on Twitch, and it has been the same throughout. Obviously, we have different platforms for UKPTs.
Well, we do for these, but all giveaways are on 888 Twitch because Lime Ricky's there.
Yeah, exactly. She's
moderating.
She's not on YouTube. She's not on Facebook.
No, she's moderating 888.
A6 for Kieran on the button. Blinds now at 300k, so probably just an open send. Good to see here from Kieran. And there is the open send. There's the triangle. Pull out the way. Gianfranco will do the same. Ace 3 for Paul, ace on the button, 7 big blinds, only one option available for us. And there's the jam. Gianfranco 6 says, here we go. Is this going to be the hand that sends us the heads up?
It could well be, sir.
Yeah, 7 clicks here. Gianfranco just gets the ISO. Kieran, could it be done here? Kieran wakes up with a hand. No, he does not. 10-5 off.
Imagine a 3-way all in for the title.
So any aces about to keep it alive for Paul, or is it going to be heads up? Well, that will be that. Running chop, only avenue I can see here, Tower.
Running choppers.
And that will seal it on the turn. We find our ace, but we're dead as Paul, Gianfranco, going to knock out Paul.
Well played, Paul.
Paul Leach.
Mr. Paul Leach. Well played, sir.
So we're there?
He'd be gutted, he'd be devastated, he'd be absolutely, oh my word, why did I do it with HD? You have to.
So guys, we are heads up. We're only going to have 5-minute break. We'll leave the pictures running. It's only 5 minutes, just a quick input of chip stacks, put them in the right seats, and then we will be back in 5 minutes time.
We'll leave the pictures on.
See you then.
Is it big? Is it break, yeah?
Yes, short break, very, very short break. Give yourself 5 minutes. Yep.
There used to be a clear path from the low stakes to the high stakes.
Oh, okay.
And it was open to anyone. And that's gone now. If you're the best chess player, if you're the best football player, like, you work your way up the system, and that's how it works. And in cash, it's broken.
Here at 888 Ride, it is official Hat Backwards Day because I've got the one and only Jeremy Osmus alongside me. We try to provide a service, Jeremy, and take you around town. I know your car's in the shop, so the least we could do is get you to your poker game.
Exactly. I
Right.
really appreciate it. I don't have to pay for an Uber. It's free. I get to talk to you.
Oh.
Win-win.
It's
all
not.
around.
It's not free.
It's
It's not free. This is-
Yeah, you send a bill.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
5% of your next tournament. You didn't get the memo?
I missed that.
This is awkward. Okay, well, hey, good luck. Hey, so there's a lot I want to cover because I always try to get you in the commentary booth, but you're just busy crushing final tables, so I never get you in the commentary booth.
I know. We went back and forth for years, and I'm always like, yeah, I'll get in there, and then I never get in
I don't even
there.
ask you anymore. I don't even bother asking you because I'm like, hey, Jeremy, you want to do this one? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, obviously if you make the final table, but now you just always make the final table, so there's no point.
And the other issue is, thank you. I made a lot last year. It's not always quite that many, of course, but ran good this year, or whatever, 2024 World Series. But a lot of the problem also is I'm just so busy with the World Series. I get so little time back at home and see the family. So whenever I'm actually not playing, I like to kind of not be there even more than I have to, So that's a lot of it. It's kind of timing is bad. But that being said, I have been asked some other times outside of the World Series and haven't done it either. So just a lot of poker to play these days.
Yeah, and listen, you're a family man, which actually brings me to my first kind of topic I want to talk about. So there's an article that I remember reading, and then I reread it in preparation for this conversation.
Okay.
There was an article written about you back in 2013, and it was you and your family and how you balance that.
Yeah.
And I was particularly interested back in 2013 because my oldest son, who's 11 now, was born in 2013. And at this point in my life, I was a full-time poker commentator, but I was also playing probably 30, 40 hours a week.
Okay.
And I was really kind of wondering, okay, how do I balance that?
Yeah.
How is this going to work?
Right.
And I always had a lot of respect for you, and I read that, and I was like, oh, wow, okay. How has it gone since? Now, in 2013, you were talking about how, listen, you've got to figure things out, and you have a schedule. And I felt like back then you were more of a cash game player than you are now. So
Yes.
how has it gone since?
So
The balance.
back then, I could pick my own schedule more with, cash games. And luckily, I mainly had a day schedule, and so would roll into Bellagio at 11 a.m. and play till 5 or 6. It worked pretty well. But now I'm playing tournaments, so you're at the mercy of the tournament schedule. So it's more like when the series go, I kind of got to be there. Our kids are in obviously much different stages of their life now. They're like middle school, so it's just different kind of needs that they have. So a lot of it's sport, school and sports is like their lives basically. So
I mean, your oldest one is now a teenage girl, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. Does she care that you're home or not? not to be blunt, but I was like,
she's getting to the point where, honestly, they're both to the point where they like to have me around, but they don't care that much.
Right, I don't mean there's a slight, but I say that as a dad. I remember when my wife was pregnant, and she was like, she has 4 brothers.
Yeah.
She was straight out. She was like, man, if we have a girl, when she's a teenager, she's all yours.
Yeah.
And I've heard stories. I have a lot of good friends that have teenage girls and everything, but also teenage boys too. Like right now, my 11-year-old is like.
Here we go, heads up battle. Back. Gianfranco Pernicone on the left and Kieran McCulloch on the right.
So with big blind being 300k, guys, don't expect this to last too long. But we've seen stranger things in heads up battles.
I've seen stranger things.
We saw it get to 10 big average stack one time, once upon a time.
Did indeed.
So never a certainty, but do think this will be done within the hour. Should be out of here by 10, but we'll see how things play out. And here we go, straight off the bat, King 5 of Hearts for Kieran, opens the 2 bigs. And now Tao just playing for chips, heads up poker. 1 prize essentially to win, so just chip EV. So Gianfranco here, 3-bet call with the ace king. But goes for the jam. Okay. This once again, like players that play a lot of poker and play a lot of cash and even a lot of tournaments, but just play live and not much online.
Yeah.
When they get heads up, a lot of the time you can get yourself in a lot of tangles because you don't actually realise how wide we have to induce. Like off of 20, like we raise call king jack suited, we're inducing with king jack suited. We want someone to shove over the top and call off with that hand. Like with ranges being as wide as they should be, heads up, you were supposed to do a lot of free bet to induce all in and call, like even as wide as I said there, like king jack is something that would induce. It's not just that we induce now with ace king, ace queen, aces, kings, jacks, like we'd induce with 8s, we'd induce with 7s. Hands that rather than jamming are going to make us more by going for the free bet, not all in and then calling the jam. And maybe it's just a situation of inexperience heads up, which will be the case. You don't get heads up very often in a poker tournament.
Not.
So unless you've gone away and studied yourself off the tables, when you get to this point, you're kind of in no man's land. Like you have an idea of what hands to shove and what hands to raise and what hands to free bet, but you just have an idea. You've never actually looked at it, because when you have an idea, there, for example, with the ace-king from Gianfranco going for shove, but when you actually look at the ranges and how wide we're actually meant to free bet to induce, to call, then it will change your whole perception on, like, heads up how we navigate pre-flop. Rather than jamming hands you think you'd usually jam, we actually free bet to induce and try and get called, or try and get our opponent to shove over the top, and then we can just call off. But let's see how this plays out. No business, happy, right?
None. Happy to play it out, these two. Ace 4 9.
Seven three with a diamond. I'd probably stab as Kieran. He's still going to stab anyway. Just folding out better. Very important. Stuff heads up. Like when we're so low down range and we're betting, trying to fold out better hands. Like here, for example, we should fold out a lot of 8 high, 10 high, jack high stuff. Gianfranco with the click. Yeah, I don't think there's any need to. Maybe he feels like he can get some value with his a6, but once again, heads up poker, really wide ranges. Kieran's going to have a lot of stabs, and like when our top pair is specifically an ace-x and no overcards can come off, like in general, I don't think we're going to do much raising, if any. Just because Kieran's going to be so wide, the times he's got 2 undercards, like he's drawing like less than 10% equity. The times he's got a 9 or a 4, he's drawing like less than 25% equity, 5 outs twice. So just try and construct your opponent's range in a way where you think about how equities are going to run and how well our hand performs against the equity of hands that are in their range. It sounds complex, but there will be a time in this game when you're sat there at the table and you're playing hand after hand, and it will all just click together. So here we go. Open from Gianfranco. Kieran with the defend.
Nine, 5, 3. Rainbow.
Just check call for Kieran. I feel like the gutter 2 in between us to top and middle. Like if we raise here, what we make it 800k. Maybe we can. Maybe we can go for raises, Kieran. Maybe we just got enough. 25 big seems like just enough. If we had like south of 20, where we open up the door for a free bet rip of our opponent, I feel like this is when we just land on flat. However, when we start getting to that deeper stack depth, we can start check raising our gut shots and stuff like that. This is good.
Yeah, makes his calls a 650.
Really like it from Gianfranco. Lovely little floating position. Recognises how this will be the best hand enough of the time. A lot of gut shots there. And like Kieran may start eking into some stuff like 10-8 of spades, 10-7 of spades, 10-8 of diamonds, like right round that 9. So if you're giving him some gut shots, some up and down, 6-7 double gutted, and then you start spreading in a few of these like wrap round 9 backdoor flush draw type stuff, and then you think about his value, like there's actually a lot more bluffs than value. Like Kieran might start check raising some 9x for value, but other than that, the 5x and 3x probably just call. And then his sets probably just want to call, keep some bluffs in. So like he has 9-5 suited, 9-3 suited, and some 9x for value. And then he's got all these gut shots, all these up and downs, double gutties, maybe like free to flush, free to straight hands in there. So that's why Gianfranco choosing to float. Very nice from him. Repping the king on the turn now once it rolls off. And the 8-6 straight into the muck for Kieran.
It's 2 results in the database, says old Gianfranco. Both in Malta. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. I don't know if he's local to here or he's just coming on holiday somewhere or he's moved to Portsmouth. 2 results, that's it.
King 7 for Kieran on the button, raises to 600. Got the defend from Gianfranco with the 5-3 of diamonds and flops a flush draw on Queen 9-8. Feel like one that does just check though. Not going to have any leads. Like if it was a lower board texture, maybe some leading, but kind of them ones when it's heads up, when ranges are so wide. Like, yes, we have these hands, but so does our opponent. We have some of that, they have some of this. It's difficult to start implementing donks heads up specifically. So Rivers a flush, just king high here though for Kieran. Not going to be able to do much. I'll tell you one thing, Lime, the problem with being sat here, don't get me wrong, we love seeing everyone. We love seeing everyone coming in and say hello, but you get a few people that come in, want to talk to you for 15 minutes. We're live on air. We're all right with the hellos and goodbyes as people walk past, but when people want to find out what we've had for breakfast and lunch and dinner, it can become a bit annoying for you guys. But it's all right. Towers just stepped out to chat to him, so we're all good. Mic back on, only muted for about 45 seconds. We get to enjoy it. The heads up bout. Ace 5 for Gianfranco, raises to 600k. Jack 6 of hearts, in for the defend, as Kieran should be. Ace 4-4. I will say one thing about this heads-up battle. Yes, Gianfranco has had the better of it so far. Love the float with the Ace 8, but distribution-wise, definitely having the better of these boards. Flopping pairs, flopping draws, this is what you want, something to work with. Becomes a tough task to beat someone heads up who's making hands, flopping hands, when you just whiff everything, as Kieran has been doing. It can just be an uphill battle from the outset. And right here with the Jack 6 of hearts, I think it's going to be just the check fold again here for Kieran, or has he got some ideas? Into the mark Jack 6 does go. I'll tell you what the problem is, Lime, even if we got an on-air sign, the amount of people that would ignore it, I believe we had it once in Manchester, the back room, because people were coming in, some of the valets, other stuff and whatnot, and we had it there, I remember, and it didn't work out too well, but maybe there's something for future months. And to be fair, when we're at other stops, we shouldn't really have the problem. We're in a broom cupboard, we're out the back, we're on the roof, we're in places where people don't really walk past. Just here in Portsmouth, they've decided the only place for us is right in the middle of the casino floor, and we're just getting a few come past as they see us saying hello, bit of foot traffic. King Queen for Kieran, opens to 600k on the button. Nine 5 in from the defend as Gianfranco. So maybe I've talked to him for Kieran. Maybe this is where we're going to see a nice flop for him. with the king queen. There we go. Does flop best, but Gianfranco has caught bottom, and heads up poker should be sticking around for one. See, JG, you're alright. Says we will ignore you from now on, Jay. You're alright. You walk past, you say hello, you smile, you make a comment that lasts about 5 seconds. But it's the people that can see we're streaming, they can see we're live, but they walk past and they want to talk till the cows come home. You're fine. It's all good. You can say hello. Just if you do, remember we're on air and don't make it last 5-6 minutes, as the man just did with the tower.
What's that?
Just people walking past, saying hello, talking too much.
The line on 21 bad beats, it's going to absolutely smash it.
Oh my word. I've just talked it out for Kieran. I was saying how bad his distribution would be on flops and how he wasn't running the best. And then he got this flop. But look at this ridiculous turn card. Is this going to be the hand that kills it? Is it over? Because I feel like Gianfranco's just going to check jam this one out of position, unblocking ace-x. Because the ace-x calls us. And we unblock the ace-x. And the good thing about it being double flush draw on the turn, we have so many more bluffs. We have 9x of hearts, we have 5x of hearts, perhaps king-x of hearts, king-x of clubs could jam. And it also opens up the jack-10 suited 2 combos now, the queen-jack suited 2 combos, the queen-10 suited 2 combos, the 6-7 suited, 6-8 suited, 8-7 suited, now 2 combos of that with flush draw gut shot. So there is the jam. And is this going to be the hand that finishes it here? Kieran. King, Queen, Queen of Hearts, not a good side card to have, Tao. We much prefer having the Queen of Spades or the Queen of Diamonds. We want Gianfranco to shove some Queen 10 of Hearts, some Queen 9 of Hearts, some Queen Jack of Hearts, hands like this. So this card may actually be the defining factor in Kieran's decision here. King, Queen, good to have no club, but not good to have a heart here. Like if we had King of Spades, Queen of Diamonds, I feel like if we're tanking this long, it may be the combo that then we flick in with the King Queen. With this Queen of Hearts, it's just not the nicest card to have when we got removal from some of the bluffs that would be in our opponent's range and might take this line here. Is this going to be the hand that kills it off? Can Kieran get away from it here with the King Queen?
It's mulling it over and you can see the cogs turning. You can indeed. You can just see the cogs just turning around in Kieran's mind.
It's just not a good card to have. Like we much prefer to catch here. Even something like King 4 of Spades is going to be a much better catch than King Queen with the Queen of Hearts, simply because there's no real shoves for Gianfranco that contain a king. Maybe King X of Clubs, but that probably just wants to check call too high up the showdown ladder, and he does get away from it. And I feel like side card defining fact, the Queen of Hearts, awful card to have. We prefer having King 4 of Spades. We prefer having King 3 of Diamonds. Going to be much better catches. And Kieran gets away correctly. Stays alive. Gary McGaffney says great fold. Difficult still to let it go. Heads up poker. Okay, 6-5 off. Just into the muck there is Gianfranco. Maybe one that could have got in the form of complete on the button.
of the heads up battle swings.
It's 8 here for Kieran on the button. Like once again, I think this just raise calls. It's really close, but we want our opponent to shove some like ace deuce through a7. Although a7, ace 8, a6 probably call, but maybe eke out some calls from some like ace deuce, ace 3 that want to reshove over the open. Kieran does just go with jam. Does work. Same result. Well, maybe not. With the min click, Gianfranco might have come along with a 7-4 suited. So we do flush out a fair amount of equity.
Right, from the cards, Kieran on the right, Gianfranco on the left in the green. Show you the schedule very shortly for tomorrow. Mr. Gary McGaffers.
The battle of the computer hand.
Yep, Queen 7 against Queen 7.
Average hand in the deck. Both get dealt it. And looks like going to be Gianfranco taking the initiative first here, but should be a check call from Kieran. Never check fold in here once we check flop and turn. We're going to chop it up, we all knew that.
We're going to chop it up, don't you know we'll chop it up. Friday. It's Friday. It's the best day of the week in Australia.
Is it not the best day of the week in most countries?
Friday.
I can't think of many countries that Friday would be the
9
best
to
day.
5, you stop work at 1 o'clock.
Do you?
Yep.
Oh.
9 to 5, you stop work at 1 o'clock. Tinnies are out.
Saying that.
You know, mate, it's Friday.
We used to have that at school anyway. On Friday, you used to finish at 1 every time on a Friday, I remember.
Yep. That's what he's on. The main event is on. We're concentrating on the high roller day 2, starting at 12. So we will be on air at 12:20 p.m. On Saturday, we'll be on air at 12:20 p.m. And on Sunday, we'll be on air at 12:20 p.m. So basically, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, all the same. 12:20 on all channels. That's us, Gaz. That's us.
Looking good. So high roller tomorrow, Gary. From the outset to the finish, crown another champion, another trophy given out. And to be fair, this has been... You could have put one of the best heads-up players in the world up against Gianfranco Town. They would have had a shot beating him, just the way he's catching flops, flopping draws, flopping pairs. It just seems like he's always got a slightly better hand than Kieran, or if not, Kieran's whiffed completely and Gianfranco's got a hand that can stab. Really tough to do anything heads up when the cards aren't falling your way. Your opponent just keeps making hands. Difficult to do much. How many in the high roller so far, Tower?
About 40.
About 40. 34.
34. 14,830 and just over 10,000 for second. Gianfranco, all the chips at the minute.
Gianfranco with a 10-9 on the bun. Gonna go for open here, Tower. I feel like this just jams here for 9. 10-9 off, feel like jams for 9, folds out some stuff like Kieran has, folds out Jack 4, folds out Queen 4. Some of the King X would have to call at 9 effective, but I do feel like this one's potentially a jam for Gianfranco. Don't think there's any sort of raise, not all in going on. Maybe it's like the Queen 4 off, the Queen 3 off, the stuff that we've raised fold as Gianfranco, I'm not sure, but I feel like that one does just play better as an open shove.
888 Poker TV on Twitch, all the way through. So we're crowned champion of the main event on Sunday evening, whenever that will be. Woke in the park for the ball. Paul Leach third, 7,560. Well done him. Well done to the 9. Well done Dom. 5th. Nines for Gianfranco. Pocket Nina. Nina from Pasadena. Yes, you should have seen her. Jack 8 for Kieran. So Jack 8 from Kieran calls to see the flop. King 3-5 flop. One better to win. So 7 bigs for Kieran. Needs a bit of help.
It depends if Rachel riffles in the next 2 seconds.
What's that?
Because that 7 bigs is unfortunately going to turn into 5 bigs now.
Blinds up, baby.
400k, big blind. Not when you want them to go up. To be fair, we're on the button as Kieran, so better to go up here than next hand. Just 5 bigs to work with now. So should be a lot of jamming here, like suited stuff for Kieran. Ace, king, a queen. So suited, we're looking for an ace, a king, a queen, something like 8-9 is going to be fine.
10-8. Fold.
Yep, one Gianfranco can fold. No need to just double Kieran up meaninglessly.
Correct.
Yes, we got the chips to call, but our opponent only got 5 bigs, so we might as well wait for a hand to run it with. Don't want to give no meaningless double ups for no reason, just because we got the chips and let him back in this.
Kieran needs a hand, he certainly does, Mr. Garrett. on to the next.
So, that means we have got 40 BBs in play.
Queen 8 for Gianfranco.
Yeah, should be a jam.
There's the jam. Is this any too cool?
Not any two.
Oh, them it is.
But Queen Jack certainly is a call.
Them it is.
And this is the thing, like, if Kieran spins here, suddenly he's got 5 mil, Gianfranco down to like 11-1 double, and then he's back in the chip lead in this roll reversal. So just got to fade to mates.
Here we go.
That does deserve a bit of luck.
First all in the call for the title is 7-10. Any 8s about for the title, he says. And Gianfranco.
I'd love to see a spade as well. A little 6 of spades, something sweaty on the turn perhaps.
Oh, it's always an 8 at the 888.
Still some
always.
outside. Got double gutty now for the Queen Jack. Any king, any 9, as well as our kicker. A jack would do.
Oh, it's not a 3. We have a champion, ladies and gentlemen. We have a brand new champion on the circuit. Gianfranco.
Are we doing interviews? Interviews, Voyager? Are you going?
Do you know what? Because we've not seen him before, I think we should.
Does that mean I've got to get up?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Get off your pit.
Oh.
Yes, I'm off. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. Gianfranco's in the house. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh.
Tower's out. Tower's heading down to the floor, but that is going to be it from us, guys. We will finish up in the booth. We're back tomorrow. High roller action. 12:20 start on stream. If you want to come for a day 2 buy-in flicking at 12, high roller, you can buy in up till 12 p.m. First event of the festival that we have had the privilege of covering. We're going to be crowning a champion for the first time here in Portsmouth, well, at least since I've been here, with the new UKPL stop. Kieran McCullough, second. He'll be happy with that. 5-figure score, I believe. 10,770. It's a decent payday for Kieran. Uphill battle for him, heads up. I think anyone that watched all the heads up battle will agree with me. Just distribution. Sometimes you need it in heads up situations. If you have your opponent making top pair, flopping flush draws, it's difficult. And we're going to head straight down to the floor, guys. The tower is there already. We're going to have the trophy presentation and the interviews. We're going to head down with Kieran first as the runner-up to Kieran and the tower.
Tell you what, a couple of years ago in January, we had the open win at the 888.
Yep.
2 years later in January, just a runner-up spot. But you like January and you like 888.
I do, yeah. Yeah, no, it was good competition. I ran pretty well, and then just at the end, he just ran me over heads up. But well played to Gianfranco.
A lot of people that were watching the stream saying this guy can play. We've seen him before. Jay has got some great words for you. It must be nice to hear that you sat at this table that people know that you can play the game.
Yeah, feels good. I mean, been playing quite a few of these events and like knocking on the door, like final 2 tables a lot. So it just felt nice to get heads up situation. I need to work on my heads up, but I'm happy that there was good words about me.
Well, getting there is that's the hard part. Getting there, closing it out is probably the hardest part, but to get there, it's no mean feat.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I'm happy with how I played, and it's a good tournament, and congrats to Gianfranco.
Fantastic, Kieran. Second place, fantastic effort. Nice one, Kieran. But we are going to bring in the man, Mr. Gianfranco, and he says keep it short and keep it sweet. I don't really know what to say. Gianfranco, do you live in Portsmouth?
No, Southampton.
Southampton, so only down the road, so not too bad for you. What a game, I really enjoyed watching that. What was it like sat there playing?
Well, it was very fun. I have very tough players.
Yeah.
Well done to Kieran, he was a fantastic player.
Yeah.
Just got luck in the end. Sometimes you just need luck. That's the game.
On the database, it just says you've got a couple of scores in Malta. Is that correct?
Yes, I cashed out second one on last chance.
Yeah.
A couple of months ago.
Excellent, nice stuff. Well, we've really enjoyed watching you, and
so
many congratulations on winning the 888 Voyage. So we're just going to get Simon to hand over the trophy. Can we have a round of applause, please, for the Voyage champion, Mr. Gianfranco Periconi. we enjoyed watching that, and I hope this fella really enjoyed playing in it. Well done, sir.
Thank you so much.
Great effort. Jay finishes off.
Class interviews as always with the big man. I'm going to wait for him just to get back with myself in the comms booth, guys, and we will shut up shop for the day. We are back tomorrow. High roller action.
See that jogging in then?
20 past 12. You were quick. I'll tell you what, I like
jogging out
Portsmouth
then and everything.
because for some reason you don't know the gaff too well. You don't take a long cut to the feature table like you seem to do every other stop. So you're there quick. What we want promptly. I've done the roundup as always. High roller tomorrow. Anything left to add?
12:20. Nice to get a new name on the winners enclosure. Really.
See, it's played pretty
nice
solid
lad.
as well. Few
Nice lad.
little things in there, but most of them come short-handed or heads up. And if, like I say, if you don't play many tournaments, you're not going to be studied at heads up or free-handed.
Yeah.
So
down the road in Southampton. So only a local guy, but really enjoyed that.
down the road.
Side.
Is it down
that way. Can't go down,
Sideways.
can you? Keep saying you can't go down because down is not England anymore. It's nothing. There's nothing there. 200 yards away, there's no more England. Across the road, Southampton. No, nice to get him in a winner's enclosure, and I think Kieran will follow soon.
I agree.
Will follow soon for another title. Really enjoyed it. Good stream, good laugh. Really enjoyed it. Thanks to 888, Lime Ricky, and everybody else for giving all the token giveaways. We'll do it all again tomorrow. We love giving other people's money away.
We do.
We really do.
We actually do.
It's great.
We got a 560 main event seat for Newcastle as well to give away over the weekend. So make sure
We'll
you
have to
tune in
think about that.
throughout for that, guys. £560 main event seat going to one of you guys in the chat box over the weekend.
But well done to Gianfranco Perniconi. Fantastic effort to him, Kieran McCulloch, and everybody else on the final table as well. Really enjoyed that. That was a class one. And as Jay said, we are back tomorrow at 12:20 for the high roller, all the way down to a champion on the live stream. So from the team and myself, the Tower, we'll see you tomorrow at 12:20. Ta-ta.
Good night.
And just move your chair that way for me a little bit. Keep going, good.
Big smiles. Massive.
Yeah, all good. All good.
Cheers, man.
Right, let's get that box up. So it does have a correct box.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. I'll pop that on top. There we go. Nice and protected.
Cheers, man.
Good
Thank you
job.
so much.
Good job.